4 months ago, I created a formula that took data from professional Rainbow Six Siege players and output a ranking so that we could definitively say which operators are great and which ones are trash. Since that video though, a lot has changed. Shields got nerfed, Blackbeard got a rework, Sens got buffed, and we've had an entire world championship where the meta has shifted, and even sub-ops that weren't touched have seen big changes in pick rates and win rates. So today we're going to go through the formula again and update our list to find the new mathematically best operators in Year 9, Season 4. What's that? Year 10 is already out? And it came out over 2 weeks ago? Okay, so I'm a little bit late. Okay, we can't all be Athena out tier lists before the season even begins. Some of us need hard data before we can make our tier lists. Thankfully, Year 10 didn't actually come with any balance changes in preparation for Siege X, so this list will still be accurate for the current season, with the one note that I will not be ranking Rora until we get some actually data with her from the pros. I'm gonna quickly go over the formula again. It's basically the same as last time, but there are a few changes I want to make note of. If you don't care about that, then the timestamps will be down below just to flip to the list or whatever operator you want to find out about. Otherwise, let's get right into the formula, and the largest difference that we have from this list versus the last list is sample size. Last time we were here, we got to use all of the Stage 2 regional data, which totaled for 5,949 rounds. For this list, the only competition that actually happened since the season updated was the 6 Invitational, which means that our total sample size was just 1,841 rounds. Still a lot of rounds, but certainly fewer than we had before, and especially for some operators that had high ban rates, there were a little bit more extremes in this data than what we saw previously. Broadly, the formula that we've created cares about two values, viability and impact. It takes these two values, averages them out, and then spits out a number to give us one general number that we can use to rank the operators, whether they're on attack or on defense. Viability is scored from 0 to 27. There are 9 maps in Siege, and most maps have 3 bomb sites that see actual decent numbers of play, so roughly an operator receives 1 point for each bomb site they are considered viable on. Maps like Cafe and Chalet, which have 4 bomb sites that are often played, will be adjusted so that all 4 bomb sites give points, and viability on a given site is determined based on an operator has a specific pick rate or not. Operator bans also affect viability, and this is where the biggest change comes in from this list compared to the last one. To account for the smaller sample size, we're going to say that an operator is viable on all sites of a given map if it was banned at least twice during SI on that map. This is a more strict ruling than what we had last time, and it's basically just implemented to prevent an operator from being considered viable, even though it only got banned 1 time against 1 single team. The other half of the equation is impact. This is simply the difference in win rate when an operator is present versus when it's not. This is adjusted per bomb site, and it only takes into account sites where the operator has a high enough pick rate to be considered viable. It is unchanged from how we calculated things back on the last tier list. The only other change we made for this list is that we slightly adjusted the tier thresholds to align better with the new jumps in the data. I'll show those on screen now, but the score ranking should be pretty much exactly the same. F tier, just like last time, is special because there are a number of operators with a viability score of 0, meaning they all had the same overall score. For this list, F+ was set aside for operators with at least a 1% raw pick rate. F was for operators with less than a 1% pick rate, but a positive win rate, and they had more than 1 play total. And then finally, F- is for operators that either had a negative win rate or they were played only a single time, so they went 1-0. A much deeper breakdown of exactly how the formula works can be found on my last tier list video, but I don't want to spend any more time on it this time, so without further ado, let's get talking about the worst op in the game. Starting our list this time around is Thorn, and Thorn, who was previously at the top of F tier, gets the privilege of being last on our list because she was the only operator at the 6 Invitational that didn't win even a single round. It's important to keep in mind that for F tier, from F- all the way to F, all the operators are pretty much equally unviable. There's really never a reason to bring any of these operators, but I had to sort them, so the fact that Thorn didn't win a single round I think was good enough to put her in last place. And for Thorn specifically, I think SI, because it's such a prestigious event, because there's so much on the line, teams really nail down what they want for their defending strategies. And if you're going for specific strats, if you're trying to build with reasonable setups, Thorn just doesn't make the cut, ever. Really, it's only an op that you see people flex to every now and again when they don't know what else to pick, and at SI, that's not really going to happen. Thorn's gadget is basically just a bulletproof. Her guns are not great. If you're going to bring a trap operator, you're doing that at the sacrifice of other utilities, such as wall denial, or better guns on the defense, or mirror windows, or any number of utility. So taking that Thorn gadget is really costly in the overall scheme of things. You're 100% not going to get a kill with a Thorn gadget. It is only for information. Any decent player is going to be able to escape out of that radius either by backing off or pushing out forward. There's really no reason to bring this up. The secondary util is pretty decent. You know, barbed wire and a shield is pretty good, but that's about it. No secondary shotgun on Thorn makes it really hard to fit into most lineups. It just doesn't make sense. The only time Thorn actually got brought was by Dove for Falcons, when he brought her defending Consulate Basement up against W7M. He set up some traps around Yellow, Spiral, and Construction, and a few of them triggered, but they didn't have any impact at all. He set up his shield over by Radio and got a kill off of it, but that could have been done by any op with a shield. Really, the Thorn, even in the one round, didn't have any impact. We'll move right on to Alibi, who is considered the second worst operator in the game. She played 2 whole rounds at SI with 1 win and 1 loss. Alibi's ability is complete garbage. You're never going to get value out of it, really. People drone, so nobody's going to be caught off guard by your placement of your clones more often than not. You can put them directly in front of windows, which is a strat that will get you pings sometimes, but getting direct pings on players outside the building is often not that valuable for you. It can occasionally help you with spawn peaks, but by definition, if a defender is already aiming at the windows because they just shot your Alibi Prisma, then they're probably going to be aware of some spawn peaks. They're probably already looking out for it. And so even when you have that full information for a spawn peak, it often doesn't quite work out for you because they're going to be expecting that to come out as soon as they hit that Alibi clone. And this is, like, again, not bad inherently, but when you're bringing that Alibi Prisma, you're not bringing any other util. And there are so many strong gadgets on the defense that wasting one of your 5 slots on Alibi clones just to maybe help with a spawn peak is really, really niche and basically never worth it. Alibi also has pretty bad secondary gadgets. Obs blockers and beepers are probably the 2 worst defense secondary gadgets. You'll get some value out of beepers, and especially at a pro level, sound is important. You know, those can be good, but there are so many better operators to bring if you just need the beepers. She's a 3-speed, and you know, the MX Storm is a great gun, but with how many other choices there are out there, I don't think there's ever a reason to be bringing Alibi at a pro level. Dark Zero disagreed with me. They brought Alibi 2 different times, both in the same match of Chalet up against BDS, although they were brought by different players. First it was Bolo, and then it was Kobilax. They ran it on 2 different roam setups, one for basement and one for bar games. Both times the clones were set up near windows, and they tried to go for some spawn peaks, although, again, it never really paid off for them. I should also mention that on both of the rounds where Alibi was brought, a lot of the other top roamers in the game were already taken up by other players. So Vigil and Legion were already being played by some of the teammates, and so Alibi then becomes a little bit more pick-worthy because the alternatives to her just aren't available at that point. Alibi also brings the Bailiff, which Dark Zero used to pop the Master Hatch and make a couple of rotates, so that is a nice little bonus, but for the roamers that you have in the game right now, Alibi sits at the very bottom as the worst roaming op in the game. Next, we got a big step up. Our previous worst op in the game, Thunderbird, has moved up to 3rd worst. Thunderbird was the only operator that in Stage 2 regional leagues didn't get played even a single time. Thunderbird did get played at the 6 Invitational one time, and she did win that one time, so that's going to be good enough to get her all the way up to 72nd place this time around, but still not really an operator that is seeing any use, despite the fact that she did get buffed not too long ago. The biggest of the buffs was probably just getting the ITA. The fact that Thunderbird can actually help with site setup certainly makes her easier to fit into lineups if for some reason you want to use her primary gadget. The buff on her heals is pretty garbage. Now you get an extra heal over time until you reach full HP on Thunderbird, which is really bad. Healing in Rainbow Six Siege is a very weak ability. You'll see this from a lot of the healing operators that are on this list. Because it's such a low time to kill in Rainbow Six, because one-shot headshots are so prevalent, and even body shot kills go down really, really quickly, being able to heal yourself, especially healing over time, is just not very valuable for Rainbow Six Siege. And for Thunderbird, her gadget almost helps the enemy team more than it helps your own team. Sometimes what you'd like to do with this Thunderbird is you're going to set them up in positions where you want to be able to retreat from, right? So you want to set them up in an offsite position where you're going to take some gunfights and then you're going to fall off. The problem with this is when you're fighting those defenders, or when you're fighting the attackers, if you lose a gunfight and give up that position, even if you did some damage, even if you tossed out a nitro and maybe did half HP or something, the attackers then can take the position that they just cleared from you, and all of a sudden they get your healing machine, which means now they're full HP and you've had zero impact actually stopping that extension from the enemy team. In theory, it could still help you because if you win that gunfight and you yourself take some damage, then you get to heal right back up, but that's not really the way that attackers take gunfights in Siege, right? If you're holding a power position, and you're not going to put a Kona station outside of a power position, so if you put a Kona station in a power position, the attackers are going to flood into that power position with everything they have until they either lose the round or they finally cleared you out. At the end of the day, it's 5 of them versus 1 of you. Eventually, they are going to take that position, and any damage you have done outside of a straight-up kill is going to be irrelevant at that point in time. So with that, you basically have to set up those Kona stations inside of the site instead of out on the roam in extended positions. And inside of the site, not only is there rarely enough space to set up a bunch of those Kona stations, but again, it makes it completely impossible to give up any ground. As soon as you lose the position with the Kona station, you've now forfeited that extra advantage to the enemy team. The attackers will get to heal back up, meaning those Kona stations provide you negative value a large portion of the time, and the value that they give you, even if they don't go to the enemy, is still already extremely small. Thunderbird's gun is pretty good. Her secondary util is also fine, but it just doesn't matter when the primary util is this bad. The bottom few operators on this list are all defenders because there's so many good defenders in the game, and choosing an operator like Thunderbird or even Alibi or Thorn is complete nonsense when there are so many better options to pick from. The one time Thunderbird was brought at SI was by Benjamaster for SSG. He brought it on Nighthaven top floor in a round against FaZe Clan. It was pretty funny. They did win the round. As I mentioned, that's the only reason why Thunderbird is not in last place on this list again. But the Thunderbird did realistically nothing in that round. That healed about 5 HP to Ashen at the start, and that was about it. FaZe Clan lost that round because they couldn't get the connector wall open. That's it. I mean, that had nothing to do with the Thunderbird at all. So, kind of rides in the coattails there. Thunderbird, honestly, probably ranks too high on this list at the 3rd worst op in the game. Rook is one of those operators that bad players who solo queue through gold ranked will try to tell me is good, but is not good at all. Any decent player knows that Rook just doesn't really bring any utility or value to the team. I will say this is a step up from Rook. He had a relatively strong event at the 6 Invitational. He won 2 rounds and lost 0, so that's a pretty strong showing compared to what we usually see. And it got him out of F- tier. This is the start of our F tier. So shout out to Rook for that. Let's start with the Rook problems. Rook is essentially just a worse version of Doc, because Doc's healing is concentrated on to 1 or 2 people, whereas Rook's healing is spread out amongst all 5 of his teammates. And at this point in time in Rainbow Six Siege, with the TTK as low as it is, healing that's spread out, a little bit of extra HP to every single player, just doesn't matter that much at the end of the day. The self-revive is kind of cool for Rook. That's probably the only advantage that actually matters for Rook armor. But in Pro League, it's pretty rare that you're getting left for dead like that. Usually, if you're getting shot, you're being finished off right then and there. So it's most of the time not going to get you any real value. Also, in a comparison of Rook versus Doc, Doc gets at least a secondary shotgun. Doc gets the bailiff. I don't know in what universe Ubisoft thought that Rook doesn't deserve a bailiff. Somebody please get this man some help. At least if he had sight set up, he might be worth, fitting into a couple of lineups here and there when you have no other options. Because unlike Thunderbird, he doesn't provide you negative value, but still doesn't feel like there's any love being given to Rook right now. Rook's 2 plays both came from G2 while defending on border against Unwanted, and I gotta admit, it actually got kind of insane value. The first time Rook was brought, it was a top floor defense, and it let Glaz take a gunfight inside a CC that he otherwise would have lost. He finished that gunfight on like 1 HP. Now, G2 won the round flawlessly, so I think if Glaz had lost that gunfight, it probably wouldn't have changed the outcome in the round. But if nothing else, it at least did make the difference in 1 gunfight, so that's better than what Rook usually gets. But then 2 rounds later, it got even better value. It was brought on the defense of Ventilation Workshop. Doki got a kill, got downed as he was getting that kill. Then he sat on the floor for about 30 seconds because he forgot that his teammate was playing Rook and that he could self-revive. Self-revived eventually and got another kill before being taken out. That's a cool use. That's an actual legitimate use case where Rook got value for the team. So shout out to G2 and Doki for getting value out of that. No other team was crazy enough to try it at SI, though, and I think if you tried it on a larger sample size, you probably would have seen his win rate drop farther and farther and farther, but cool that we got to see some nice Rook strats regardless at SI. Cav is pretty consistent in about the 70th spot. She doesn't move up or down at all in this new list. Obviously, she's a bit of a meme operator. She doesn't really see any significant amount of play at a pro level, but consistently when Cav gets brought, she actually has a pretty good win rate in Pro Siege. At SI in particular, she went 4-1. She only lost a single round through 5, which means she had the best overall win rate of any operator that was played at least 5 times at a minimum, so that's a plus for Cav. The problem, of course, is that Cav relies entirely on being misdroned, right? If you get droned out as a Caveira player, you're pretty much done versus a good team. Her guns do not help you in a one-on-one combat. If somebody knows where you're at as a Caveira, you're pretty much already dead because your primary utility, along with the fact that your enemies already know where you are, just doesn't do you any favors. Interrogations are great if you can get them. It's basically the best intel that you can get in the entire game. But against good opponents, realistically, you shouldn't ever be getting interrogations, right? Ideally, the attackers are playing somewhat together. Ideally, they're droning. Even if you can go into a rat spot and you do get misdrones, in theory, the Cav flanks, gets 1 kill, and then before she can go for an interrogation, somebody comes in and gets the refrag. Now, Siege players are not perfect. Even the best players in the world make mistakes. I find that Cav's win rate is often higher than it maybe should be because of the fact that Cav is usually brought when teams are already dominating, when the scoreline is already quite lopsided, or when the defensive team has already kind of assessed, hey, this team is maybe not playing at the top of their game. They're making mistakes already. How can we exploit that? And that seems to be why Cav is finding more success than some other operators that are down here in F tier. She's a fun op, and her ability is absolutely strong if you can get it to work, but at pro level, it probably won't work. So she sits here in 70th place, right in the middle of F tier. And our last operator in F plus tier, we've got Iana, the only op to occupy the F plus position. And that's because while she didn't classify as viable on even a single bomb site, so we can't put her higher than F plus, she had far more plays than any other operators in this kind of F category. Iana was chosen 25 times at the 6th Invitational, which is pretty impressive, and there were some players that really did like to play a bit of Iana. In those 25 rounds, she had a 48% win rate, which is pretty close to even, but it was generally never the first choice for anyone in a specific strategy. 45% or 48% win rate, I should say, is above average on attack, so she was getting value for players every now and again. I will say, though, that win rate needs a huge caveat because 16 of those 25 rounds played were all from Shaiko. And Shaiko had a very good win rate on Iana. But that's probably less because he was playing Iana and more because, well, he's Shaiko. If you remove Shaiko's stats from that data, Iana's win rate falls to 1-8. She won just 1 of those 9 rounds where Shaiko wasn't controlling her. So listen, she's going to sit in F plus spot here, but realistically, if you look at the data, hard carried by Shaiko, even to this position, and Shaiko alone couldn't save her from getting out of the F tier. You might be confused by this, especially if you didn't watch the last tier list video, because I think a lot of new players don't immediately see Iana as a bad operator, and she's not bad. The problem is just everything that Iana does, other operators do better. If you want an entry, you should probably go play Ashe. She's got 3 times the explosives. She's got drones, can do anything that Iana's primary gadget can do. If you're going for this intel, right, Deimos is a better operator, Dokubi's a better operator, Lion's a better operator, Jackal's a better operator. The ability to use these Iana clones just isn't really impactful. For Iana, if she's droning in a teammate with her clone, instead of a small gadget the defender's going to have to look down to shoot or panic a little bit, maybe miss some of his shots, it's one easy tap to the body of the clone, and then their gun is already trained on where your entry operator is actually going to come from. The Gemini is really, really bad for hot droning in players. And is broadly outclassed by the gadget that every single attacker brings at least 2 of. She did get a buff since the last tier list. The hologram now takes only 20 seconds to recharge. Who cares? Doesn't matter at all. Nobody's picking Iana. The gadget is still bad. It doesn't matter how many uses you get out of it. Out of the F tier and into D-, we've got Fuze. I really hope that Fuze mains enjoyed the 6 months where Fuze was actually viable because he had a shield, and shields were for a time the most broken thing in the game. With the shield nerf, Fuze has gone straight back to being a meme pick. On the last tier list, Fuze had a pretty high ranking, at least relative to where Fuze has been historically inside a D tier, because he was the third strongest shield in the game. And in a competitive format where you get 2 attacker bans every single game, being the third strongest shield is meaningful, right? Because there were plenty of games back during stage 2 where Monty and Blitz would be the 2 banned attacking operators, but teams still wanted to bring a shield up. Osa doesn't count as a shield. She doesn't do that same job. So Fuze is really the only option at that point. And while he wasn't good as a shield, he was better than an operator with a gun in certain circumstances. At the same time, Fuze was often brought out, maybe if just one of those operators were banned, if Monty was banned, or if Blitz was banned, because sometimes shields were so powerful that you wanted to bring 2 different shields for a certain strat, just so that you could take that much more map control, and Fuze was useful in that situation. Now, not only have shields been nerfed, so it's rare that you want a 3rd shield anyways, but there's also a new, better shield in the game. Fuze fell from being the 3rd best shield to a 4th best shield with the introduction of Blackbeard's rework, and shields in general are just not as strong as they used to be. So for 2 separate reasons, Fuze got nerfed straight back down to the bottom of the leaderboards, and we're back into a meta where nobody's really playing Fuze. Of course, the primary gadget for Fuze is a complete meme. Those cluster charges are too random and too hard to use for Util clear, and they're too loud and take way too long to deploy for any actual kills onto players. Of course, Fuze is not a complete meme because he was viable on 1 bomb site. That bomb site was Bunks and Briefing on Lair. He was brought 4 different times by Uno, Canadian, and Flashtree, and honestly, I actually like the strat that was brought for Fuze. He was only brought on Bunks and Briefing, a bomb site where bandit tricking is extremely powerful. On the main Bunks wall, there is no way to get below that bandit. It's a hard floor, so you can't really deny a bandit trick from down below. At the same time, taking top floor control often takes a very long time and is very difficult. Sometimes attacking teams don't even successfully take the top floor on Lair. So it can be really hard to deny the bandit trick from above as well. What we saw players doing was if they knew there was going to be a bandit trick on either side of it, they would bring the Fuse would cluster charge the wall, while at the same time an Ace or a Thermite or somebody opened up the wall with the hard breach. And that would eventually clear off the bandit batteries, but most importantly would force the bandit away so that he couldn't trick the hard breach. This strat was kind of cool. It was kind of fun. Maybe we'll see it some more. I'll be interested to see once Lair gets a higher and higher pick rate, if that strat keeps up. But, hey, at least we see some kind of use for Fuze. Could also evolve into being useful for more walls on other bomb sites. But usually there are better alternatives to stop a bandit trick. Next, we've got Pulse. Feels bad to see Pulse this far down on the list, man. But Pulse just keeps going down and down and down, especially in win rates. On the last list, I said that Pulse was viable on a decent number of sites, but he suffered from one of the worst defensive win rates in the game. At SI, the opposite was actually true. He had a positive win rate overall with an impact of plus 1.1%, but teams completely stopped running him on a wide range of bomb sites, and narrowing his focus is probably the reason why his win rate did end up ticking up. On Cafe, he previously had an 8% pick rate. That dropped off completely, and teams aren't running him anymore on Cafe. Nighthaven Labs, he had a 5% pick rate. That completely dropped off. Even before, these weren't exceptionally high pick rates, but still it was enough to consider him viable on more bomb sites. Now that's not the case. Teams just were not running Pulse on these 2 maps. The middle floor of Consulate was pretty much the only place where Pulse saw any real amount of play, both the split site and piano. But for this ranking, the split site wasn't even factored in because the split site overall didn't have enough plays for its data to be considered statistically relevant. So Consulate was a 3 bomb site map in our data pool. So for that point, Consulate was really only 1 site that we saw Pulse being viable on, and that was piano. Pulse on piano is good. You know, you can play him inside of the basement. You can stop some of that, those plants inside of piano. Even if they plant on the hard floor, you can open up an angle and toss the Nitrocell through the floorboards to get a kill, as well as giving you information on who might be playing top floor. But unfortunately, on most bomb sites, Pulse's pick rate is just falling and falling and falling. The biggest problem with Pulse is, sure, if you can sit in the basement and you get a big Nitro Cell kill with 10 seconds left on the clock, it can be massive, right? You can win your team around. But if you don't, you're bringing almost zero value to the entire other 3 minutes of that round. You're going to sit on cams, you're going to sit on your scanner for about 2.5 minutes, getting less value than you would if you were on, say, even like a Valkyrie or an Echo. And then on those last 30 seconds, you're praying that you can hit that Nitro Cell and win your team the game. But, I mean, what if your teammates can't stall for that 2 minute and 30 seconds, right? What if the push comes in with 60 seconds left on the clock? Then it doesn't matter where your Nitro Cell lands. They're just going to pick up that defuse kit and plant again. What if your teammates are winning the round already without you, right? Then I guess you didn't lose your team the round, but you're still not really giving them intel. You're not really giving them much impact other than maybe some calls if you happen to be below a defender. And then even in your perfect situation, sometimes you misjudge where the plant's going to be. You can't even tell specifically where the defuse kit's going down. You can only see where bodies are at. And a body standing still is sometimes a planter, but not always. So you can still screw yourself even if you're trying to go for that last second, round winning play. At SI, KDS played the most amount of Pulse, but even he only ran it about 5 times on a pretty wide range of sites. The strongholds that Pulse had back during Stage 2, specifically Cafe Reading and Night Haven Storage, just didn't hold up for him here at the 6th Invitational, and for that reason, his pick rate plummeted, as did his ranking. Next up, we got Zero, and man, I hate talking about this operator, because every time I talk about Zero, I get people in the comments telling me Zero is actually God tier. But you know what? He's not. Zero is bad, bro. Self-proclaimed, champion players in my comments who only ever solo queue think he's good because they can get themselves intel and they get maybe some cool plays off that information. But at an actual high level where you've got people that can communicate, drones just blow Zero out of the water. If healing is essentially a useless ability for defenders, then intel is essentially a useless ability for attackers. Not in general, because drones are amazing and intel broadly is very, very good, but specifically cameras that are brought as primary utility are really bad. Again, because every other op in the game is going to be bringing 2 cameras by default. Zero basically brings 8 cameras. Who needs 8 cameras, bro? Even the slowest teams in the world like Virtus Pro or like FaZe Clan are not going to have time to set up 8 cams and consistently watch all of them. Your teammates are already bringing 8 cams of their own across the 4 of them. If you bring 2 drones as well, that's going to be 10 drones. That is usually plenty, and especially because of how big maps are in Siege, you're not going to have time to use that many different cameras. I find it extremely funny that Ubisoft tried to buff Zero by giving him more cams when that was never the problem in the first place. It's funny to imagine a Ubisoft dev who's sitting at his desk looking at the low win rate and low pick rate of Zero and being like, you know what the problem is? They use all 4 cameras and then they don't have any more. That's why Zero's not winning. It doesn't matter how many he's going to get. Zero is never going to be useful. People at this point will usually bring up the zaps, the fact that Zero can clear utility. And this is interesting with Zero's cams, but the problem is you're not actually going to clear very much with those things, right? They take forever to recharge. You basically get 1 zap, and any defender with ears is going to see that camera or hear it, and they're going to shoot it before you get a chance to zap anything. 9 times out of 10, utility is being placed in a position where someone's playing around it, right? Most of the time, you're going to put that utility in close proximity to a defender because you want to play off that utility, right? A mirror window, somebody's going to be behind it. A bandit battery, somebody's going to be there for a trick. A lot of this utility feels like it could be good, but in practice is very hard to actually pull off, especially at a pro level. On our last list, Zero was F tier. He was not considered viable on even a single bomb site, but he has moved up because he was viable on 1 bomb site at this event, and that bomb site was Armory Lockers and Archives. At SI, we saw some Japanese teams run Zero on this map. We saw BDS bring him 1 time, but half of all Zero picks on Armory Lockers Archives were actually run by Robbie on Team Falcons, and specifically in their match against DZ. I actually think Robbie got quite good value out of the operator on this bomb site. He would spawn on the south side of the map, and then without needing to go to the roof, he would shoot one of those SAM cams to the opening of the roof of waiting, right? So where that square is and there's no roof, he would shoot a cam camera in, and that would give him some pretty decent intel on the hallway, around top east, around rafters, and then he would clear that part of the map either by going through break room or by going through the east stairs. The cameras in this case were used very selfishly. Again, Robbie is a primary entry player. If he wasn't doing this on Zero, he'd probably be doing it on like Deimos or Ashe or something instead, but I still think it's a cool strategy. Hard to universalize it, right? Hard to make it a universal thing. There aren't that many maps in Siege that have giant holes in their roofs that you can shoot from the ground, but in theory, Border is one of them, and so this is one situation where we did see some decent use out of that, so shout out to Robbie. Cool idea with this Zero, but nobody else really caught on to that, and we didn't see it enough to really change the win rate of that site too much. I also think Zero on Border quickly is an operator that benefits from Border not being a map of util very often anyways. Of all the maps in the pool, Border is the most frag-focused map. It's the map where util has the lowest value. So you can get away on Border with playing operators like Zero, like Rook, because the opportunity cost isn't quite as high. Usually if you're bringing Rook, you're getting rid of like Hard Breach or an Intel operator or like a Thatcher or some op you would really rather have. On Border, that's not the case. You get a bit more freedom in your lineup. Next on the list, we've got Oryx. Oryx is an operator that has fallen slightly from our last list. That mostly comes to a lack of pick rate on Lair in particular. He had a 5% pick rate on Lair in Stage 2, which was enough to make him viable on a lot of the Lair bomb sites. Now at SI, that's fallen to less than about 2% as teams start coming up with more and better strategies for Lair. Still, Oryx reigns supreme on maps like Border and Bank. These are maps with a lot of hatches, a lot of good opportunities for flanking with that ability to climb hatches, and also maps where util is not as valuable. You know, that's not so true on like Bank Basement where util is extremely valuable, but Border especially, as I talk about, is a map where utility, because attackers are often outside the map, because they're taking gunfights often without having to enter, without having to clear very much of the map, util is a little bit less valuable on Border, so you can see an operator like Oryx, who doesn't really bring any util for the team, being a little bit more viable on a map like that. As I said in the last video, Oryx's ability to jump up those hatches is a really interesting ability because it catches players off guard more than you would think, right? Usually, an attacking team, if they're expecting a flank, they'll set up some air jabs, they'll set up some flank drones, they'll be expecting it, they'll have kind of in their mind where a flank is likely to come from. If they don't know that there's an Oryx, if they haven't been able to drone that out, or even if they did drone it out, but maybe they just forgot about it, the ability for Oryx to jump up a hatch and catch someone off guard can be really, really effective. We see this sometimes on the elevator hatch inside a bank. We'll see it on like the CC hatches, the security hatches inside a Border as well. These are little plays that Oryx players can make that do often catch people off guard more often than you would think. The dash that Oryx can do can also be useful at times, you know, to get yourself out of tight positions. Often if you're pinned down in one spot, Oryx dashing past it can get you past without getting headshot. Not foolproof method. Sometimes people's reaction, especially in Pro League, is fast enough to still punish that Oryx trying to get out of that spot, but it does see some use being able to dash through. Oryx was actually buffed since we made our last list. They buffed the recovery time after his dash, especially after he hits shields, making him a bit more of a shield counter. This doesn't matter, though, realistically. Oryx is not being brought as a heavy shield counter. Maybe every now and again, you know, if you're expecting a super heavy shield rush and you're playing a map like Border or Bank where you're going to get value out of that flanks anyways, maybe on occasion dashing into a shield is helpful. But 9 times out of 10, there's going to be a player behind that Monty or behind the Blackbeard, whatever you bashed, that's going to be able to shoot you before you can shoot the Monty. Monty players don't really play solo very often, so you know, Oryx being able to counter shields is more gimmicky than anything else, but still can be fun sometimes and can get you value if you can ever find a shield isolated from his team, but it shouldn't be happening for most good shield players. Overall, Oryx, low on this list because it doesn't bring utility, hard to justify him on most bomb sites, but his abilities are kind of interesting, and you do see them come into effect every now and again. Continuing on, we have Tachanka. Tachanka stays pretty much right where he was on the previous list, an operator who in 99% of situations is just a worse pick than an operator like Smoke or like Goyo. But there are a few niche bomb sites, a few niche situations. Tachanka does see a good number of picks. He has some upsides, right? A 3 armor is pretty much what you want for an anchor operator. The machine pistol secondary is nice. The shield for the secondary gadget is probably the highest value secondary gadget you're going to get on an operator like Oryx. C4s are often considered a little bit higher value overall than deployable shields. But for an op like Oryx, who already has plant denial, you probably don't want to double up with the C4, so you like having the shield. And the primary weapons, you know, they're not horrible. You can get pretty much infinite sight setup with the LMG, and if you don't need that, I think the SMG is a fine weapon as well. The problem is just that the Shamika launcher itself is really awful. It takes forever to reload. It takes forever to swap between it and your gun. It doesn't deal very much damage. The fire that it shoots doesn't last very long. Basically, everything that the Shamika launcher could be, it fails in the stats where it's supposed to deliver, right? Compare Tachanka to an operator like Smoke or Goyo, when you're using that ability to stop a plant, right, to stall out some kind of a push from the enemy, it's so fast. It's really quick for Smoke to toss out a Toxic Babe, pop it, and then bring up the SMG-11. That's a relatively quick process. If you're Goyo, you literally just keep your gun up the whole time, you shoot the canister, and then you're done. You're never putting your gun down. For Tachanka, you got to put away your gun, bring up the Shamika launcher. Maybe you got to reload it, which is going to take you ages. Then you shoot it. Then you put it away. Then you pull up your gun. By the time you've pulled up your gun, the fire that you shot is basically over anyways. It doesn't last long enough. So what happens in practice is that Tachankas basically have to keep that fire launcher up the entire time, especially when you factor in reloading. And it just makes it so bad to play. If anybody realizes what you're doing and they push you deep, you're just going to get shot down and killed because you cannot fight back if somebody gets up in your face. In Stage 2, Tachanka registered as viable on 2 different bomb sites. That was Consulate top floor and Lair top floor. And he's really fallen off on Lair. I was kind of hoping we'd see more Tachanka on Lair because his win rate was quite good in Stage 2. But I guess in scrims, that win rate was not keeping up the pace because teams did not want to bring him back for Lair top floor. I think we saw a lot more attackers on Lair top floor focus on like our 6 room as well and pushing it around like storage and server versus going through operations and trying to get like a mask plant down. So that hurt Tachanka as well. Consulate still remains the best site for Tachanka. Top floor Consulate is still really strong. You can sit him basically where the smoke would sit, and he's kind of in a safer position, so he doesn't worry as much about getting rushed down. Most teams are still bringing Smoke and or Goyo, but occasionally you'll see Tachanka there instead. I know BDS like to run that from time to time. Bank Basement is also a bomb site that Tachanka has picked up as a new viable site for him, which, again, not crazy compared to how you'd see Tachanka played in rank on that site. Nade on W7M really pushed the pick rate of Tachanka on this bomb site. Nade was playing a lot of this operator at SI. Half of all Tachanka bank rounds at SI were played by Nade. So that's kind of one player pushing the pick rate a little bit higher. And Nade is, of course, surrounded by teammates who can kind of make up for that weakness, right? Who can protect him if he's got that Shamika launcher out, so he doesn't have to worry about getting rushed like that. Usually he's playing pretty standard, right? He's playing back inside of elevators. He's playing inside of vault, so he can deny the plant spots and kind of hold things down. And I think they would probably have a smoke in place of Tachanka there, but they wanted to smoke for server stairs, right? So if your smoke is already taken, combining smoke and Tachanka can see some decent value. But the bomb sites where that's gonna happen are very limited. Well, if you've watched me for a while now, you'll know that I think Osa is the most overrated operator in the game. I think she's really bad and really overused in both ranked and competitive. And finally, at SI, it seems like the pros have started to agree with me. In our last list, I talked about how Osa has the second highest attacking win rate in the game during Stage 2. But when you restrict it to just the top 3 regions, North America, Europe, and Brazil, Osa's win rate fell down all the way to bottom 3. And now at SI, we're seeing that again. SI is the highest level of competition. It takes the best teams from around the world, and Osa's viability has absolutely plummeted. She had an 8.24% viability, one of the highest out of any operators in the game. That's fallen to below 0%. At this point, she is actively reducing the win rate of the bomb sites where she is being played. And for an operator as niche and hyper-specific as Osa, that's a huge red flag. Let me rant about why Osa's so bad, because it's one of my favorite things to do. I think her shield is very weak. It has so many counters, right? If you put the shield down, almost every defensive lineup is going to have a litany of impact grenades or C4s. Toxic Babes will counter the Osa shield. Even Tachanka, if it's being brought, can get those fire grenades past the Osa shield. And as soon as that Osa shield gets destroyed, you're screwed, right? If your whole game plan, and usually this is the game plan with Osa, if your whole game plan is to plant behind a shield, one Nitro Cell or one Impact Grenade cannot be the key to dismantling your whole strat. Yes, technically you have 2 Osa shields, but usually the second is being played for like a cover angle. So if you've now got to go remove that cover angle, your push is getting so much weaker. And compare an Osa plant to something like a Blitz plant, or even a Blackbeard plant, or even a Monty plant. All of these are operators where if they hear a C4 rip, they can just leave, and they take their cover with them. If you're planting in a bomb site with a shield on your back, and somebody tries to toss out a Nitro, you can outplay that. You can get off in time, you can predict it, you can hear it, you can come back, and you still plant under your shield. With Osa, even if you were the greatest player alive, if you hear that Nitro Cell rip, and you manage to dodge the Nitro, your utility still goes down. Even the worst Nitro of all time, even a Nitro Cell that is so poorly timed that it's easy to avoid, still gets value against an Osa because it's still destroying that shield. At the same time, if Osa is ever holding her shield, she is incredibly vulnerable. She cannot react to help teammates if somebody swings up on her. She cannot quickly put the shield away or put the shield down to bring her gun out. And if somebody rushes up to the Osa and there are no teammates to help cover, she's just going to get rushed down and shot in the head because, again, she cannot react as long as that shield is out. The one situation where we consistently see Osa having good value is when she's covering a long angle that is either too long of an angle or not important enough of an angle to impact or C4 away. If she can get into a position where she's far away from the action and her shield is hard to destroy and she can get her gun up, she's got a good ability to cover for a plant. But she cannot be the one planting because there's always going to be a defender who is ready to toss out some explosive utility and just decimate the plan of the Osa. The only bomb sites where Osa registered as viable were Bank top floor and Border top floor. And I'm honestly surprised not to see Bank basement, but I guess teams are just kind of moving away from the garage push in general. Usually an Osa in garage kind of hit that sweet spot where you're far enough away and you're in not that important of an angle where your shield will usually stay up. But I guess teams just were moving more away from that strategy. Osa top floor, I think, can be fine. It's one of the better Osa strats because you can use those shields for covering from square or even from the windows if you want to. But it was unfortunate to see that Border top floor was still being run by so many teams. I think Osa on a Border Archives push is the single worst strategy that we see commonly in high-level play. It usually only works because another player elsewhere on the map is getting a lot of kills, right? If that Osa strategy is going to try to put a plant down Archives, it can sometimes find success if it is so distracting and all the defense tunnel vision on it that you can get, like, another player in lockers to then get a bunch of kills. But the plant itself is almost never successful behind an Osa shield at a high level because teams focus it way too hard. You're always getting C4 and you always lose the round. Not always, but the win rate is very, very low. At SI, the stats back that up. Osa on Border top floor had 4 wins and 7 losses, which reduced the win rate of attackers on that site by 14% total. Osa, as I say time and time again, just not a good operator, and it's nice that the stats are finally starting to agree with that assessment. Moving on to the second biggest fall off of this entire tier list compared to the Stage 2 list, Skopos is dropping 21 placements from the B- tier to the D- tier, coming from a huge hit to both her viability and her impact. Her pick rate and win rate are way lower at SI than they were when she was first introduced at the latter half of Stage 2. On the last list, I talked about how Skopos' ability to fall off in the roam is very unique, right? And I think this still reigns true. On a bomb site like Clubhouse Basement, right? Skopos' ability to play the top floor and safely get back to the basement without worrying about the cutoffs that the attackers are holding, without worrying about being caught as you're retreating back to the basement, is valuable. I think that is a cool thing that Osa contributes. Not Osa, come on, Skopos contributes. And it's something nobody else does, right? But I think when you've got other roaming options such as Legion, Valkyrie, Vigil, Mozzie, all of whom are going to help you on that roam more than what Skopos is going to do, rather than just helping you escape from a roam, I think Skopos ends up having quite a high opportunity cost. A lot of the other options you could be bringing instead of Skopos are going to enable you to perform better on the roam, get more kills, waste more time, versus Skopos, who's basically only going to help you get out of that roam alive, whether it goes well or whether it goes poorly. And roaming in Rainbow Six Siege, especially in the current meta, where operators like Dokkaebi, Deimos, even Shields, who take space really freely, are so powerful, is tough. I don't think the meta favors Skopos right now. If you don't have some kind of utility, such as goo mines or Valkyrie cameras or an ability to stop drones, roaming is quite difficult, I think, in the current meta of Rainbow Six Siege. The other way that like people have tried to use Skopos is rat plays. But again, like at pro level, people drone, you know, and the percentage of time where you're going to be able to sneak a shield somewhere way on the highest part of the map and then swap to it late in the round to go for like a killer flank is very, very low. It doesn't help that Skopos as a robot is also just like very loud, so flanking with her is really, really tough. I don't know. It's kind of disappointing that Skopos has had such a big fall off because I think she's such an interesting operator. But she's just a little bit too gimmicky, doesn't really have enough impact overall. She maintains viability on a few different sites. She maintains viability on Clubhouse Basement, Lair Basement, and Bank Open Area, although she has a negative impact on every single one of those sites. So while she was getting played on those sites, her win rate was bad, and it wouldn't shock me if in the future, if we go into year 10, the Skopos pick rate falls off even harder. There's a world where this op just goes to the level of like Caveira and like the meme operators in F tier. I hope that's not the case, but man, the stats and I think the theory around Skopos are not positive. Next we got Kali, and I like Kali, man. It's funny how Kali and Skopos can be so close to each other on the tier list, but also just have such different I have such a different opinion of these operators. And I think the difference with Kali is that, like Skopos, Kali is very, very niche. But she continues to keep a higher win rate. She continues to have quite a decent impact rating on the very few bomb sites where she is brought. I think part of it is that Kali attracts pro players that know how to use her, right? She's not an easy operator to play. That sniper rifle is not well used by all players. All right, let me just say that. But the players who are good with the sniper rifle have pulled off some pretty ridiculous stuff with it, and I gotta respect the Kali players for running that. I thought Spirits had some really nice rounds on Kali at the 6th Invitational. I think J90 played her well a few times. Hat had the most Kali picks of the tournaments, but he did have a slightly negative win rate with the operator, so didn't have the most success. And then Kino would be kind of the traditional Kali player that most would think of when they think of who plays this operator the most. But I don't actually think he played even a single round on Kali at SI, so maybe just didn't really play the right maps, didn't have the opportunity to. Cocktail on Cafe, Wine on Chalet, and then CEO on Bank were the 3 bomb sites where Kali counted as viable. Bank CEO, to me, always feels like the home of Kali. It's where we see the most play out of her. She's really good at countering Azami, Castle, and Mira. And those are 3 of the strongest defenders on that top 4 site. You can also sit outside on the windows and hold really powerful angles as Kali. Pushing her in through square can be really good. Using her to hold the stock windows can be really good. In theory, you could even like get on lobby repel and hold some angles, or if you're getting crazy with it, I've seen Spider-Man repels with Kali down through the lobby hatch, which have a higher success rate than you would expect. She's good to get the Canto wall as well if there's like a really annoying Electro Claw there. Kali is really strong on Bank top floor, and that's where we see her get played the most. I think Cocktail on Cafe, again, you get tons of windows. It's one of the strongest Azami bomb sites in the game. And then Wine on Chalet, I think, is mostly just for the main breach and holding outside, right, for assisting with smoke plants. Kali did get a buff in the last since the last list, and that she got smoke grenades. Which I'm sure was a big help, like specifically on Chalet. Smoke grenades are broadly a very strong gadget. If you're going for a smoke plant, usually Glaz is the way that you want to go. And Glaz is much higher on this list than Kali, but I like that they gave her smokes. I think that does have a real positive impact on her win rate, and I think it does make her a bit of a better operator. Kali as a niche operator is never going to be high on these tier lists that I do because she's never going to be universal on all the bomb sites. But I think she's in a good spot right now where the bomb sites that she is consistently brought on, she has pretty good impact. And the players that play Kali play her really, really well. So I like Kali as an op overall, but certainly not universal enough to get out of D tier. All right, next we've got Maestro. If Siege was like a middle school, right, and all the operators were attending middle school, Maestro would be the kid who is just bullied every single day from first period to last period, always picked on, and his biggest bully by far has to be Brava. Brava makes Maestro basically irrelevant, not just a bad operator to bring, not just a detriment in terms of the utility cost of bringing other operators, the opportunity cost. But Maestro with Brava on the other side is actually a detriment often to his very teammates. If Brava can hack the evil eyes that are almost certainly being placed inside the bomb site, that's insanely good intel for the attackers. It allows the attackers to clear out defender utility, some util that Brava otherwise wouldn't be able to clear out because Brava can only really clear like 3 pieces of util with each drone. So Maestro gives a lot more util clear to Brava. Along with the ability to zap defenders, along with the ability to get that information, even if they punch the camera, Brava can still hold it open, right, and gain that information during critical parts of the push. Compare it to like Brava hacking a bulletproof. If you know your bulletproof got hacked, well, at least on the defense, you can just shoot the side of it and it's whatever. If your evil eye gets hacked, you better have impacts. Like, you gotta actually use your own explosive utility to destroy your primary gadget ability. It's really detrimental. Even if Brava wasn't in the game, I don't think Maestro would be an incredibly strong operator. He's really, really slow. LMGs are kind of mid right now, so it doesn't feel super good to play as Maestro. And his secondary util is garbage, right? Think about how good Anchor secondary util is in Siege. Most of the strong anchors in this game will bring a shield, or they'll bring a C4, or they'll bring a bulletproof, or like beepers of all things. Maestro gets barbed wire, impacts, and obs blockers. That's almost insulting, given how bad the rest of Maestro's kit is. Why is Maestro not even allowed to have like a shield or something? I do not get it. If you can keep the bubbles alive, right? If the bubbles don't get hacked by Brava and they don't get cleared, they are insane. Right? Nobody's denying this. You get 3 bubbles overall. They're bulletproof cams that can deny plants. That is incredible, right? So I maybe can see where Ubisoft's coming from with that. But the problem is, like, you just don't keep them very often. The 3 sites where Maestro is considered to be viable were Consulate Basement, Cafe Kitchen, and then Bank's top floor. I was a little bit surprised to see Bank top floor and not Bank basement. But he was played at SI 8 times the top floor, only 4 times in the basement. So I guess that made the difference. I think Maestro on basement is just so overplayed, and that every attacking team knows how to counter it. A Brava can very easily get a drone inside of that bomb site because there's often not defenders that are directly watching those hatches. That's why Twitch is so good on that site as well. So that probably has a lot to do with it. Of all these sites, all of these sites that Maestro is good on as well are sites where Maestro can kind of try to work long angles with the LMG. Maestro, compared to most defenders, especially compared to most anchors, has pretty good range on his guns. So that might be another advantage to bring Maestro. But too often, Maestro is just cucked by Brava. Too often, his util is getting destroyed by, nades and Ash and Zofia and all these other operators. So it feels really bad to play Maestro right now. And outside of his primary ability, he just doesn't have a lot going for him. All right, out of D- into D flat, I am begging the ranked players to please stop banning Jackal, bro. This operator is not good. He hasn't been good in 8 years, and this tier list, he's placed in pretty much the exact same spot that he was placed on the last list. Let's go over Jackal's upsides, right? Let's talk about why you might bring a Jackal. Roam clearing as a primary gadget in Siege is very, very strong, right? We talked about how intel as a primary gadget is not very strong because, or cameras in particular is not very strong because everybody brings drones. But roam clearing is a very difficult thing to do in Rainbow Six Siege. So if you have primary utility that assists in that roam clearing, that can be really powerful, right? Lion Charge, Dokkaebi calls, Deimos, and even the footprints from Jackal can be really nice. Smokes are also a good secondary gadget to be bringing. I don't think they synergize that well with the rest of Jackal's kit. Jackal is usually like an early game roam clear operator. If you're bringing Jackal, it's probably because the enemy has a heavy roam setup and not that heavy of a site setup, so planting is probably not the most difficult thing. But, smokes are still nice. You're never going to complain about having them, so it's not the biggest issue. I think Jackal's biggest problem by far is just that he competes for a spot on the attacking lineup with all the other roam clearing operators. Dokkaebi, Lion, and Deimos all do Jackal's job much better than Jackal does, right? If you need hard pings on your opponent, Deimos is going to far and away do a better job than Jackal will. Deimos can be more reliable with who he's pinging, right? The worst thing in the world is Jackal is if you see some footprints, you scan them, and then the defender you scan is like hunkered down in the middle of the bomb site, and they just ran up to the roam to reinforce a hatch or something, right? So you can be consistent if you're a Deimos player with who you are tracking, whereas you can't really do that as a Deimos. One of Deimos' biggest problems is he's not great for tracking roamers that are ratting around. You know, he doesn't really speed up the roam clear. You have to have already droned an operator or an operator's gadget to clear them out. But if your goal is to help speed up the roam clear, then Dokkaebi and Lion are going to do a much better job with that. Dokkaebi in particular makes roam clearing so much faster. Yeah, you get a bit of an idea where players are or are not roaming as a Jackal, but it's hard to use that super reliably because you don't necessarily know if there's a guy in the other room because he could have gotten there through some different path, right? You don't necessarily know... well, okay, there's no footprints on this staircase. There could be on the other staircase, on the other side of the map. So you don't speed things up that quickly as a Jackal. You do a little bit, but Dokkaebi does it a lot better. The only time you really see Jackal getting brought in Pro Siege is when clearing the roam is so important that you want to be roam clearing with like 2 different roam clear ops, right? So maybe you have the Dokkaebi to speed things up, and then you've got the Jackal there to get the direct pings on these operators and corner them and kill them. Or maybe you've got Jackal to find the general location of an operator, you get a ping on them, and then Deimos can scan them and it's double pings, right? Maybe you pair them with a Lion as well. These are powerful strategies, but generally this situation where the defense is bringing so many roamers and so little site utility that you can afford to bring 2 roam clearers is like pretty rare, right? It is not that often that you see strategies where... there's an incredibly heavy roam setup, and you need 2 roam clearers. Usually, Deimos on his own gets the job done. Usually, Dokkaebi on her own gets the job done. Jackal's just in a weak spot at the moment, and it's unfortunate that his ban rate is still so high in ranked because I don't think he was banned even a single time at the 6th Invitational. I'll check this though. Jackal bans 0. Yeah, there you go. Coming up next, we got Doc, another one of these operators that ranked players seem to believe is the GOAT, but really struggles. I think a lot of people look at Doc and they think, oh, this is a generalist who's always going to be useful. You know, he's a healer, and this is very natural. In Rainbow, in a lot of video games, you always want a healer. Healers are very generalist, and it's something that you want all the time. But as I mentioned with Rook, as I mentioned with Thunderbird, in Rainbow Six Siege, healing is a very weak ability because the time to kill is so incredibly low. Headshots are one-shot headshot. Even body shot players die so fast that taking a moment to slow things down and stim yourself or stim a teammate with the pistol is pretty rare and often doesn't make that big of a difference, right? Usually the first gunfight you're in, if you're going to lose it, if you're going to take damage, you're going to get killed. You're going to get headshot and killed, or you're going to get body shot like 3 times, and you're going to die. If that didn't happen, maybe you took only like 1 shot to the body or something, and then you won that gunfight. Great, you can get healed up by the doc, but then the next gunfight, you're still probably going to get headshot if you're going to lose, or you're going to get body shot multiple times and you're going to die. So it's really rare that you'll see healing get value, because in 2 different gunfights back-to-back, you're going to have to take a bit of damage. And the amount of times where a little bit of heal from a doc is enough to save you is quite rare. That said, Doc is placed significantly higher than Thunderbird or Rook, and there's a good reason for that. That's because Doc is an operator who can stack all of his healing up onto one person, usually himself. That means when you're not taking damage from bullets, if you are for some reason taking damage over time, he can be really, really good at tanking damage over time and maintaining a position that other operators would have no choice but to leave. And damage over time is rare in Siege, but it's not completely out of the meta. Doc is the greatest Capital counter in the game. Doc can sit in Capital fire and exist in a position where other operators would have to leave or die. Doc can survive nades. If you see a nade get tossed at you and it's in the red, you can stim up, all of a sudden it's not killing you. You can move slightly out of its range, the nade takes you down to like 10 HP, you stim up, it's like the nade never happened. So when there are incredibly strong power positions that you expect the attackers to try to clear with either nades or a Capitao, Doc is often the best option. For this reason, Rafters on CCTV Cache is like the primary spot you'll play Doc. Armory Lockers Archives, another good place you'll see Doc. Not as much because you're expecting to get spammed out by a Capitao, but because just like other operators on border, util is less important. A lot of the gunfights you're going to be taking as Doc are long-range gunfights against attackers that are outside the building. So being able to go for those swings with good util and heal yourself up if you take a bit of body damage, it has less of an opportunity cost than most of the other times where bringing a Doc is being considered. I will say for Rafters, there was a clip somewhat recently of Foxay playing this spot in like a pro TM or something. And he just kept getting air jabbed over and over and over again inside of Rafters, so he couldn't heal himself. I don't know. We'll see if that actually... I don't think that's going to be like a common Pro League strategy. I think Doc will still be good on Rafters, but it will be funny if we see that come out in a real pro game because, yeah, it might take away like the one niche that Doc currently has if people just start spamming air jabs at him. Yeah, we'll see. For now, though, Doc is... a very niche operator who is pretty good in certain sites. You can see that from his impact as well. Almost 12%. Ridiculous on the bomb sites where he's actually played, but so rarely is that the case. Next, we got Amaru. Amaru, one of my favorite ops in the game, personally. She still sits in D tier because she is quite niche. But Amaru is kind of fun because you can really use Amaru in two very different ways. Ranked players and casuals will often look at Amaru as an operator solely designed for fragging and rushing, right? An operator who can get in the bomb site immediately, go for a fast site hit, or go for a fast roam clear, have her gun up, and catch defenders off guard for early kills, right? And we see this a lot from teams when they want to take control of, say, like CEO top floor on Consulate, right? If there's like a piano defense and you want to roam clear, you can go straight up into admin, you can go straight up into like bathroom or whatever. We see this as well in like gym bedroom. This is a strategy that kind of came into effect recently where you'll see you'll see Amaru very quickly go in through the main stairs window and take a bunch of gunfights and help participate in the rush. The Amaru can also go up the gym hatch and help get kills that way. So this like very fast, frag-focused, rush-style Amaru is how most people see Amaru in like ranked and in casual. But in competitive, that's not the primary way you see Amaru getting played. Usually you'll see Amaru being brought in Pro Siege as a planting operator. Most famously, you'll see that on a Consulate CEO attack where you'll want to get a plant down on CEO window. And to do that, you will Amaru in and out over and over of the CEO window. You'll bait out C4s, you'll bait out Toxic Babes, and eventually you'll get in the window quickly. You'll get the plant down because it's so much faster to get in and start that plant than just repelling in normally. It's easier for you you take less damage when you're faking this. You can quickly get back out. You can take basically no smoke tick damages versus like if you try to go in and out of a window with any other operator, and that yourself is just going to completely ruin your strategy. So Consulate CEO is like the main place where we see that, but you also see Amaru being brought for this plant purpose on, say, Office on Skyscraper, where the bottom floor, usually not contested by the defense, you can jump up, you smoke that off. Because the Gar hook is so loud, it's usually easy to be read into, but if the defense don't have any nitro cells or can't stop that plant, then often it can still work out for you to get the plant down. Dining on Chalet is a popular one as well. You go through the basement, you hop up the dining hatch, you plant behind the bomb chassis or behind the table. It can be a bit of a surprise way to get that plant down, especially if you cannot open the main fireplace walls. And Dining on Cafe, probably the other bomb site where you see that sometimes, where you'll jump up the freezer hatch and try to get a plant down under the cover of your teammates. Cool operator, pretty good win rate overall, extremely site-specific though, so Amaru cannot go higher than the D tier, but some cool uses, and I think some uses that ranked players often don't think about that is maybe makes Amaru a better operator in competitive than how you usually see her played in ranked. Next, we got Nokk. Now, Nook's pick rate has slowly been ticking up and up ever since her gadget got buffed to now it lasts forever, assuming you're not moving too fast. So I'm watching more and more Nokk these days, and I swear to God, the more Nokk I watch, the more I dislike this operator. Ignoring Thorn, who I already mentioned played one round and lost. Nokk had the single lowest win rate of any operator at the 6th Invitational, right? So the worst win rate ever was Nokk, who played 1 round and lost. 0% win rate. Nokk was played 97 times, much higher sample size, and only won 33 of those rounds. That is a dreadful 34% win rate, and I think it comes down to maybe not the gadget itself, but more so how Nokk is being played and what pro players are trying to do when they pick Nokk for a specific execute. Nokk's gadget on its own is fine. Like, it's pretty mid. It counters default cameras, which is not something that defenders usually rely on, but it allows you to get past default cams. So if a defender checks it and it's not shot, they maybe feel a little bit more safe, a bit more comfortable. It counters other cameras like bulletproofs and Valkyrie cameras, which is better than countering bulletproofs. But BPs and Valk cams are very site-specific. You don't see them all the time, and you often don't know where they're placed, Valk cams in particular. So sometimes it can be hard to know when you can move quickly and when you can't. So sometimes it's hard to get values out of getting that, but there's genuine value in not being spotted by those things. But otherwise, she doesn't counter almost anything. She doesn't counter beepers. She doesn't counter barbed wire. She doesn't counter banshees. She doesn't counter legion. She doesn't counter wooden barricades being placed up. She doesn't counter the majority of utility that that defenders are actually relying on to stop flanks and stop pinch players, and that's her whole job, right? In Rainbow Six Siege, cameras are useful, but sound is even more useful. Being able to hear where an opponent is coming from is more common. It is a more common way of being alerted than directly seeing them. Because if you're on a cam, you've got to put your gun away. You've got to be a little bit more secure. You've got to rely on a teammate calling that for you. If you're holding an angle, a sound cue just goes into your ears. You don't have to be pulled away from that angle you're watching. So for the majority of positions where you'd like to sneak a Nokk in, Nokk doesn't actually counter the utility that's being set up to stop that kind of a play. And Nokk is basically the same as any other operator. On top of that, if you're sneaking around on Nokk, you're really committing to the strategy, right? You're probably not playing with your team. You're not able to get traded. You're not able to take space away from the defenders because they don't know where you're. They don't know where you're there. You're not able to distract really for your teammates. Basically, the only thing you're able to do is you're able to get into an annoying spot and try to get a free kill. And if you fail, you basically put your team into an instant 4v5 because you're not really bringing any utility. Can openers are very, very rare on Nokk. Frag grenades and EMPs are okay, but they kind of defeat the purpose of Nokk, right? If you're tossing nades or tossing EMPs, you're not being sneaky, you're not being quiet, they're going to know you. So often it just feels like Nokk is not able to do her one job, and if she doesn't do her one job, she is not contributing anything to the team. She doesn't have any other real upsides. Nook's home is, of course, on bank, but even on bank, she struggles. She has a very bad minus 38% impact on bank basement attacks. Her open area attacks are pretty much even with the average, and then her top floor attacks are a slight 8% increase in win rate. But it's tough to find the times where Nokk is going to be worth it in Rainbow Six Siege. Every time I watch a Nokk play, there's like a 1 in 4 chance of her getting any value. And if she doesn't, then she's basically putting her team in a 4v5. Bit of a troll op in my mind. Don't like this operator, and I think she's probably even ranked a little too high on this list, sitting in D tier. All right, continuing on. D tier is so fun, man, because it's either complete garbage generalist ops like Nokk or Jackal that I need to just talk about being really, really bad. And then right after them, I'll talk about an operator who is in the same tier because they are quite niche, but are actually quite good in that niche. And that's what we've got here. We're talking about Glaz. Glaz's position is pretty much unchanged from the last list. He starts our D+ tier, actually, so he's starting up the next set of operators. Glaz continues to be the best attacker in the game at sitting and holding one single angle. He's almost always used for executes to help cover for the plant. If you can sit somewhere safe, maybe outside the building, and hold a smoke, it's pretty much free kills versus anybody who is trying to swing you. Even Warden, the one defender on the other side that could maybe see through those smokes and counter you, is going to be at a disadvantage, assuming that Glaz is holding the angle that he swings, right? Even if you don't have the cover of the smokes, if somebody swings into a sniper rifle, you're gonna be winning that fight more often than not, right? Assuming you have any decent reaction timing, it's gonna be an easier shot for you to hit than a shot for them to hit. Warden will have a better chance at countering a Glaz because he can see through those smokes, but even Warden is often going to be outplayed and outgunned by a Glaz, assuming Glaz is holding the one correct angle that Warden ends up swinging. Biggest problem with Glaz is that he's not a very versatile operator. If you go into a round with plan, right? Say you go into plan A and plan A fails. Maybe your planter dies somehow. Maybe a nitro cell catches you off guard. Whatever it is, if plan A fails, it can be very difficult as a Glaz to adapt to a plan B. You basically have to pull out the machine pistol and pray that you're a god. But usually with a Glaz, like plan A is strong enough that you're not worried too much about the plan B, right? Plan A is usually good enough for Glaz. CCTV Cache and Consulate Top Floor were the two bomb sites that were not considered viable in Stage 2, but now are, which have contributed to a slightly higher viability score for Glaz in this list versus the last list. His overall score has actually gone up from the last list. He falls 3 placements on this because other operators are also doing better. But Glaz is certainly seeing decent amount of play and decent amount of wins at SI. Consulate Top Floor is one that I know Bolo's been running a ton on DZ, but SI felt like the first event where other teams started experimenting with Glaz on this bomb site as well. More and more we see Glaz plays coming around like Top Spiral, sometimes over on the Balcony Breach. There's some cool things you can do with long angles on that top floor where Glaz can be good for getting defenders out of spots where otherwise they would be very hard to get out of there. CCTV Cache was a site that I never would have expected Glaz to be a good pick on. But at SI, there were 2 teams, Shopify Rebellion and Virtus Pro, that both really pushed the Glaz on this map, and both of whom used it to basically smoke the garage door and try to get a pick on the guy that was playing Rafters. Weirdly enough, both of these teams used this strategy against FaZe Clan. KDS is the Rafters player for FaZe, and he was just getting headshot by Glaz players left and right. Both VP and Shopify found a lot of good value in bringing Glaz to shut down KDS specifically on this site. I'll be really interested to keep looking at this and see if we get any more cool Glaz plays on that site, or if that was just like a one-off strat at SI to try to take down the best team in the world. But regardless, I thought it was really creative. Shout out to whoever came up with that. I assume it was either Shopify or VP, because putting the Glaz down by the door and then sometimes even rotating over him to platform wall just to kill the guy on Rafters was a cool little update to the Glaz meta that we weren't really seeing before the 6th Invitational. Next, we got Finka. Finka feels like an operator that everybody seems to have an opinion on. Some people think she's great. Some people think she's horrible. And the numbers say that she's horrible. Almost negative 12% impact for Finka at SI 2025 is horrendous. She moves down 10 spots on this list from C tier down to D minus tier. D plus tier. I'm honestly not sure 100% what caused Finka's win rate to tank so much at SI. It might just be a low sample size mixed with the fact that she's usually being brought out in kind of like desperation rounds where teams on attack have been losing for the last couple of rounds and they're just trying to get something to shake things up, and it usually doesn't go so well. There were a few players in Boston who just kept on bringing Finka over and over again and kept on losing with Finka over and over again. Perez from Raza Company Academy brought her 9 times and only won once. Adam from Unwanted brought her 5 times and lost every single round. Even Shaiko, who played her the most at the tournament with 11 rounds, had a negative win rate overall with a 4-7 record. So it feels like there were just a couple of players that couldn't make this op work. The majority of players tended to stay away from Zofia. The majority of teams didn't run Zo at all, or they ran her very, very frequently. By far, Finka's best bomb site seems to be Consulate Top Floor, which she was brought the highest amount and also had a pretty good impact. She had plus 13% on Consulate Top Floor. As I mentioned on the last list, right, the theory with Finka is like ideally Finka gives like a little bit of healing and a little bit of benefit to all 5 players at once, right? So ideally, if you're going to get the most out of a Finka stim, you're going to pop it when all 5 players are kind of taking gunfights around the same time, right? That would be the perfect Finka stim. So often you don't want to do that when you're like taking map control or roam clearing, right? Because when you're taking map control or roam clearing, often 1 or 2 guys are getting into gunfights, 1 or 2 guys are sitting on drones, and then maybe like 1 guy is across the map like trying to hold a pinch angle who may or may not get into a fight. Ideally, you're using the Finka stims when like all 5 players are pushing into the bomb site all at once. And that could mean for a rush. Finka is very often considered like a rush operator, much like Amaru, but it doesn't have to be a rush. You know, any bomb site where you don't really need to take map control, you can just go in and hit the site. Even if it's after, 90 seconds of droning or whatever it might be, even if it's after some utility usage. Think it gets value there. And top floor consulate is kind of like that, especially if you're going for a specific like CEO plant. If you're going admin side over, it can be a little bit less so. But even then, maybe 5 players kind of push in together to take admin, and then 5 players push in together to take the bomb site. So I think it makes sense that is like a bit of a Finka specific site. And generally, those are the sites where you see Finka thrive on. But also, at the same time, I mean, the win rate is just horrible with Finka. She doesn't bring a ton of util, really. She brings nades, which is nice. Nades are quite powerful. Her gun, the LMG is okay. As I mentioned before, LMGs aren't great right now, but they're not bad. You're usually just in need of some other kind of util, right? Finka's not really doing one job super well, and it's often hard to fit a Finka into the lineup because she's not helping with a lot of that util clear. Next up, we get an operator who I am pleased to announce has jumped up significantly since the last list. The operator who had the single worst impact of any other op on the Stage 2 list has bumped himself up by 12 points, the most that we've seen so far. I don't know if Jager is back because he's still C- tier, but he's up from D- tier, so we're going to take that. Jager starts us off at C-. And his impact is still pretty bad, right? He's reducing win rates by about 5% overall when he's brought versus when he isn't. But that's up from reducing them by 8% last list. So he is starting to win a few more rounds, even if he is still losing more often than he's winning. But his viability has gone up quadruple since the last list. And I would say that is almost certainly due to the flashbang nerf. With Operation Collision Point came a nerf to flashbangs, which reduced the total amount of flashes brought by operators from 3 down to 2. On the surface, this doesn't necessarily make sense why it would be a buff to Jager, right? Flashes are worse. Jager is a counter to flashbangs, so you might think that Jager should now be worse as well. If flashbangs are not being used as much, they're not being brought as often, in theory, maybe it makes sense to run less Jager. But when you think about how Jager's actually used, I think it does make sense that we'd see Jager's pick rate increase with this. Ideally, Jager doesn't actually want to stop flashbangs, right? 90% of the time, ADSs are not set up to stop you from being flashed. They're set up to stop explosives. They're set up to stop nades. They're set up to stop ash charges. They're set up to stop Gone 6, like whatever it is, right? They're there to stop things from being exploded. Often deployable shields, but sometimes maybe a bulletproof camera, maybe an evil eye, maybe a dread mine. There's so many strong pieces of defender utility that attackers want to blow up. Jager's job is to stop them from getting blown up. So if you reduce the amount of flashbangs that can be basically wasted on an ADS, then those ADSs from Jager are more likely to catch the explosives that they actually want to stop. So that means it's a bit of a Jager buff overall, the fact that we do see less flashbangs from the attack generally. Bar Cocktail and then Reading Room on Cafe were still 2 of the top 3 most played sites for Jager. Cafe continues to be the map for Jager, specifically because he's so strong on the top floor, whether that's holding down Pixel Shield, holding down Bathroom, holding down Cocktail, even holding down like Back Bar or Cigar. Like there's so many just like rooms that the attackers would like to nade out, and you can really prevent that as the Jager. Chalet got a big surge of play that we didn't see so much in Stage 2, but we saw it a lot at SI. He saw 9 rounds on Bar Games and then 7 rounds on Snowmobile and Wine. Of course, setting up those ADSs at the top of the library stairs can be really good if you're trying to hold Bar Games. And then on the basement in Snowmobile and Wine, usually Jager is being brought out as a complement to the Clash strategy that saw a lot of success. Running Clash on Chalet Basement has been a strategy for a very long time. And I'll talk about this more in the Clash section, that strategy was very effective at the 6th Invitational. It was brought quite often and had a really good win rate. And usually Clash being set up, effectively what you do in that strat, right, is you're going to open up the dining hatch, you're going to put a Clash down inside a boiler, you're going to reinforce the dining hatch, you're going to open up the wall so that you can extend into boiler. And this is often protected by Jager ADSs. They're good for blue as well, but you typically see them trying to protect kind of that position back behind the pillar inside of Wine more often than anything else, and to kind of protect that Clash. We also saw Jager bumping up in pick rate on bank basement. Across regional leagues in Stage 2, Jager had just a 4% pick rate on bank basement with 11 plays overall in 296 rounds. At SI, bank basement was the third, was played a third as much, right, with 101 rounds, but appeared at 25 picks. So overall, Jager had a 25% pick rate on the basement, up from 4% in Stage 2. So we really saw a lot more Jager play in the basement. And those aren't like groundbreaking stats. You know, Jager's not being played every single round or anything, but we still saw a lot of ADSs being placed kind of in the hallway where the mirror window goes or towards the top of server. And then Jager himself, if they're putting in that utility, could roam top floor around open area, around janitor, wherever he might want to be, so that if Jager dies, it's not that bad. And we saw that from a couple of different operators who have kind of set and forget pieces of utility. Roaming and expecting to die on the roam was more common overall on bank basement, and so Jager all of a sudden becomes an option where it's like you can get utility out of that primary gadget while still going on the roam and still being okay if you end up dropping dead and dying. So a couple different sites where Jager saw an uptick in usage. I think the flashbang nerf helped him quite a bit, and it's good to see Jager starting to climb this tier list, because he was one of the worst ops on the last list, and it makes me happy to see Jager doing well, because everyone likes Jager. Now, on the last list, Jager and Aruni were separated by 22 placements, but on this list, they're back-to-back, and that's mostly due to Jager spiking up in popularity, but it's also partly due to Aruni's win rate tanking at the 6th Invitational. Aruni had the single worst win rate of all defenders with at least 100 round plays. Skopos had a slightly worse win rate, but only was played 61 times, and then, of course, Thorn went 0-1. Aruni had just a 45% win rate, which is very low for defenders, right? This is not impact we're talking about. It's not a negative 5% impact, which would be one thing. It's a negative 14% impact, because typically you expect defenders to win about 55 to 60% of rounds. So a 45% win rate is really, really bad. And I think her impact reflects such a poor standing because her viability rate is still so high, right? A lot of bomb sites Aruni was being brought on, she just, I don't think, was getting very much value for the defense. Aruni has 8 different bomb sites that she was brought on where she's reducing the win rate by at least 10%. That's insane, right? Like 8 different sites throughout the map where you are reducing the win rate by 10% or more is kind of crazy. There were a couple of sites where Aruni really did thrive. We saw her down in Chalet Basement combining with the Jager Clash strat to protect the Clash, which got good value. You saw the Surya Gates kind of over by the doorway into Wine and, on the Wine hatch, for example. We saw that be effective. I think she's still good to play like Cafe top floor around Cocktail and stuff. But there were just too many bomb sites where she was brought consistently and just always dropping down that win rate, which is really unfortunate for the Aruni players. I think part of it is sample size, right? She probably gets a bit unlucky with the teams that were playing her and the teams that she was playing against, because I think she has some cool potential. And specifically comboing with Jager was something we saw more at this event than I think ever before. And there are opportunities for Aruni to shine on certain sites where those windows are really important to keep shut to make sure that nobody tosses utility through. But too often it's not really working out. We saw a couple cool strats on Cafe as well where players would quickly and quietly either break a barricade or make a hole in like the garage wall on the bottom floor and then go for runouts. Runouts are really, really powerful on Cafe, and so Aruni being able to make that soft breach without using an impact grenade, I thought got her a little bit of extra value. But yeah, I think on too many different bomb sites, she just wasn't really fitting into strats, and the strats that were kind of built around her weren't that strong, specifically versus like the attacking style that we're seeing out of most teams, which isn't often relying on full spamming out areas with explosives, as often as teams are relying on walking at them with a Blackbeard or a Monty. Now, we talked about Maestro as being the victim of systematic bullying, but his oppressor has also had a pretty bad tournament at the 6th Invitational. Brava drops a whopping 20 points, 20 spots from the last list that we had her on. Which, again, I think is a bit surprising. I think similar to Aruni, an overall sample size, small sample size, is not doing Brava any favors. Both her viability and impact have dropped significantly since the last list. I think Brava still does what she does very well. But what she does is still pretty niche. You know, she is the weakest of the 3 droning operators, right? She's competing with Twitch, she's competing with Flores, because the util that she's counters is not as strong as the util of the other 2 counters, right? Brava can counter Fenrir, he counters Melusi, she counters Maestro, as well as like beepers, cameras like Valkyrie, or just defaults or bulletproofs can be good for Brava. And this is useful. You know, a lot of this utility is strong, but a lot of it can also be countered by either Twitch or Flores anyways. And a couple of really key pieces of utility, such as Azami Kiba barriers or Mira windows or, you know, deployable shields, Brava really can't do too much about. So a lot of the Brava has like a smaller overall pool of utility that she can counter compared to the other droning operators. She has a bit of an upside in that she can hack that utility away, right? When you steal a camera, you know, if you shoot it as a Twitch, that camera's gone. If you explode it as Flores, that camera's gone. But if you steal it, you gain that information for yourself. But usually defenders know if some of their utility has been stolen, whether it's a bulletproof or a default cam or whatever it might be. And so usually the defenders can just shoot that utility, right? We already talked about with the one exception being Maestro. If that utility suddenly became like invincible or something, all of a sudden Brava gets good value. But if you hack a bulletproof, the defense are going to shoot it, right? If you hack like a dread mine, the defense are going to shoot it. Like, you're not actually getting much value out of hacking these more often than not. It really just comes down to being cleared. I think the biggest thing that Brava has is she can hack sound devices that are meant to alert players of locations without the defense necessarily knowing that they get hacked, right? If you hack a camera, you hop on your cams, oh, it's easy to figure out, wait, this camera's not on, we need to destroy it. But if you hack like a beeper or a banshee, that might fly under the radar. So you often see Brava on kind of small bomb sites where you can hop in and plant. I'm thinking of sites like Bar Game on Chalet, or both of the first floor sites on Border. These are bomb sites where the defense might want to extend out, right? They might want to roam around the top floor of the map. And in order to be alerted of any defenders jumping in, they might have a Banshee or a Beeper set up. But if you can hack that Banshee, hack that Beeper, it's possible to sneak a plant in, right? Dread mines are also really strong on sites like that where, you know, you're expecting to jump in, you're expecting to get a plant down. So naturally, Brava's going to find more utility on sites like that as well. I think the fall off from Brava mostly comes off from the fall off of defensive operators. You'll see both Fenrir and Melusi have dropped a little bit on this tier list compared to the last one. Not dramatically, but they are trending downwards, and so this is just bad for Brava stocks in general. And then the other 2 drone operators did quite well at SI, particularly the number 1 drone operator, who we'll get into a bit, had a very, very, very good tournament. So we'll talk about that much later on in the list, but there's one drone operator that really dominated the 6 Invitational, and that definitely cut into the stocks at Brava too. So Brava was our first operator in C tier flat, outside of the C- tier. Sentry will be our second operator, up 1 position from the last list. Hasn't moved too much. Sentry remains far worse than his other recruit counterpart on the attack. Sentry is great for filling holes in a defense, right? He's the most flexible defender in the game. If you need a shield and a C4, Sentry can do that. If you need, like, a bulletproof camera and some barbed wire, Sentry can do that. Any holes that you need in the defense, if you need 2 holes plugged, Sentry can do that pretty much always. Sentry also has a secondary shotgun, which is perfect for setting up site util. Again, makes Sentry really easy to fit into defensive lineups. And Sentry's got a pretty decent gun as well, so it never feels bad to bring a Sentry, but in a meta where the defense have so many powerful primary gadgets, it's rare that you're going to accept losing one of those powerful primary gadgets for just a secondary gadget. On attack, primary gadgets generally are weaker than they are on defense. On defense, entire operators are built around just their gadget. That happens on attack, but it happens less so, where the gun and the secondary util is more important. So there's always a high opportunity cost with bringing a Sentry. Compared to Striker as well, secondary util on defense doesn't really synergize the same way it does on offense. If you're running a Striker, you can use an EMP and a can opener to get a wall open all by yourself, right? If you need to clear somebody out, you can flash the Jager ADSs and then nade out a shield all by yourself. Striker is very self-reliant in a way that Sentry kind of isn't. his secondary util is hard to combo, right? Maybe you can put like a beeper and a barbed wire, but they don't get much out of both being on the field. They basically just get as much as they would by themselves, right? As a duo, they are not more powerful than than them being brought individually. Similarly, like a Nitrocell and a deployable shield are really, really strong, but like you're not going to often get combinations out of the two of them, right? Maybe you can toss out a Nitro from behind the deployable shield, but more often than not, those two bits of secondary gadgets are going to be used independently of one another, which means that having those two gadgets on the same operator isn't very valuable. And all of these things combined means that for the most part, Sentry is not a common pick. However, there is one team who, since the release of Striker and Sentry, have been running both of these operators drastically more than any other pro team, right? This one professional team has single-handedly kept both of these operators, but specifically Sentry, which other teams aren't running very much of, at the high pick rate and win rates that they are. And it just so happens that that team is currently the best team in the entire world. FaZe Clan, I don't know why, seem to love playing Sentry over and over again. They run this op like far more than anybody else. They have almost a quarter of all Sentry plays at the 6 Invitational. They have more than double the picks on Sentry than any other team at SI. They boosted Sentry's win rate single-handedly from 52%, which would be below average for defenders, all the way up to 60%, upgrading the impact by 8% along the way too. If FaZe didn't play Sentry so much, I don't think this op would get as much, would have as good a stats as it does. But FaZe Clan love this operator, and for that reason, Sentry is going to remain high on tier lists. Until FaZe Clan eventually drop Sentry, we're probably going to keep having to deal with it in Professional Siege because for one reason or another, FaZe Clan seem to love this op, and nobody else has really caught on. Maybe it's why they're the best team in the world. Who knows? All right, another big fall off, 14 spots from B- down to C tier. We've got Frost coming in next. Frost's impact and win rate actually went up at SI. Frost was winning a higher percentage of rounds at SI than she was back in Stage 2. Perhaps proving that, the higher rank you go, the better the level of players, the more effective Frost is. However, her viability and pick rank tanked drastically. Nobody's really drastically and dramatically. Nobody's playing Frost anymore. She lost viability on 10 different bomb sites. CCTV Cash was a big one on Clubhouse. Saw 30 picks regionally in Stage 2, only 2 picks at SI. Mining and Dining on Cafe fell from 8 picks to 2 picks. Lair Top Floor fell from 14 picks to 2 picks. Chalet Basement from 16 to 3. Bank Top Floor from 15 to 2. Border Bathroom from 25 picks in Stage 2 to just 1 pick at the 6th Invitational. Vents Workshop on Border, 8 to 1 as well. Consulate, 21 picks on the top floor, down to 0 at the 6th Invitational. And then Nighthaven top floor as well, 34 picks to 5, and then Nighthaven Storage, 18 to 3. All across Siege, it seems like people are abandoning the Frost, and I think it's just because SI is a bit of a higher level of competition. Frost didn't receive any nerfs. I don't think the meta changed in such a way that made Frost dramatically worse either. Frost is an operator that punishes bad plays, it punishes mistakes, and it punishes the lack of droning. And at SI, you'd expect to see all of that less frequently than you would in regional leagues, right? The level of play at SI is higher than the level of play at regional leagues, so perhaps people are just overestimating their opponents more, they're giving more respect to their opponents, and they don't think that Frost will be as good. Outside of the basement, Frost was still extremely popular on Chalet. This has long been the home of Frost. It's a map with so many windows, so many places you've got to jump in. She's still extremely popular on Cafe as well. Skyscraper as well. Another map that can just be difficult to get into because you're always hopping in windows. You're always walking in doorways that are contested. You got to keep your gun up and your eyes off the floor. And then Gym Bedroom is still a strong site for her on Clubhouse. Again, you're jumping in windows a lot for Gym Bedroom. I think Frost is kept alive on this list, largely due to her other utility. So having a secondary shotgun and having a shield are two really high-value things that a lot of defensive lineups need. So the fact that Frost brings both of those makes her easy to fit into the lineup. But again, if you run Frost too often, it's going to get predictable. People are going to consistently start countering her, and it's tough to justify picking Frost mats over a lot of the other powerful defensive utility that we see on defense at the moment. So still down in status C. Frost is one that I'm keeping an eye on because I'd like to see her. I expect to see her pick rate go back up when we get back into regional leagues, but yeah, at the 6 Invitational, it just might not be her show. Next, we got Solis. Solis remains one of the weakest roamers in Rainbow Six Siege, and she continues to be played almost exclusively on sites where you need to deny plants from below. Sites like Piano on Consulate or like Mining Dining on Cafe. Or you'll bring her on sites where you're expecting to deny plants from above, and you either think that a smoke plant is going to make that difficult on other operators, or maybe the bomb site is so big that you would otherwise struggle to find the defuse kit. The best example for that is Vent's Workshop on Border, right? Oftentimes, if you're Solis, you're playing above the bomb site on Vent's Workshop. You're holding up above, and if the attacking team tries to clear out the bomb site without clearing top floor, if you're any other operator and somebody's planting inside of Vents, or specifically planting inside a Workshop, you're in a nightmare situation because they could be planting in so many different spots. It's really hard to know where to go. You're not going to have all those angles in the floorboards opened up because you can't really do that prematurely in case you get cleared. But what Solis can do is she can just activate the gadget. She's playing up above, go find the defuse kit, easily denied from up above. So that ended up being her most played bomb site at the 6th Invitational. Bunk's briefing on Lair was another one where Solis was extremely common because it's so common to see teams hit that bomb site without clearing the top floor. Clearing top floor of Lair is really, really difficult, so teams will sometimes just try to smoke plant in the site after getting the Bunk's wall open. If there's a Solis up top, you can't really do that. You know, even if you're smoke planting, Solis is going to be able to stop that plant. Generally, though, the Solis strategies did not work very well, right? The theory, I think, is there for some of these bomb sites, but in practice, pro players had about a negative 6% impact on Solis. But there were 3 players at SI who had a really high pick rate and really high win rate with the operators, some Solis specialists, if you will. Ambi was the first one. He played Solis 9 times with a 78% win rate. Vidaking played Solis 9 times with an 89% win rate. And then Faults played her 10 times with a 70% win rate. And these 3 players really boost the stats of Solis overall. You'll notice with the exception of Ambi, these are like IGL supports, right? It's not the fraggers that are mostly finding success with Solis these days. It more so is the players who can use that information, use that intel to feed it to their teammates, to help with their IGLing, to assist in that in some ways, and maybe get a bit more value in the early game where sometimes IGLs struggle to find that value. Otherwise, most players were struggling to get anything out of Solis, and it was kind of a troll op for most other players. But it'll be interesting to see if those 3 in particular, or if anybody else steps up and starts being like a big Solis player in stage 1 of next season. Down 7 spots from the last list, and finishing up our C tier is going to be Zofia. Zofia has a slight nerf since the last update. She lost her soft breach charges and got can openers instead. I think Ubisoft thought this was going to be a buff, but it absolutely is not. I don't think it's a big nerf by any means, but I don't think can openers really work with how Zofia is used in the meta. Zofia remains as the single best counter to Bandit in Rainbow Six Siege. If you can get below Bandit, or below whatever hard wall you're trying to open, you can completely stop a Bandit trick. This is super common on CCTV Cache, super common on Night Haven top floor. Office Exhibition on Skyscraper for the VIP wall can be really effective for this strategy. So these are generally the spaces where you're going to see Zofia thrive the most because her utility is so good for breaking the floorboards and stunning out a Bandit, preventing any sort of trick. I think her stuns are really good as well. You know, they can help you get into building on sites where that is otherwise difficult. If you need to vault a window or if you need to swing in from rappel, Zo stuns can give you a bit of breathing room as you try to make that entry point. Bank top floor was a really strong site for Zofia for this reason, as Zofia enables you to swing in the windows while also bringing that soft destruction that can counter out a zombie and castle, who are really, really powerful on that bomb site. And Chalet top floor, if you're swinging into like take down the kitchen site, we see that quite often as well. frankly, I think the win rate of Zofia was so bad at this event, mostly because it was bad teams that were using her. Joel and Scars were the two top Zofia teams at this event, which was not doing her any favors. That was by percentage plays, by raw picks. Raza Company Academy had nearly the most amount of plays overall, and Raza Company had a good run, but they only had a 37% win rate with Zofia, which was pretty horrible. On the last list, she was B-. In this list, she's sitting at a C. I think she probably evens out to about a C+ overall with a bit of a better sample size. I think she's a little underrated on this list, but we're going based on stats from the 6th Invitational. So right now, this is where she lands. Another op that'll be interesting to keep an eye out for on future lists. And there is something to similar operators being right next to each other on this list, because right above Zofia, we've got her sister. It's Ella. And Ella is, I think, maybe the most interesting operator on this list, because Ella's pick rate has skyrocketed. She's up 17 spots on this list compared to the list from stage 2. And her viability has gone from just 2 bomb sites, a viability score of 2, to 11.5. A ridiculous viability score jump up from Ella. That is insane. Brings her from D- tier all the way to C+. Way more bomb sites than we're seeing compared to the usual from Ella. And she sees all of this increase of play despite the fact that she has received 0 buffs since the last list, and it doesn't feel like Ubisoft or the community are looking at her at all. But I feel Ella is being brought more and more because she is very good at countering 2 things, right? She's good at countering shields, and she's good at stopping plants. Both Gersmots and impacts can be used to this effect, but Gersmots, the mines that Ella brings, are particularly strong to stop these 2 things. And they're both very flexible counters, right? A lot of the counters to plants or a lot of counters to shields are kind of set and forget. You know, they're things like dread mines or things like lesions, things you have to set up ahead of time. And for Ella, you can definitely set up some of those Ella mines in the early round, but a lot of times you're going to be saving those Gersmots, 1 or 2 at least, until the end of the round. This was extremely consistent by pro teams at SI. It was not roamers that were playing Ella. It was not aggressive offsite players. It was pretty consistently hard anchors that were running Ella on the bomb site she was being played. And almost always, you were seeing 1 or 2 Gersmots set up in the early rounds, and then the last one either being set up late rounds, once you kind of know where the push is coming from, or being saved in your pocket into the last couple of seconds so that you can deny a plant. Spirits and Usus really led the charge with this. Spirits ran Ella 19 times at SI. Usus ran it 14 times. The next highest Ella player was 7, but there were a lot of players that had 3 or 4 rounds played. Every single team kind of clued into this at SI that, hey, you know, there are some creative things you can do with Ella as an anchor operator. Previously, you would only really see Ella being played kind of around Skyscraper, around Geisha, and around Black. That's kind of fallen off as a strategy, but we're seeing Ella being played a ton on Lair, often on Chalet mid-floor sites, often on Consulate for the top floor, plus 2 other bomb sites, which really stand out, and I want to go into a bit more details with. The first of those is Armory Locker's Archives on Border. Ella had a 26% pick rate on the top floor of Border. In Montreal, she was not played even a single time on this site. Right? So this is a brand new strategy that players are bringing out. And this strat was mostly run by 2 teams, especially at the start of the tournament. Oxygen and Unwanted really kind of pioneered this strategy coming out from North America. And they would play, again, their anchor player inside of lockers, toss out a few early Grismot mines at the start of the rounds, usually near like break door or security. And they would keep 1 in their pocket, either to stop a plant in archives, right? Maybe an Osa plant, maybe a shield plant, whatever it might be, or just to toss at shields that were rushing them down late round. Once they kind of knew where the push was coming from, if they knew it was going to be like a break room and like security over push, or if it was coming from like office, they would kind of set up those mines, predicting sort of where the shield player was going to come out. But if they saw it was just an archives rush and that they just needed to stop a plant, keep it in pocket, toss it out late round, and make that person get off the plant. The other side I wanted to talk about was Nighthaven top floor. She had a 19% pick rate on the top floor of Nighthaven. And again, largely it was holding down that Grismot mine until you saw a shield or you saw a plant and you had to throw that out late round. These are all bomb sites as well that have like a lot of doorways that shields are going to need to try to push through. And so you can disrupt the shields on those doorways in specific. And then just, again, to stop that plant, to give you more options in the late round, since it was being played mostly by hard anchor players, they were often the last alive, and we saw some really cool clutches with the Ela, partly due to how they use the Grismont mine. So, yeah, a really cool operator. It was really interesting to see how Ela was played. I hope we keep seeing more of it, because this was not an operator I thought would be doing well at SI, but out of nowhere, Ela had a really, really big event. So, will be interesting to see if anybody else has more strats with her, because that was really, really sick. Following that up, we've got Ram. Ram received a slight nerf. She lost her secondary shotgun before the 6th Invitational began, which didn't really change her stats too much at all. She actually went up in her overall score, just barely. But she remains the exact same spot on the tier list. She remains in 45th place of the list. Ram does still one thing in the game better than anybody else, and that's repping up floorboards, right? If you're going to be above a bomb site at any point in time, Ram is the op for you. She was consistently one of the highest win rate operators on basement bomb sites in particular. Sites like Cafe Kitchen, Lair Basement, Chalet Basement, Consulate Basement, Night Haven Basement, right? On all of these sites, Ram is almost a must-pick operator because of how many soft floors there are above those bomb sites. You get so much value out of ripping up those floorboards. You can create really long angles. You deny so many good defender positions. And on all those sites as well, like, you're almost guaranteed to get that top floor control, right? Sometimes Ram struggles because she doesn't actually help you get any map control. She's only good once you actually have map control. But on a map on a bomb site like Chalet Basement, right? You know for a fact you're gonna get that ground. You know, nobody's gonna spend 2.5 minutes roaming on Chalet Basement. At some point, even the most successful roam on that bomb site is going to fall off, going to start playing the site. And at that point, Ram gets massive value. Ram's biggest problem is that aside from busting through windows in a surprise rush, she has like basically no utility on 2/3 of the bomb site in the game, right? Either because that bomb site is on the top floor or they have the floor above them, but for one reason or another, Ram isn't as useful. If you're attacking a top floor bomb site, it's pretty obvious why Ram isn't good, right? There's no floorboards to rip up, so obviously Ram isn't good. But I think there are two kind of categories of bomb sites where there is a top floor, right? That's not a top floor site. There's a floor above it, but Ram is still not played. The first category is bomb sites where there isn't actually that much soft breach to do, right? Bank Basement's a good example. Yes, you can get above the site very easily, just like you can on Chalet or a Clubhouse or Consulate. However, the Ram can't do much because there's no soft floorboards on Bank Basement, right? You're maybe going to be able to get some hatches, but otherwise Ram doesn't really do very much on the basement side of Bank because unlike other sites in the game, it's all like hard floors. I think the other style of site, though, is a bit more sneaky because, again, it's bomb sites where the defense do want to hold on to the roam for the whole time, right? If you can expect the defense to hold on to the roam basically the entire time that you're up there, if you can expect the defense to fight for their lives up on the top floor, often it's not going to be in your best interest to bring a Ram. Often you want to focus more on bringing operators that will help you clear that space, right? So an example of that would be like Kitchen on Chalet. Having a Ram above the Kitchen bomb site is great. You would love to be able to open up all those floorboards and start to deny those positions, but taking master control, taking office control is very difficult and often will take you, even if you're successful, a lot of time in the round. So it's more valuable on a site like that to bring an operator with nades, an operator like Maverick that can breach the wall, like any ops that can help you get that top floor control is generally going to be more useful than Ram, who might just help you after you've already taken it. Moving on, we've got Echo, and people always get mad at me when I put Echo low on these tier lists because Echo in the right situation is very good, and I don't disagree with that. The problem with Echo and the reason why he's always kind of low on these tier lists is because, again, these are tier lists that value consistency. These are tier lists that value generality. On some sites, Echo is really, really strong, and he's always had like a pretty high impact rating overall. But on the majority of sites, it's really difficult to fit an Echo in and to play an Echo well. That said, since Stage 2, Echo has bumped himself up from C to C+ tier, and that is largely due to him becoming a more common pick on two different maps, I should say. So Bank and Cafe have kind of always been the main maps for Echo, right? These are bomb sites or maps with bomb sites where particularly you can hide in the basement, you can move around quite easily, and then you can get a lot of hiding spots where you won't be picked off, and you can sit on your drone and have impact. These are also maps where there's a lot of drone holes that you can fly the Echo drone out of. So think about Cafe, right? There's a drone hole on Kitchen that if you throw an Echo out of there, it can see all the players that are on Rappel. It can now prompt a jump out. It can prompt a player from Garage Door to make a play. You can assist your roamers in having good impact. Bank is very much the same. There's a drone hole on the server stairs where you can zip in and out of that. You get really good information on who's on Rappel, and oftentimes attackers aren't going to be aware of that. On both those maps as well, if you're playing on the basement bomb site rather than a top floor site, you can use those yokai cams to help your roamers by just moving around the map with the drone, basically droning your roamers to tell them what's clear and what isn't. But at the 6th Invitational, we saw a couple new maps. Consulate was a big one for Echo. We started seeing a lot more Echo, both on the top floor and on basements. But especially Lair seems to really stand out as a map where Echo is getting way more plays than when Lair was first introduced at the start of Stage 2. Echo had a 10% pick rate on Lair basement, an 8% pick rate on Lair top floor. Not crazy numbers, but certainly respectable. And the strats that he was being brought out for were pretty cool. CAG Osaka were running the most Echo of any team on Lair. Enough that M80 actually banned Echo when they played Lair up against CAG. But we saw from some other teams as well. Specifically, North American teams played it a decent amount. We saw it coming out from Unwanted. We saw it coming out from SSG. We saw it coming out from Shopify Rebellion. All of those teams played at least a couple of rounds on Echo on Lair. And I think there's good logic to it. Top floor of Lair has a lot of those drone holes that you can do the same thing on, where you get good value by moving the Echo Cam outside of the map. So there's a drone hole inside of our 6 room that can go out and get really good information, and there's one inside a bathroom. While it's sometimes hard to prompt aggressive plays, just knowing kind of where the push is coming from does help you out quite a bit on those two drone holes. And it can make top floor defenses a lot more successful for the defensive team. And then on the basement, we just saw a lot of, again, one Echo Cam would be left in the site to stop plants, and then another one would be given to the roamers. A lot of teams are thinking that they have to roam on Lair basement. So if you're going to roam, it's such a big map that having an extra drone to let you know what's clear and what isn't is a massive advantage. So we saw a couple of teams really taking advantage of that. I will say, if your team is not roaming, it is often not worth it to bring Echo as an op. Playing both cameras in sight is usually hard to get value out of because they're only going to plant on one of the two sites. And either they're going to be able to shoot both those Echo Cams or they're not going to be able to shoot either. So it's usually not that valuable to have 2 Echo Cams in one location. Also on really small maps, so maps like Border, for example, usually there's no safe place to play the Echo Cam, right? If you're trying to hide somewhere and use your cam for a late round plant denial, probably the position you're in is going to be easily cleared out by one of the attackers. And so if you get droned, it's just a nightmare situation. So for those reasons, Echo is not good universally as an operator. But he's long been good on Bank. He's long been good on Cafe. And we're starting to see more and more picks, especially Echo on Lair is one that was really interesting to me. So keep an eye out for more of that if you're watching Pro Siege and give it a go and let me know what you think about it, because I really think that there's some potential for Echo on that map. All right, finishing up C+, right before we move into B-, we have Kapkan. Kapkan didn't fall quite as far down this list as Frost did, but also suffered from, I think, the SI environment where trap operators have become less useful overall. Mostly we saw Echo saw more picks on Lair. Kapkan saw way fewer picks on Lair, which hurt his viability on that map quite heavily. Nighthaven Basement used to be a big map for Kapkan, but that fell off. Bank Basement used to be a big one for Kapkan, but that fell off. Clubhouse Basement used to be a big one for Kapkan, but that fell off. All of these bomb sites are sites where C4s reign supreme. All of these sites are sites where C4s can be massive to go through the floorboards and get big picks. And of course, before SI, Kapkan lost his Nitro Cell, which is a pretty big nerf. I don't know that Kapkan needed to be nerfed. I'm a little confused by that balance change, but they removed the C4 of Kapkan, and he falls from like a decent, if gimmicky operator to a kind of bad operator overall. A lot of the picks that were going to Kapkan went over to Mozzie instead. So Mozzie still has a C4, moves around a bit faster, can take some decent fights, depending on how good you are with the Roni. And then I think Jager bit a bit of Kapkan's cake off as well. Jager bit into his pick rate a bit too. Again, because we're seeing more players just try to set and forget some utility down on the site and then go for a bit of a run on the roam. Was common from Jager, was common from Goyo, and was common from Mozzie as well, all of who we'll talk about later on. Well, not Jager, but you know what I mean. Just kind of a rough event for Kapkan. His traps, I shouldn't need to say it, but are pretty bad, right? Generally, they'll get droned out. They can get you some cheeky damage or a cheeky kill here and there, especially against bad players or players who are trying to rush. So there's some utility from Kapkan. But broadly, losing a C4 made Kapkan a really tough choice to make for roaming operators. And when there's so many good options out there, Kapkan was just rarely being the one that people turn to. Kicking off our beat there, we got Gridlock. Not a particularly interesting operator in my mind. Gridlock is the second best flank watch in a game where flank watch operators are not valued super high in general. When you're building an attacking lineup, you often can't afford to fit a flank watch operator in. And if you do, you're not going to bring Gridlock. You're going to bring Nomad 9 times out of 10. Nomad can be quite good sometimes. The air jabs get you a lot of good value. The biggest problem I have with track stingers in general is that they aren't that loud. You know, a lot of the time you're going to be setting up track stingers somewhere on a map. Usually you've got to set them up in very niche spots. You can't put them anywhere because they need to fill a hallway or fill a staircase. And then you'll leave off, you'll leave somewhere, right? You'll go somewhere else, and an attacker who can walk up with a pistol, shoot like 3 of the track stingers quietly, get past you, and then your one job as a Gridlock kind of failed. You've got to be somewhat close to hear those track stingers going off. Maybe get a bit of damage out of them, but compared to an air jab where somebody hits that, the whole fucking, the next neighborhood down the road knows. It's so loud. So Gridlock is generally worse at being a flank watch operator than Nomad is. And Gridlock's kit overall, I mean, it has its upsides, right? The secondary shotgun is nice. Nobody's going to deny that. And on maps where there's like heavy staircases like Cafe and Bank, and it's easy to kind of make a chokehold where they've got to walk through more of those track stingers, there's some value there. Smokes are pretty good too on Grid. So the rest of her kit is like not bad. The gun and the fact that she's a 1-speed is kind of annoying, to be honest. You don't love taking gunfights with Gridlock, but it's not as bad since they buffed 1-speeds in general. At the 6th Invitational, Gridlock made a bit of a decent move up in the tier list. She moved up 4 spots overall. That mostly comes from a strong win rate at SI. She had an impact of plus 7% almost, which is very, very good. A lot of that positive impact comes from Cafe, where, of course, she was played the most and won the most by far. Gridlock improved attacking win rates on all 4 of Cafe's bomb sites, anywhere between 11 and 35%, depending on the site. And then Bank was the other one where she was positive on all sites, but primarily was brought for top floor and open area. So these, again, are maps and sites where you're going to be looking for staircases in particular to stop those flanks. Spiral stairs on Bank, main stairs on Bank. These are common flanking routes for defenders, and if you can shut these down, square as well. Then there's some good utility in picking the Gridlock for sure if you're really worried about those flanks. Then Bunk's briefing on Lair was pretty decent as well to stop people from retaking the top floor after you've already taken it. I think for most people on most teams, usually Gridlock doesn't really fit into the lineup. But if you want that secondary shotgun anyways, maybe to make some angles in the floorboards, maybe to pop some hatches like you see sometimes on Bank and on Cafe, then I think there's some reasons to pick this operator. But broadly, it's going to be tough to fit into lineups. We saw it every now and again, and admittedly, the win rate is really, really good for Gridlock, but usually tough to fit in. So Gridlock moved up a bit. Jager moved way down. You may have expected with Jager stocks rising that Wamai stocks would do the same, but you would be very incorrect. Wamai is an operator with a very strong primary gadget, right? Magnets are incredible. You get half a dozen of them. You can adjust where they go throughout the round. You can use them if you want to supercharge one position and make it unnadeable for the entirety of the 3 minutes that the attackers are reigning free, or you can spread them out and help out your teammates a little bit. Put one here, put one there, make it so no matter where you go, the enemy's going to need to bring a pair of flashes or something to clear those magnets, because otherwise they are not getting an aid through. As the game goes on and on, though, I think hunkering down and committing everything to one position becomes less and less of a common strat. You know, there are more and more tools to clear positions that Wamai is trying to protect other than just nades. You know, I talked about this a bit with Aruni, where, like, oftentimes, if your goal is to lock down a position, you may set things up with a bunch of magnets or ADSs or even surrogates, and then a Flores drone comes through and you can't stop any of that. Or a shield walks up to your position, and what do the magnets do for you? Not very much. So it feels like in the current meta, which is defined by a lot of shield play, this kind of anti-throwable, anti-nade play is just seeing less and less usage. Wamai's drop of 11 spots comes mostly due to him falling off of a few key bomb sites where he used to be really common. Nighthaven top floor was a really big fall off. Wamai went from a 15% pick rate down to just 3% pick rate as teams started to bring out more unique strategies on Nighthaven top floor with Ella, with Goyo, and with teams wanting to be a bit more mobile. Smoke saw an increase in pick rate on that site. Legion saw an increase in pick rate on that site. Clubhouse Basement was another one. Used to be really common to see Wamai's holding down blue, sitting down there so that they wouldn't get flashed out, wouldn't get naded out, wouldn't get capitowed out. But that fell from 13% down to 6%, as more and more it's going to be shields walking down those secret stairs to pressure you. It's going to be one operator lurking in late rather than a full kind of util dump in towards blue. And then he had broad losses on maps like Lair and Border, which altogether just kind of produced a really rough event for Wamai. He still does his job better than anybody else. He is still very good at stopping grenades, and I think he still brings a lot of value to locking down certain sites. But in today's meta, I don't think that's just all that useful. He's competing for a spot on the defensive lineup with a lot of other good operators that can just stack up utility to the point where protecting specific util, I think it's just been a little bit less important in this meta than what we've seen previously. Still quite a positive impact, I will say, plus 4%. So on sites where Wamai is being brought and strats where he's being brought, he is finding value, but it's not that common that we're seeing Wamai actually get chosen anymore. Following that up, we get Thermite. Thermite's a solid operator. He basically is unmoved from the last tier list. He's the best op in the game for opening one big main breach. Particularly good when you're running like a Monty and crouching in through an entrance is not possible. With Monty being nerfed, Thermite sees like a slight reduction in pick rate, but it's not enough to move him very far on this tier list. One of Thermite's best attributes are his smokes. He's one of the best planting operators in the entire game because he can be very self-sufficient. He can open a wall by himself. He can smoke by himself and he can plant by himself, all while the other 4 attackers are doing their thing. They're making space, they're covering, they're getting kills, right? Thermite can do a lot of this all solo, with the one exception of he struggles maybe to open a wall that's electrified or is mute jammed or something like that, but, you know, you can't do everything. Some of Thermite's best sites are particular sites where that one big main breach is all you care about. So Gym Bedroom is a big one. Thermite's great for Jacuzzi Breach. He's great for CC Breach. He's great for the Con single wall. Chalet Basement is another one as well. Obviously, you want to open Snowmobile Wall, but the Boiler Wall can be really, really important to open too. And then Nighthaven Storage is a big one because getting IT Wall is so critical, and it's less likely compared to top floor that you're going to see a heavy commitment into Bandit and Kaid. And then opening just the garage panel on storage is really important too. So those are the 3 big sites for Thermite. In fact, those are the only 3 sites where Thermite had over a 50% pick rate. But obviously, there are a ton of sites in the game where Thermite provides good value. You know, he's an operator who is going to consistently be brought out anytime you need to breach open a wall. Often not the best choice. He is our lowest ranked hard breacher on the list, the lowest dedicated hard breacher at the very least. So he is, I think, just the least versatile of the 4 primary hard breachers, which is going to keep him somewhat down on this list. But I think he still does what he does pretty well. You know, he still the man for the job in many situations. So shout out to Thermite. Not really moved. Okay, let's talk about the op I actually want to talk about in B tier, and that is Sens. The second largest jump of any operator going from stage 2 to SI, and thank God that it is Sens. Sens was F+ tier on my last tier list, and they jumped all the way up to B-, a total of 28 spots that Sens is moving up. And that just brings a smile to my face, man. I've long been a Sens fan. You know, I think Sens has always been a really fun operator. The Sens gadgets, you know, they get your mind working. They get you excited. You can start thinking up some really cool ways to play it. But until now, Sens has unfortunately been utter garbage. The problem previously was that everything countered Sens. The roller walls were already worse than regular smoke grenades because they only deny sight from one direction, right? If you're trying to plant with the cover of a Sens, it's only going to block and only going to protect you for one single direction. Whereas a smoke grenade can stop you from being denied from above, from behind, from any angle. You can toss them out throughout the site. It's very hard to know where you're going to plant. A Sens wall, it's only blocking line of sight from one single angle, so that already makes it weaker than a smoke grenade. On top of that, Sens wall used to be countered by bulletproof cams and wardens and stuff, and for some reason was also impactable. Finally, they have taken away one of those three weaknesses, and of course that is the ability to be countered by warden, bulletproof cams, evil eyes, etc. I think this is a great buff from Ubisoft. I think this was really smart for them to make this issue. I was hoping that they would just remove its being destroyed by explosives, but I think this is a more creative way to buff Sens. It really gives Sens a niche where if you're worried about a Warden or a BP in particular, you can use these Sens walls, and it becomes a much better choice than smoke grenades in certain situations. Now, this is still very niche, right? You still do have the problem of being able to get denied from above or from behind. So you've got to use it on sites where the rollers make a lot of sense. But if you can find that angle, if you can find that that way to get past that one weakness, Sens walls are really creative. They're very good for teams that can come up with those strats, and they can be quite effective in those situations where you are worried about one direction. Consulate top floor was a really popular site for Sens in this most recent event. Sens walls were often being brought during admin takes, so it used these Sens walls to kind of isolate meeting room from top spiral. You could toss out that Sens wall either through the drone hole or even just through the doorway when you're coming in from break room and from admin. And you can cut off a player who's top spiral from the rest of the push. And oftentimes, the player playing top spiral is a Warden. You know, you see a lot of Warden players on that bomb site, so the fact that Warden is no longer being able to see through that is massive. Occasionally, you'll see a Bulletproof down on that end of the vending hall as well, which all of a sudden doesn't get any value as soon as you toss out the Sens wall there. So I think that's really sick. I initially didn't rate being able to turn the walls on and off very highly. But what I kind of didn't realize was that the duration of the wall doesn't go down unless it's up. So you can do some really cool strats where you throw out a wall, you keep it down basically forever, or, you know, right from the start. Then you move to a completely different position, toss out that wall, and then at the same time as you're executing, you force both those walls to go up, and then you just create all these different lines of sight on different parts of the map, and it allows this really unique strategy of a push to come out. We saw this a lot on layer top floor. So you'd often see teams roll one Sens kind of down in through lobby from the outside door so that you can safely cross the lobby stairs, and then without actually activating that wall, they'd rotate over towards operations, toss another Sens wall kind of down the hallway so that you can block off the doorway, and then as the team was pushing, wherever they were pushing from, you'd activate all these walls so that you can have players safely cross the lobby to go up the staircase. You can have players safely cross through operations and get into the site or get more towards bathroom to create this pinch onto the 90 angle. It was really, really cool, and the ability to keep that Sens wall deactivated until you need it actually provided some really sick strategies. Some of my favorite strats at all of SI came from these Sens walls. So I love the buff. I think pro players are immediately adapting to the new Sens, and we're seeing some really cool stuff out of that. Old Sens strats were kind of niche and kind of gimmicky, but new Sens strats have really taken over the meta and started to shake things up on a certain small subset of sites, which I think is super duper cool. The bomb sites where Sens was already being played are still quite popular. So cafe bottom floor to go for a push onto VIP was good before. Now it's even better. Bank open area where you're trying to get a plant inside a cafeteria by going through square. That was a strat we saw every now and again previously. Now it's become even more popular. So Sens all around just seems like they're in a much better space. The win rate was a little low this SI. I'm going to chalk that up to kind of inexperience and maybe overusing the new hype operator. But still, I think the Sens buff was one of the best buffs in R6 history. It's so nice to see Sens getting actual usage with the new ability added. Following one of the most interesting operators in Siege, we get one of the, again, most simple ops in Siege. We get Sledge. An operator that I think mostly persists as a comfort pick for a lot of pro players. And because of that, maintains quite a high pick rate, despite not having the strongest of gadgets, nor the strongest of kit overall. He's up 9 spots from our last list, largely due to a higher pick rate. I can't really think of any specific meta reasons why he would be more popular now versus back in Stage 2. It doesn't feel like he's being used in any unique ways. I will say Sledge is often being favored by kind of slower-paced, more traditional teams, right? So FaZe Clan and Virtus Pro were the two teams that used the most amount of Sledge. They were two of the largest Sledge pickers at SI. And they have a very stereotypical playstyle that is slow, steady, calculated, step by step, right? You don't see these two teams making too many aggressive moves, and I think Sledge kind of fits into that playstyle really nicely. You compare Sledge to some of the other soft breach operators like Buck and Ram, and he has some upsides that separates him apart. His gun is very good, very comfortable for certain players as well, as I mentioned. And he's the only soft breacher with nades, which are often a very high value secondary util. He's also quiet compared to the other two operators, which is on rare occasions useful if you need him to enter a building stealthily, if you need to break down a barricade or a soft wall that ideally isn't heard by the defenders, then Sledge could be the guy for you. But I feel he's most often used as more of a castle, a counter to ops like Castle, rather than directly used for floorboards. Clubhouse is a good example, where you might think off the top of your head, the best bomb site for Sledge on Clubhouse was going to be the basement, because Sledge loves to rip up floorboards. But Sledge actually has a much higher pick rate on the top floor of Clubhouse on both bomb sites than he does on basement. Because if you're playing a basement attack on Clubhouse and you want to rip up the floorboards, you're going to play Ram, most likely. Maybe you're going to play Buck. You're probably not playing a Sledge. Sledge, on the other hand, if you're attacking, say, Gym Bedroom, can do a really good job of destroying castle barricades, of getting you in any soft walls that you would expect to be closed, right? Tossing through nades to clear out important positions like the cache extension. Usually we'll see Sledge more for other utility like castles and barbed wire and other hard destructibility gadgets that you expect to encounter, rather than for the floorboards. And I think for that reason, you know, he still enjoys a decent amount of a pick rate. He did get a bit of a change too. He's now a 2-speed instead of a 1-speed. I think that's a bit of a buff. 1-speed attackers feel kind of bad. Not a huge change, but again, perhaps just inspired more of that comfortability from certain players that have been playing Sledge for upwards of 9 years at this point to keep on running him. Then we get Clash. Clash again sits in B tier due to a very high ban rate mixed with a decently high pick rate on a few key sites. But her win rate, I've got to say, was really bad at this event. Minus 9% impact was one of the worst that we saw at the 6 Invitational. Meaning she's reducing overall defensive win rates by about 9%, averaging throughout sites. Clash's claim to fame is that she's very good at locking down like linear pushes where the attack is all coming from one direction, right? Most of the time, the attack can get around the Clash or below the Clash, which means that her win rate does tend to suffer. She's also just reducing the amount of guns you've got on your team. The slow is nice, but oftentimes you're only slowing 1 or 2 players, and when the push comes in, someone from another direction is going to be there, and as a Clash, you're a bit tunnel-visioned. Your teammates might be tunnel-visioned as well, and then that other person from another angle is going to be able to punish you. I talked about it earlier, but the strat where you bring Clash on Chalet Basement was probably the only good Clash strat that we saw at SI. At least from the statistics, it was the only site where Clash had a significant positive impact. A couple other sites, she increased the win rate by like 1 or 2%. But on Chalet Basement, she increased the win rate for defenders on that site by a total of 12%, which is significant. That's a pretty massive increase in win rate. Once again, this strat, the idea of it is that you reinforce the dining hatch, you open up the wall into boiler, you play the Clash around boiler and around wine, and then you protect Clash with a bunch of util from like Jager and Aruni, and it's quite good. Other than that, though, Clash didn't really find any success this event. A couple of players ran her a lot with quite high win rates. The 4 that were like the big Clash players at SI were Forest, Nade, Vidaking, and Anaton. They played like the most amount of Clash. But then there was like a ton of players who played 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 rounds of Clash and then just had maybe 1 win. So the global average was quite bad. I think teams that practice a lot with Clash and play Clash a lot can get good value out of her. But for the majority of teams, if they're only bringing Clash on like 1 or 2 sites and only like, on their second or third setup for that site, it was failing more often than it was finding success. So the high ban rate and the decently high pick rate keeps her here in B tier, but you got to look at that win rate and wonder if she's going to stay in B tier for too much longer because the results just weren't there this event. Continuing on through B tier, Thatcher is our next operator on this list, relatively unmoved from the last time that we had this list. Thatcher is an interesting operator because on one hand, he counters almost everything in the game, right? He counters walls, he counters cameras, he counters C4s. But there's also a lot of things that he doesn't counter, right? And a lot of the operators that Thatcher does not counter are some of the strongest operators in the game. Operators like Mira, operators like Goyo, operators like Azami. These are all ops that are really common in the metagame that Thatcher just doesn't do anything to. It's the same problem as Brava, right? If you're talking about operators that have explosives versus operators that have EMPs, generally explosives are better than EMPs. Similarly, why Flores and Twitch are generally better than an operator like Brava. They just counter more, and more often defensive setups rely on bulletproof gadgets than they do on electrical gadgets. Thatcher's main task, of course, to help open walls. He is particularly strong as a counter to Kaid, both because he is good at stopping Kaid tricks, right? If you toss out a second Electric Claw, it's going to take a while for that Claw to activate, and an EMP will stop that, so that's the biggest thing. But also because compared to impact EMPs, a Thatcher doesn't have to guess where the Claw is, right? Often Thatcher is competing against just ops with impact EMPs, and a Kaid is a very good reason to bring Thatcher instead of impact EMPs, because the radius of an impact EMP is not large enough to catch a Kaid Claw most of the time. You have to be very accurate in where you're throwing that impact EMP. And this is much harder, much easier said than done. Yes, you can get a drone on the Electric Claw, but that's often very difficult, depending on the situation. And unless you have an IQ, impact EMPs, they're pure guessing games. If you don't guess correctly on the Electric Claw, congratulations, you just lost your team the round. So Thatcher takes a lot of that guesswork out, doesn't have to worry about droning the Electric Claw, can just toss it at the wall, and it's almost guaranteed to find the Claw unless you really fuck up your toss. We also see Thatcher occasionally on pocket strats as a very specific niche counter. So sometimes you'll see Thatcher being used during late round executes to stop C4s mid-air so that the planter doesn't get blown up. You'll also see sometimes EMPs being chucked out at Warden players when you're going for a smoke plant. Rare, again, but it does happen. Also, if you want to flash out a Warden, maybe with a Ying, maybe just with flash grenades, but but it's a Warden in that position. You bring a Thatcher, you EMP him first, then you toss in the Ying. I've seen that play every now and again. Ying's less common than she used to be, so that strat's like pretty rare these days, but I have seen it in the past. And otherwise, he is good for countering operators like Fenrir, operators like Wamai. If these are ops that the defense is relying on, then Thatcher does give you value. Usually, though, he's too singular focused. Most other ops can do what Thatcher does and then have bonus utility on top of it if they've already got impact EMPs. And then after Thatcher does his one job to open a wall or play his role in the pocket strat. He doesn't do too much else. He's not a very good entry because he's a 1-speed. He doesn't help really with roam clear. He doesn't have smokes to help with the plant. He can't breach anything other than using his soft breaches, which are rarely that useful. Thatcher is a very singular focused operator, which means he is good for quite specific strategies, and he bails you out sometimes, but he's not like the generalist always bring that he was years ago. He's probably in a more balanced state overall with impact EMPs and stuff, but he's certainly a less interesting operator, and you just don't see him too commonly compared to where he used to be. Melusi feels like much the same story. An operator that used to be quite a generalist, used to be quite all over the place, but at least at this event has fallen off quite a bit in terms of her overall pick rate. Melusi moves down by 10 spots on this list, drops about 12 points overall on the score. Melusi has a great kit. The primary SMG is solid. The secondary shotgun makes the sight setup really nice, so it's easy to fit Melusi into your lineups. The bulletproof cam is pretty nice. You'll take that on a lot of different bomb sites, so you're happy with that. Impacts are, I think, less useful generally than bulletproofs, but impacts have their moments too. I honestly don't see one big reason why Melusi has fallen off so hard at the 6th Invitational. I think it just comes down to at the biggest event of the year, teams are leaning into more niche strategies, more one-off setups, and they're looking to stronger options on the defense than just a Banshee. Clubhouse was a big one where Melusi had a massive fall-off, used to be super common on the basement. Loads of pick back in Stage 2. Only 4 basement rounds played for Melusi at SI. Not often are we seeing those Banshees being set up in Dirt Tunnel anymore or around main stairs. Some other strats focusing around smoke were a little bit more popular there. Cafe, Melusi used to be a mainstay on every single bomb site. On SI, she was only really played on Kitchen. The top couple of floors just didn't really see the same pick rate from Melusi as, again, we started to see more of a focus towards heavier roam setups with stuff like a Mozzie up there instead. And then Bank was another one where her pick rate kind of cratered. I don't think she actually lost viability here, but just that, again, better strats were being created with more unique operators, and so we saw her general pick rate in relation to the rest of the field drop quite a bit. I think Banshees are good. They're a great bit of sound util to come on through. Even if you destroy the Banshee before you walk into it, the explosives that you're going to need to use are going to create sound on their own. So you're always going to get value out of preventing that player from walking in. You're always going to get that bit of information. But the slow itself doesn't really do much. 90% of the time, your Banshee's going to get immediately shot as soon as it opens. So the slow doesn't really do anything. And it does kind of just feel like Melusi has better versions of beepers at this point. It would be cool to see some kind of a change to Melusi, to be honest. I don't think she's a super interesting operator right now. But she's still an op that, if you've got nothing else, it feels fine picking, right? You're never too upset about seeing a Melusi on your team. Good for site setup every now and again. The Banshees, they don't really win you rounds, but they're decent. They're decent. Nobody's upset seeing a Banshee, except for maybe a Nokk. The second hard breach on this list is going to be Maverick, and Maverick had a pretty solid SI. I think he was a little underrated on the last list. He moves up 8 spots on this one. His overall pick rate was up quite a bit on Stage 2. He's played on a wider range of bomb sites. Specifically, we saw a heavy return to Maverick on Bank Basement. It was probably his biggest comeback, where opening hatches with Maverick became popular once again. Previously, we saw a lot of just kind of Habana can opener strats on that site. We saw Maverick plays coming back a little bit. Maverick is still dealing with his arch nemesis, that is the C4s. Maving a wall is a miserable experience because you have to be constantly worried about nitro cells coming out. Ever since they added the preview of the arc for the nitro cells, what's often happening is you're trying to mav open a wall that's already electrified by Bandit or Kaid, but as you're maving it open, that Bandit or Kaid on the other side of the wall tosses a nitro cell and kills you through your own mav line. They're very accurate with C4s these days, and so you've got to be really slow and really careful now that you're playing Maverick. You got to kind of open a bit of the wall, back off in case you get killed. Open the bit of the wall, back off in case you get killed. And it makes maving a really slow process. Despite that, Maverick is still incredibly consistent. If you don't want to worry about getting below the wall or getting next to the wall or getting above the wall and clearing out that utility, you can just run a Maverick. The C4s are annoying for sure, but assuming you can dodge those C4s or assuming the defense don't choose to throw them, Mav is a guaranteed wall open. It's slow, it's tedious, it's kind of annoying. But if you need to get a wall guaranteed open, Maverick is your guy for that. It means that Mav is most commonly being played on bomb sites where the wall really is do or die, right? I'm thinking of the IT wall on Nighthaven Labs, where if you don't open it, you basically lose. The CC wall on Clubhouse for CCTV Cash, again, if you don't open that wall, you basically insta-lose. The Bunks wall on Lair is another one where you need to get that wall open. Mav is the guy for the job in those circumstances. I also want to continue to shout out the Nighthaven Basement strat. My favorite Maverick strat that we see these days is Nighthaven Basement. You'll put them on the main wall inside of Assembly, or outside of Assembly, I guess. Go for a minimal clear on the top floor, and then execute through Exo. To cover that Exo plant, as long as you can maintain control of storage up above, you just put a Maverick on the main breach. You don't fully open the wall, but you create little sight lines, and it's a really strong cover for the plant. It gives you a really strong post plant. I talked about that strat on the last list, but its pick rate has continued to maintain pretty high levels, so I wanted to touch on it again because it is definitely the most creative strat that we see from Maverick. Not used to fully open the wall, but instead just create little angles, creating them quietly at that. I think it's a really cool use of Mav that you can't really get out of any other operator. Okay, on the previous list, I had Mozzie in the D- tier, and in that list, I talked about how Mozzie was outclassed by operators like Vigil, how his primary gadget wasn't that amazing, how his guns were good but kind of hard to use, but I did say in that list that it was done right before Mozzie got buffed with the 4th Pest. I did say that I thought those buffs would be enough to see him rise in a pick rate. I did not expect his pick rate to rise by this much. Mozzie is up 27 spots on this list. And I think the buffs of adding the 4th Pest and giving him impact nades, while helped a little bit, were a secondary effect, largely due to the other changes that came to the game, most notably the Boss G nerf, which tanked Vigil's pick rate overall and catapulted Mozzie all the way up to B tier where he sits today. The Mozzie hype train actually got started back at the Montreal Major, where players like Uzi were running him a ton. And at SI, that momentum just kept on building. Cyber was really running this operator the most. He found a lot of big success playing on the Mozzie. Benja played a lot of Mozzie for Space Station as well. He had really good stats with him. Joom and Herds were some other top performers on this operator. But in total, 54 of the 100 players present at SI had at least one round played on Mozzie, which for an operator that had basically 0 picks at all just 6 months ago is pretty incredible. I did a video breaking down kind of all the numbers at the Montreal Major, and that video was basically just an excuse to talk about the Mozzie revolution we saw back in Montreal. I don't think the extra pest or the impacts actually had that big of a difference, right? The C4 is still far and away the best secondary utility you can bring on Mozzie, and the pests were never the biggest focus for Mozzie anyways. But I think pros have been getting more and more comfortable running the Roni. I think it is less and less viable to be running Vigil since the Boss G got nerfed. I think having that extra pest and having the extra options of impacts also just makes pros think about the SOP a little bit more. You don't really see the Commando at all these days. I think the Commando is okay, but if you're going to be bringing this, you better be comfortable with the Roni, because otherwise, Mozzie still is competing against some pretty high-level roamers, right? Legion is still in the game and very, very strong. Even semi-roam heavy operators like Goyo, like a zombie, are often taking the spot that Mozzie would otherwise fulfill. But we are seeing good play out of Mozzie, and if his pick rate keeps on going up, I am more than here for it. Not a huge change from Ubisoft, but with the other changes that hit the game, the pick rate's going up and up and up, and you gotta love that if you're a Mozzie fan. So hope we see more. And speak of the devil, the next operator on our list is Vigil. Mostly the reason why these two ops are so close in the tier list is because Mozzie jumped a bit, but Vigil also dropped 8 spots on the list. And again, a lot of that comes down to the Boss G nerf that came through, right? Vigil is still ranked ahead of Mozzie. That's largely due to pick rate. Mozzie actually had a much higher win rate than Vigil did, and I would bet you that at the next event, the next time I do this list, Vigil will continue to fall, and Mozzie will overtake Vigil as the most popular drone denial roamer, to use a bit of a clunky term. The Boss G, of course, previously could hit players on either side of the Atlantic Ocean. If you were sitting on one side, you could hit players on the other, and it would one-shot down basically everybody. The Boss G still can one-shot. It is not dead. It's still a decent gun, but it's less good for spawn peeking, right? It's less good for those ridiculous angles that we would see previously visual players run out. Still very good if you're trying to hold an angle, right? It's probably the best gun in the game because you can just sit at crouch height, hold an angle, and then guarantee one shot the entire cast. But you can no longer do it from across the map. So I think it's a good change that Ubisoft made to the Boss G. The Boss G's never been very versatile. You know, if you aren't holding an angle, if you've got to adapt, if you've got to move around, it does put you in a bit of an awkward spot, and that's why the K1A has always been a decent pick for Vigil, and it continues to see more and more play without the cheesiness of the Boss G. K1A is a great gun, and Vigil's ability mixed with impacts makes him really annoying to pin down on the roam. He is good at what he does. He is a strong roamer. But he goes from an operator that you can play on pretty much every single bomb site thanks to that Boss G to an operator that you now need to be thinking about a bit more before you select him, right? The alternatives to Vigil are not just Mozzie, but you're thinking of Skopos maybe, you're thinking about Goyo, you're thinking about Jager, you're thinking about Legion, right? These are the other ops that you might choose instead of a Vigil. And that's a much tougher decision, I think, for pro players now. Not a bad call, right? Running Vigil, especially if you're going for a roam-heavy strategy, is still good, but it's not the immediate must-pick that he once was. So overall, I think Vigil's in a much better spot than he was in before. Bandit rises 6 spots on this list, despite the fact that he's pretty much the exact same score as he did in Stage 2. A lot of operators that were just ahead of him on the last list had big fall-offs. So Kapkan and Frost were previously just ranked ahead of Bandit. They had big fall-offs. Vigil, Melusi, Wamai, Clash were all above Bandit as well and had some pretty big fall-offs. So as a consequence of the meta changing, Bandit moves up a little bit, but his direct place in the meta hasn't really changed at all. Bandit tricking remains the most powerful thing you can do in Siege without getting a kill. Single-handedly, bandit tricking will win you rounds, right? It's not easy to do, but the potential from bandit tricking a key piece of hard breach, especially after EMPs or other utility have already been used by the defense, makes bandit worth it pretty much anytime you've got a wall that is critically important. We already talked about Maverick being a traditional counter to Bandit, but with the Nitro Cells, you do have answers to a Maverick nowadays, so Bandit continues to see high pick rates even when Mav is popular from the attackers. And other than Maverick, you can trick all other hard breachers. It's going to be a bit tougher versus an operator like a Thermite, but even Therm, you do get the opportunity to trick it if you're quick enough. Because Bandit is so hard countered by specific ops, right? He's hard countered by Zofia. He can be countered by Buck on certain sites as well. You'll often see Bandit players try to hide in the prep phase so that these counters to him on the attack are not brought out. And this is a pretty decent strategy. I think if you're bringing a Bandit, you should be trying to hide in that prep phase. If your teammates get mad at you for not contributing to site setup, then you know what? You have my seal of approval. They should be able to set up site without you. If you can hide and it means that all of a sudden there's not going to be a bandit, or sorry, a Buck on the other side or a Zofia, that's massively good for you. The most ideal thing in the game for Bandit would be a wall that is critical to attack, but also cannot be stopped from below. And that's a very rare thing to find, but bunks on lair is kind of that special site, right? It's that kind of that special situation where you get a wall that is both hard to deny bandit tricks on and also really powerful to bandit trick. Very rare in Siege, but bunks feels like one of those options. You could argue assembly wall on lair as well, on Nighthaven as well, but that's not that important of a wall in reality for most pro level strats. And it is easier to get above that site to stop a bandit trick if you do really want that wall. So, yeah, it feels like there's a bit of an opportunity for Bunk's Briefing to become the single best bandit setup, best bandit site in the game. But we need more data. Lair is still pretty new to the pool. And for now, other sites like CCTV Cache, Gym Bedroom, Nighthaven Top Floor are going to be where you most commonly see bandit. But keep an eye out because there are some interesting sites as maps continue to be rotated in and out of the pool that could change things up for Bandit. We end this out with the one and only operator in the B+ tier, and that's going to be Striker. Striker is down 19 spots. He previously was listed as A+ on the last list, and this comes from an absolutely awful win rate at the 6 Invitational. Striker was brought 329 times, and he lost 192 of those rounds, coming in with just a 42% win rate. No other operator in the game had a win rate that bad with a sample size that large. I mentioned when we were discussing Sentry that FaZe Clan play the most recruit of any teams, and that continues to be true for Striker, who both proportionally and in raw numbers was run the most by FaZe Clan. Yet even FaZe Clan failed to earn even a 50% win rate with this operator. I still think that Striker is a very useful operator. Attacking secondary util is really strong. Smoke grenades, flash grenades, can openers, EMPs. There's a lot of really good secondary util pieces that that Striker has access to and can bring. And as I mentioned when we were talking about Sentry, Striker can combo a lot of these gadgets to be very self-reliant. So you can EMP a wall and then can opener it. You can flash out a Wamai and then nade the Wamai's shield, right? So there's a lot of good synergy between secondary util. I do wonder if the flashbang nerf contributed a bit to Striker's decrease in win rate. Nades plus flashes were a very common lineup for you to bring on a Striker. Now, doing that whole flash out some util and clear it thing is a lot harder. So I do think that probably didn't help Striker. I also think that Kaid, I'll spoiler it now, saw a pretty big jump in pick rate, and Kaid is a pretty hard counter to Striker because, again, impact EMPs and can openers for that instance are really bad at clearing out electric claws and not being tricked. But I can't imagine just that those small changes would make his pick rate fall or his win rate fall this heavily. His impact went from +1% to -8%. So there's got to be something else at play. Might have just gotten a bit unlucky with the sample sizes. But again, primarily being played by the #1 team in the world and having a win rate this bad is shocking. So yeah, maybe just not the meta for Striker right now. Doesn't seem like he brings enough, and there are still some attacking operators that we'll get into that really dominated this meta, so might have just been forcing Striker out a little bit at the same time. A- is going to start off with Flores, who sits in pretty much the exact same spot that he's been sitting in for a while now. Flores is a great operator. I think he's massively slept on by casual players. The biggest thing is that Flores has 4 explosives, which is more explosives than anybody else can bring in the game. If you need shields cleared out, if you need keybits taken care of, if you need any bulletproof utility dealt with, then Flores is your guy. A lot of ops that have a large amount of utility don't really get much out of it, right? You think about Zero, who has 6 cameras for some reason, and you're never actually going to use 6 cameras. Mozzie's got 4 pests. You're never going to catch 4 drones in one round, right? Buck and Sledge have like a bajillion uses of their primary gadget, but you're never going to need that many uses of their primary gadgets. But Flores is pretty consistently, I would say nearly every time he's being brought, using all 4 of those explosives to get really good value, right? And a big part of that is that Flores counters so many different things. Obviously, there's the primary gadgets that you expect to see Flores countering, right? You can counter out a zombie. He can counter castle. He can counter even like operators that have bulletproof utility, right? So like Fenrir gets countered pretty significantly. In theory, you can counter out like bandit batteries as well, which we see every now and again. Goyo canisters can get cleared by Flores drones. On top of that, he's also good for clearing out certain soft breach, right? So we see on certain bomb sites, Flores drones as the best way to clear out soft breach that you otherwise couldn't clear. Top of Spiral, the desk at the top of Spiral on Consulate is a great example, where the best way to open up that desk and deny some positioning is to drive a Flores drone down the skylight and pop open that desk so no defenders can play behind it and use it as cover. On top of all of that, he clears like every single piece of secondary util in the game. He's really good for clearing deployable shields. He's really good for bulletproof cameras, for barbed wire, for beepers. Whatever there is, Flores is able to clear it all out. And that means that he's pretty much always going to have use for all 4 of those drones. If that wasn't enough, Flores has the only explosives in the game that can deny utility from Wamai and Jager. Usually, if you want to destroy something with an explosive, you're going to toss out a nade, you've got to toss out an ash charge, and these are going to get caught by ADSs and magnets. But Flores doesn't have to worry about that. The existence of Flores forces teams to run mute alongside Jager Wamai if they want to protect a really important shield or something like that. And so forcing out that extra operator out of the defense is massively valuable for Flores. Flashes are a great secondary for him to bring as well. It gives him so many opportunities to clear angles after he's already cleared out all the utility. You love seeing Flores in your games. His gun is like pretty decent as well. Just an operator that brings so much, man. You're never not going to get value out of this player or out of this operator. You can use your regular drones first to find location of utility and then bring in those Flores drones. Yes, they can be shot, but even still, the fact that you just need to turn them around the corner, press left click, and now all of a sudden they're bulletproof makes them so damn good. Occasionally, you will see players bring out impact grenades just to destroy Flores drones that have already popped, which is kind of cool tech, to be honest, but I mean, that is such a niche situation. 90% of the time, Flores is going to be absolutely busted in your games. He's going to clear out so much good utility. He is viable on almost every bomb site in the game, and he's really, really effective at what he does. Flores, great op to start off our A- tier. Honestly, I feel like he should be a little bit higher, but A- is still a solid spot. Next, we got Lion. Despite slowly falling in pick rate, Lion remains a top-tier attacker that is extremely versatile and played in loads of different situations. Flashes and nades are two really useful secondaries that Lion can bring to assist in the roam clear. And they're probably two of the most high-value primary, and he's got probably one of the most high-value primary gadgets that you can have, right? When we talked about Jackal, we talked about how good roam clearing is to have on a primary ability. It's one of the hardest things to do in Rainbow Six Siege, and having an ability to help out with that is why operators like Deimos and Dokkaebi are so strong, and Lion is no exception. The combination of droning out a player and then popping a Lion charge is so damn powerful. It basically makes that player dead to rights if you've got players in correct positions to capitalize on that. Anybody who's roaming far off of on a bomb site is in for a world of hurt if there's a Lion on the enemy team. When you combine the fact that you can combo Lion with Dokkaebi to find players or with Deimos to really pinch down players and make sure that they will guaranteed be on a ping, Lion just becomes even more powerful in that situation. It is sometimes tough to fit in both of those operators, right? A Lion and a Dokkaebi can be kind of expensive for an attacking lineup. A Lion and a Deimos can be hard to fit in sometimes, but if you do it, you will make roamers' lives absolutely miserable. So Lion's a great operator for clearing the roam game, but he's also a really good operator if there's only a bit of a partial roam. If the roamers want to extend into position and then fall back to site, not only is this Lion charge going to be effective for slowing down or stopping them from retreating back to the bomb site, but it's also useful in the site execute, you know? You're not seeing tons of movement during the last 30 seconds when defense wants to deny a plant and lock down a site. But usually you do see a bit of movement. You see somebody going for a swing or tossing out a nitro cell, and this will get caught on a Lion charge. Often those few seconds of a Lion scan can be exactly what you need to get that plant down. And so Lion also has great utility in the late round execute. In the last list, I talked about how other big roam clear operators, Dokk and Deimos, had high ban rates, which contributed to Lion seeing extra play. That isn't really the case anymore. And you'll notice Lion has dropped down 10 positions. A lot of that is that his pick rate is being eaten up by Dokkaebi Deimos. In our current meta, Dokkaebi Deimos do not see very many bans. Deimos is the highest, most banned operator other than the shields, but he is still the fourth most banned operator overall, which is relatively low. And Dokkaebi's ban rate has really fallen off. You used to see teams fully dedicate themselves to permabanning Dokkaebi on every single match that they play. That doesn't really happen anymore. The teams, particularly Dark Zero, but there were others who were really into the Deimos or to the Dokkaebi bans, have expanded their repertoire, right? They're now banning shields, they're banning Deimos, they're banning other operators here and there that are going to be more effective to their rounds. And so with the ban rate of both Dokkaebi and Deimos coming down, Lion's pick rate has fallen as well. But despite that, he's still getting value on nearly every bomb site. He's still a cult favorite amongst certain players. NJR and KDS are probably the first two that come to mind as two players that still love running Lion, even over some of the other roam clear operators. It's got a solid gun. You know, he can provide value both early game and late game. Combos with some other really powerful operators really nicely. Sometimes tough to fit in the lineup, and probably not your first choice if you're looking for a roam clear op, but still a great choice. Lion is really, really powerful. Next, we get my personal favorite op in the game. Goyo cracks into A- tier this time around, thanks to an improved impact rating of about plus 2.5%. Goyo is a niche operator for sure, but I would argue he's not as niche as you guys, as a lot of people tend to think. Goyo has a viability score of 20, or about 74% of bomb sites which are played in competitive. His ability to stall the clock for so damn long makes him essential for basically every time-focused strategies, right? He's got 4 canisters that deny 20 seconds each, meaning that you can deny, in theory, 80 seconds of the round, nearly half the round total. It is not common that you're going to get value out of all 4 Goyo canisters, right? Often you're setting them up on different angles, but you're guaranteed to get value out of 1 or 2 of them, and if you stack them correctly and on certain bomb sites, you absolutely can get value out of all 4. So Goyo ends up being a really high-value operator due to that time pressure. Any bomb site where your goal is to win based on time, right? Denying a plant in the last 30 seconds, slowing down the roam clears, slowing down the taking of key power positions, Goyo is going to be a must-pick. But often, he is good on bomb sites where that's not quite the case as well. Goyo is an operator that doesn't need to choose between locking down the site and contributing on the roam. You talk about an operator like Smoke, right? Well, to get value out of Smoke, you kind of have to put him up in a power position, usually the site, but not necessarily. And he's got to sit there and use his Toxic Babe. Tachanka is the same. But what Goyo can do is he can use his primary utility inside the site, give his teammates all of that time denial, and then go roam on the top floors as well. And even if the Goyo ends up dying, you know, it doesn't really matter. He's already put down his util. You're still going to get value out of that primary gadget. So he can kind of be an expendable operator that is able to contribute on the roam, is able to waste time in the early game, eventually die, but then also from the grave, basically, deny time and provide value in the late round as well. There are plenty of strats where Goyo does sit as an anchor, or maybe just does like a light roam and shoots drones. But the flexibility, the fact that you can use Goyo as a roaming operator alongside his anchor potential makes him far more versatile than people expect. Doesn't mean he's good on every single site, right? Chalet, for example, it's sometimes tough to use Goyo outside of the basements. Nighthaven mid-floor has similar issues because there are so many different ways to get into the bomb site, and because you can often pop those Goyo canisters with nades or Twitch or Flores or something like that. But in general, if you can predict a couple of angles that the attack are likely going to want to push, you can get good value out of the Goyo. Really, really good time denial. Weaponry isn't the best of all time, but you know what? It gets the job done here and there. If you're playing an anchor strategy, the TCSG can be really powerful. And the Vector, not the easiest gun to use, but absolutely can get good value. Super high rate of fire. And secondary util, again, not that powerful, but you look at how powerful his primary gadget is. Wasting time in Siege is absolutely essential, and a lot of top operators on this list will do that. They'll delay that time. Goyo is no exception. Great option for any defensive lineup. Next, we have Valkyrie. You might be shocked to see Valkyrie so low on this list. Only an A- tier is a bit of a surprise because Valkyrie is often thought of as one of the strongest operators in the game. You go back to when about a year or two ago, when Ubisoft was on their streak of making sure every single defensive operator they released was absolutely broken at launch, right? They released a Zombie, Solis, Fenrir, and Tuberau all in a row, and at launch, all of these operators were absolutely fucking busted, right? During that period of Siege's life, the only op that was consistently keeping up with power creep was Valkyrie and then maybe Mira. These were the only ops outside of the broken new operators that were consistently getting banned. And Valkyrie was getting banned for good reason. Black Eyes are amazing. They're extremely hard to find. They enable so much movement from your team. They single-handedly set up plays that otherwise you'd never in a million years have enough intel to go for. With the one exception of Echo, Valkyrie is the only real way to get visual intel on attackers without having them know where you're at. And she does this way better than an Echo drone does. I guess when attacking teams forget to shoot default cams as well, you get that information. But in general, to get that visual information, you've got to go for Echo cams, which can get shot and are pretty loud and obvious. bulletproof cameras, which are harder to clear out but are very stationary, and you don't get very many of them and are also very obvious, or Valkyrie cams. And the fact that Valk cams are difficult to see means they stay up for a really long time. You can run Valk every single round because you can consistently change up where you place those cameras. Assuming there's no IQ on the board, Valkyrie is an absolute menace, and her primary gadget does so much. Similar to Goyo, she's like a place and forget operator, so you can either kind of sit back and use these cameras on your own, or if you've got a good team, you can go for the flanks yourself and just have a teammate call that information based on where the cameras are set up. The fact that Valkyrie also brings a C4, which synergizes so damn well with those cameras to get picks from down below, is a massive combo. You're also often bringing Valkyrie alongside other C4 operators, so you're getting even more value from below when you can catch someone off guard with those Valk cams. So I'm glazing Valk a lot, but you may remember that on the last list, she was S tier. Now she's A-. She's got a, she's fallen quite heavily on this list. I'm glazing her all the time. Why is she all the way down in 26th place? That's because she's got one of the worst impacts out of any operator on this list. She reduced the average win rate of a bomb site by 9%, which is kind of ridiculous given how much she was played at this tournament. On the last list, she was the third best operator overall, but this win rate tanks are so bad. I do wonder if part of that is maybe the high ban rate that she sees as well. Yes, she's played on a lot of different bomb sites, but the fact that Valkyrie is banned out quite often means that the sample size is lower than other operators on this list, so you tend to see farther extremes, both on the positive side and on the negative side. I don't think Valkyrie is this bad. I think that we should probably put her a bit higher on this list, but unfortunately, I don't make the numbers. The Pro Siege players do. There were also a few kind of really bad teams at SI that were running a lot of Valkyrie. Team Liquid, Joel, and Secret all ran a ton of Valk proportionally wise, with win rates in about the 30s and 40s. So that obviously didn't do her any favors, but because these teams all went out pretty early in the tournament, that shouldn't be tanking her this bad. I do think the ban rate's probably a bit more of an issue. Valkyrie is still a good defender. I think she should be a bit higher on this list. The 9% negative impact is something to worry about, but I think it largely comes down to how the teams were playing here and the teams they were playing against versus a fair reflection. I'd be interested to see where she looks like with a larger sample size, but unfortunately, that's just not what we have. Next up, we got Tuberau. On a few sites, Tuberau is absolutely broken. He is so damn powerful on a small number of sites. But on a large number of sites, he's still good, right? He's not an operator that ever feels really bad. Maybe there's a couple of maps, I'm thinking Border that comes to my mind, where like you're not going to get that much value out of Tuberau. But assuming there's some breach that you want to keep closed, Tuberau is going to get you some value in form of stalling things out. And on certain sites, he's going to be absolutely broken. Bank Basement is kind of like the classic Tuberau site in my mind, right? You stall out the hatches with your Zoto canisters. In the late round, you've got a long-range DMR to fight players in server when you're back in like Garage or wherever you want to be. And of course, you've got Nitro Cells as well that you can toss out to stop a plant. There's nothing crazy about this strat. There's nothing crazy about this site, but it lends itself to Tuberau's strength in many ways. Tuberau, in my mind, though, really shines through in off-site positions where you want to keep hard walls closed, but you also want to stop people from swinging you. The two best examples I have of this are Kitchen on Chalet and Kitchen on Cafe, actually. So when you're defending Kitchen on Chalet, ideally you want to put Tuberau above the bomb site inside of Office. Not only can you use those Zoto canisters then to keep the office walls closed, as you're going to be reinforcing those, but you can also use that Zoto canister to stop people swinging in at you from piano. You can stop them from swinging in at you from the balcony. The fact that you can slow players down and give yourself free picks if they go to swing you without opening the walls is massive for Tuberau. On top of that, you can get aggressive with the Nitro Cell over towards balcony. You can toss it out late round if you need to fall off and then use it vertically. If you can ever abuse the fact that your Zoto canisters both keep hard breach closed, but also slow down players that want to get you killed, that is where Tuberau really shines the brightest. You go to Kitchen on Cafe as well. The hard breach is quite different, right? there's no hard walls if you're playing a two-brow inside of VIP. But if you've got the angle open through garage, you can keep the freezer hatch closed by tossing out those Zoto canisters. At the same time, your position in VIP is kept safe because if anybody pushes up through the hallway through garage, you toss out that Zoto canister, you slow them down, you freeze them in the middle of the hallway, and then you can swing, get that pick, or give yourself time to reposition. Again, it is that ability to use those Zoto canisters to both slow down players and stop hard breach that really gets good value out of two brow. You're probably not going to keep any walls closed forever. There are some shenanigans you can do with tricking with Kaid on two brow, but it can be relatively inconsistent. Usually you're happy enough just to get the time denial right. As with Goyo, as the smoke, delaying time off the clock is so damn powerful. If you're an attacking team and the hard breach you need to get open gets frozen, not much you can do but wait. Maybe you get a twist drone in there, but otherwise it is very difficult to deal with a Zoto canister placed correctly. On top of all of this, Zoto canisters also counter Mozzie. They also counter Dokkaebi. They also counter Deimos. Like, I don't really know why Two Brow needs to counter all of these operators, but he counters basically some of the strongest ops in the game on attack. Any shield that's trying to rush him down will get slowed and will be a bit miserable. And then the fact that he stops the most powerful roam clear ops in the game is also fucking kind of silly in my mind, but it just makes him even better than he otherwise already would be. He's such a creative operator. He maintains his position very high on this list. He's really, really effective at his job. And yeah, I think he's slept on too by casual players. You don't see him all the time in rank because people are like, oh, stalling walls. Why would I do that when I could bandit trick walls or when I could, take better gunfights or whatever. But honestly, the value you get at two brow is only limited by your imagination. Moving on, we got Ying, and let me tell you, the fall of the Ying dynasty truly needs to be studied, because I remember when this was the strongest attacker in the game, and it wasn't that long ago. Now she's all the way down in A-, and don't get me wrong, A- operators are still strong, but she's just not seeing the pick rate that she used to see. Ying did get a nerf between the last list and this list, so Ying can no longer toss out insta-candelas. Even if you cook them the longest amount of time, they're still going to roll for a minute before they pop off. So you can't immediately toss out a candela that goes off as soon as it hits a wall or a floor. Not a massive nerf, but I think it did affect the pick rate and win rate a little bit of Ying at the 6th Invitational. I will say, candelas, if you can get them off, are an absolute monster of execute utility. If you're a defender and you get hit by a candela, you'd better pray that either you're playing Warden or you've got a teammate that's around the corner that can save your ass, because otherwise being full blind by candela means you're probably dead. There's very little counterplay to being flashed in by a Ying. Those candelas last for so damn long. They spread out so damn far. You've really got to react fast. And even then, sometimes there's just no avoiding a candela. Ying also comes with smokes, which is ideal for her style of execute utility, right? She's maybe not the best planter on her own, although she can plant. But she's really, really good at covering a plant. You toss in candelas. Now, the defenders are panicked. They don't know where the push is coming from. Then you toss in smokes. As soon as those candelas wear off, they can't even stop a plant because they don't know exactly where it's going down. She is really, really strong. At the same time, she can see through those candelas. She can get into a forward position and continue to cause chaos as that teammate of yours holds F. Even if you blind your planting teammates, and if the teammates in the smoke can't see anything, doesn't matter. They just got to hold F. Even if they die after the plant, it's not that big of a deal. You're there covering. You're there getting the kills. But unlike in previous metas, Ying is not an auto-win operator, right? You've still got to deal with any sort of roam game that's happening. Ying doesn't do very much to clear out roamers. If there's an off-site position that is being held, you can use your first couple candelas, but you don't want to use all your candelas because you definitely need to save some for the site execute. And if there's any loose roamers out there, right? If there's any mobile roam game happening, it's very hard to get those candelas to actually find impact because usually the roamers are just going to fall off to some other position. At the same time, I also think that pro Siege teams have gotten very good at just reading when and where candelas are going to fly in, getting behind some cover, and using things like C4s and Toxic Babes to stall the Ying and kind of mitigate their usefulness. Warden is also played on 75% of all defenses nowadays. And especially on bomb sites where the defense knows Ying is very good, they're going to put that Warden exactly in the position where they think Ying is going to come from. And in that situation, Ying feels really bad. Absolutely hard countered by Warden. There is nothing Ying can do against that op. Finally, I think shields have also kind of cut into the pick rate of Ying a little bit. The current attacking meta relies on shields being able to both take space in the early game and for plant-focused strategies, plant safely in the late game. It means that the need for Ying is less than it previously was. Shields can do a lot of what Ying did in terms of the plant execute, but they can do it a little bit safer, and they can also bring value in the early game, which means Ying is a little bit less valuable than she used to be. In the Stage 2 regional leagues, Ying was the second most banned attacker, only behind Monty. At SI, she was ranked 9th in terms of attackers that were being banned. She was banned less than Monty, Blackbeard, Blitz, Damos, Maverick, Dokkaebi, Capitao, and Grim. Ying was banned less than Grim. I mean, the fall off is crazy. She needs to be studied. I still think she's great for executes, but teams are doing a much better job than they used to at countering her, at playing around her, and with the strength of other attacking operators, her place in the meta just has faltered a bit, which is why she's down about 8 places from where she was on the previous list. All right. Then we got Hibana. It was a big event for Hibana, honestly. She's up 10 places, increasing both her viability and impact at the 6th Invitational. Hibana remains the queen of hatches. She's absolutely amazing on sites like Clubhouse Basement and Bank Basement, where you need a ton of hard breach, and specifically you need a ton of hatches to get opened up. She's also just very, very good at breaching from far away. This is why she's the best hard breacher on, say, Cafe top floor, because you can breach the bathroom wall from outside on Piano. You can breach the cocktail wall while standing in Cigar. You can breach the top red wall from outside the map above the hatch. She's a fantastic secondary hard breacher as well. Maybe you need Thermite for the main wall, but you still want to get an angle open here or there. CCTV Cache on Clubhouse is a great example where Thermite can get the important wall, the CC wall, but then Hibana can be used to get like an angle inside a garage, or to open up con single, or to open up the construction wall into sight, right? Hibana has a lot of other very strong uses, including being a replacement for Thermite. Maybe if Thermite gets spawn peak, maybe Thermite eats a C4 or something somehow, gets run out on, Hibana could be a good backup. The small jump in pick rate largely comes from Hibana being brought more on basement bomb sites, specifically Basement Consulate and Basement Nighthaven, 2 maps where she was previously a pretty rare pick. At SI, she saw quite a lot of action on those basements. As Consulate develops more, we kind of expect to see a wider array of strats, and at SI, I think we simply saw more players that were willing to go for back pushes, whether that meant as the whole team kind of went through the back, went through server, and hit in through cafeteria, or whether that was just kind of one lurking player while the rest of the team kind of hit the main breach. Almost always it was a Hibana that was opening up the hatches in Visa, dropping down, putting pressure on the server, and making that play. On Nighthaven, it was a bit of the same story, right? Lots of hatches. Can openers are kind of hard to fit into lineups at times, and exo finishes have become really, really common. So you'll see operators like Hibana and Maverick more commonly on that map. Hibana's guns are great as well. Flashbangs are super helpful. You all know and love Hibana. She does what she does really well. She's not the best hard breacher in the game. Her gun's not quite up to snuff with what you see out of Ace, and she has some problems that Ace doesn't quite have, right? If you need a lot of breach, if you need one wall open very widely, she is very slow at that, and she will have to use a ton of resources for that. But her versatility still keeps her high on this list. She's still really good as a secondary hard breacher, and while she's not quite the op that Ace is, she still finds a lot of good use in Pro League. Hibana jumped up 10 places. Capitao will jump up 10 placements as well. Capitao's score honestly didn't change that much. He did a little bit better on viability, a little bit better of impact, but mostly some key operators were kind of falling below, both him and Hibana. Capitao is the ultimate util operator, right? Let's talk about the fire first. Being able to displace defenders is extremely strong. Really nobody else in the game can really displace defenders like Capitao can. That's why shields are so good, because shield gives you the ability to walk up to a defender and he gets 2 options, right? Move or get bashed over and die. Capitao does the same thing, but he can do it from farther away. So unlike a shield where he has to walk up, Capitao can shoot that firebolt, and now the defender must run away or they must die. That means he's really, really good for positions that would otherwise be almost impossible to clear. Rafters on Clubhouse is the classic example. The library corner on Chalet is another one that comes to mind. Even when you don't have a specific angle that you definitely want to clear with firebolts, they're always good to stop a swing during the execute, or to force someone out from behind a shield or some other anchor position. He can't do it as often or as versatilely as, say, like a Monty can do it. But if you know there's going to be one angle that you want to clear out, there is nothing better than a Capitao firebolt. The smokes on Capitao are also extremely good. For the most part, smoke grenades are just as strong as Capitao is, but smokes are already a strong piece of secondary utility, so putting them as an addition to your primary is absolutely going to be a welcomed addition. But the Capitao smokes can do a few kind of niche things that make them a little bit better than regular smoke grenades. First of all, mainly because they're an arrow, they stick into walls and ceilings without falling to the floor. That means you can do some kind of unique stuff. So if there's like a defender behind a doorway and you expect him to swing that doorway, you can toss a Capitao bolt on top of the door. It'll cover the head height of the door. So if they swing out, you'll still be able to see their feet, but they won't be able to shoot back at you. They'll be blind, but you can't. You create a one-way angle with Capitao smokes, which you cannot do with regular smoke grenades. You can also shoot those smoke grenades at the ceiling if there's a vertical angle you're really worried about. This most commonly happens on like cafe kitchen, where you're going for a bakery push. You haven't cleared out, say, train or mining, but you're worried about a defender upstairs shooting you as you walk into sight. If you just toss those smoke bolts up above, you can cut off those angles, and then you can get deep into the kitchen bomb site on cafe. Maybe you go plant over towards rice. You get that diffuse kit down, and there's nothing those guys above could have done to you. Again, these are kind of like very niche uses for Capitao smoke grenades, but they are something that no other op can do, and for that reason, Capitao in particular finds value. Finally, Capitao brings EMPs and can openers. Capitao is already an operator who is very naturally good at helping plants go down. If he also is able to assist in opening a wall too, then why not bring them? Makes him super, super effective at his niche of contributing to the executes in particular. He's not a fragging op. You know, if you've got a roam clear for roamers, or if you need somebody whose gun's going to be up 100% of the time, then Capitao is not the man for the job. Means that he's got like somewhat of a low viability compared to other operators in the A- tier. But he's still really, really good in his niche. And even if you're not bringing him on one of these bomb sites where it's very plant focused, he still can bring you good value. So Capitao, all in all, is a great op. Following that up with Buck, Buck took a slight nerf since the last tier list. He lost his can openers, which is tough because can openers were pretty common secondary util to see on Buck, and I do think that he misses those. He's dropped about 4 spots on our list, not being quite as viable, not winning as many rounds as he did previously, and I'm sure that the losing can openers thing certainly did contribute to that. Regardless, though, Buck is still the best soft breacher in the game. He has more soft breach total than Sledge, and he is more versatile than Ram. He's the perfect middle ground when you need to break a decent amount of soft walls or soft floors, and then quickly swap to a gun to get a kill. But you also don't want to be as loud or as restrained as Ram sometimes is, right? You want to be able to open angles. You want to be able to bring flashes and move around a bit more than Ram can. And you want to be able to open angles in different parts of the map, right? Buck is also the only operator in the game that can breach from below. If you need to open up a soft ceiling above you, Buck is pretty much your only option. I mean, in theory, you can do it with Zofia, and we do see that sometimes. Maybe like an Ashe can do it as well. But Buck is the only person who can do any real amount of soft breach from below. Makes him a really effective pick on, say, Nighthaven top floor. You'll see him on CCTV cache every now and again. If there is ever a bomb site where much of the floorboards are soft, getting below and finding impact that way can be huge. You see that on layer top floor as well. And finally, I think Buck is also just a huge comfort op, right? Back in the day, there used to be perma Buck mains in Pro League. We don't really see that anymore, but still there's a large number of players who, if they're not sure what to pick, if there's nothing specific they need for the strat, they'll just default to Buck because you know you're always going to be useful. You're never going to be restricted by soft breach and walls, and you can really just get in there and cause some chaos. Despite maybe being dressed for it, Chalet is where Buck lost most of his viability after losing his can openers. He used to have a perfect viability score of 27, but he didn't register as viable on bar games, nor did he register as viable on basement. Basement might sound kind of weird because there's so much soft floor on that, but Ram just kind of took over his pick rate for basement. And then on bar games, I don't think soft breach is really that good. You're usually going to win or lose the round on bar games based on how you clear that top floor, and so Buck isn't really helping with that. Maybe not worth bringing on a site like that. On every other bomb site, though, you can probably find a use for Buck. Flashes plus soft breach that is super, super versatile, great gun, fast operator. You never feel bad playing Buck, and that's why he's so high up on this list. Okay, and before we get into this next operator, You need to know that I don't choose these placements, okay? I'm just listening to the formula, and the formula states that Azami had an absolutely horrible win rate at this event. Azami's impact in particular was minus 8.21%, which means she's down in A minus tier. Ugh. This really feels like a Valkyrie situation, right? Where obviously the primary gadget of Azami is incredibly powerful, right? Kiba barriers are busted, just like Valkyrie cams are. But with a high ban rate, just like Valkyrie suffered from, the overall sample size that we saw from Azami was relatively low, and perhaps by chance of who was actually bringing her in certain situations, her impact ends up being minus almost 9% overall across different bomb sites, minus 8%, I think I just closer to that. And on loads of different sites, Azami's win rate... Azami's presence reduced the win rate by more than 25%. She reduced the mining dining win rate by 35%. She reduced Lair's top floor win rate by 20%. She reduced Chalet's bar win rate by 32%. Chalet kitchen, 22%. Consulate basement, she reduced the win rate by 41%. And these bomb sites are not huge on sample size, but they're not small sample size either, right? These are sample sizes of usually like at the lowest, like 7 or 8 rounds. And at the highest, you're seeing like 10, 15, 20 rounds played on some of these bomb sites. So I think there is something to look into for Azami falling off a little bit in this meta. I think part of it is that this 6 Invitational had more DMRs on attack than almost any other event we've ever had. And DMRs tear through Kiba barriers. Without spoiling too much, the top 3 attackers on this list all run DMRs. One of them is sometimes on a DMR, maybe not usually, but sees some occasional play. The other 2 pretty much exclusively run DMRs. Combine that with the fact that there are shields now that run the meta that can quickly close the gap on Kiba barriers and force an Azami player out of a power position, even if she's built up an impenetrable fortress. And the meta might just be evolving in such a way that Azami is not the biggest problem anymore. Even though she hasn't really received any nerfs, even though she is still extremely busted in certain positions, attacking teams are finding ways to counter her. They're finding ways around her. And Azami has been left with a win rate that is kind of pitiful. I should be clear about this, right? I'm being very doomerism on Azami. Azami, I think, is moving from like the best defender in the game to still like a top 5 or top 10 defender, right? I still think she's very, very good. You put Azami in certain key spots, like on piano, on cafe. Azami is absolutely busted. On different spots on border, she's really, really good. Lair top floor, you can single-handedly see Azami winning rounds for you as well. There are positions where Azami is absolutely game-breaking, and so she's still a great operator, but maybe there are more counters than there used to be. And so we're seeing Azami fall back a little bit. This is an operator to keep your eye on as we get a higher sample size, because she might bounce back, but I don't know if she'll ever be the top 1 defender that she used to be, at least as long as we keep seeing DMRs and shields see such a big spot in the meta as they maintain today. If Azami was a big fall-off on defense, then Deimos was probably the biggest fall-off on offense. Just like with Azami, Deimos had a horrible win rate this event. Deimos finished with a negative 7.29% impact. His raw win rate was just about 42%. And while he was the most banned non-shield attacker, he still played about 33% more rounds than Azami. So it's harder to blame sample size for Deimos than it is for Azami. On the last list, I called Deimos the best attacker in the game without a shield. But the stats at SI don't really support that anymore. Now, Deimos is still good, right? His gadget gives you nearly live pings on any defender getting scanned. And if they can't retreat to a teammate, they're probably dead. On top of that, you don't actually even need to ping an operator to get that live intel. You can simply ping their gadget. That means that operators like Legion, like Goyo, like Castle, all of these operators who roam from time to time and put down their gadgets they set and forget, these are operators that you can simply drone their gadget, find it, ping it, and now you can hunt down the roamer themselves, even if you don't drone them, even if you don't know where they are. Deimos is strong in a 1v1 because your intel is going to be better than the other guys, right? If you're solo clearing down a roam operator, yes, they get pings on you, but your pings on them are much better than what they get against you. So Deimos is a good operator in 1v1, but with a good team, Deimos is even stronger because he can use this ping to bait away someone's attention while his teammate comes in to get the kill. So obviously you have to tell your teammates over voice chat where the player is, but that's not too hard for pro players. And if you Deimos track a roamer and that roamer is all by himself, often what you can do is you can put yourself in a position where, all right, this guy thinks I'm going to swing him, this guy thinks I'm going to swing him, this guy thinks I'm going to swing him, and then your teammate actually swings out from behind him a different angle and gets that pick instead. So while you don't directly get credit for the kill, you indirectly assisted your teammate in getting that frag. Yes, you're still stuck with a pistol as long as that thing is going active, but, I mean, the pistol hits for like 3 million damage, so it's not really that big of a disadvantage. It'll two-shot anyone in the game, and so you're not so worried about being confined to the pistol. It is an extremely strong secondary gadget. As for the fall-off, I don't have any solid answers for you, to be honest. I do wonder if maybe a meta that's defined by Deimos and Shields has just led to defense teaming up a bit more. I don't think R6 is a game anymore where you can go out and solo exist on the roam in the way that you used to be able to. The attackers have so many tools to kill isolated defenders, and so we're seeing a lot more defense players partner up now. And that means that, a duo on the roam is much more deadly for Deimos than just a single player. If you've got a Dokkaebi up there, you hear phone calls, you can hear 2 rings, okay, there's 2 roamers up here. If you get a Deimos ping onto one guy, just like how Deimos can use the ping to bait himself and get a kill on the enemy, the roamer can do that as well, right? The roamer can fall off into a position, have a teammate who's ratting in a spot, and then Deimos is the one that actually gets caught off guard by that. So I do wonder if that's a certain point, a certain reason why the win rate has fallen so much for Deimos. I also think that at a pro level, there are certain people who are known to be gods at this operator, right? Shaiko and Doki are probably the first 2 that come to mind as like really powerful Deimos players, and everybody knows that these are the good Deimos players in Siege. And so what tends to happen is that like the majority of games that these players are playing, Deimos gets banned against them, right? Shaiko did not get to play very much Deimos this event because so often it was getting banned against him. So the fact that the strong Deimos players aren't really getting a chance to play this operator, combined with the fact that the defense are playing, I think, a little bit smarter than they were maybe even just 3 or 6 months ago, might have something to do with the fall off, but ultimately the sample size isn't doing too many favors. Deimos is just not having the win rate that he needs to get higher in this tier list. All right, let's reset things a little bit. We just talked about Azami and Deimos, who are arguably underrated on this list. We'll go to IQ, an operator who certainly feels less busted than the last 2, but I think makes up for that with her consistency. Let's start with the scanner. In certain rounds against certain lineups, IQ is essentially a must pick, right? In any game where Valkyrie is being run and you're reasonably sure that the enemy team is going to run a Valkyrie, you guaranteed want that IQ because Valcans can otherwise be very difficult to spot. She's one of the strongest defenders in the game, and IQ is kind of the only real counter to Valkyrie. Sure, there's Dokkaebi, and sure, you can just spot the cams with drones, but it's way easier to do this with an IQ than anything else. So if you're going up against like an IQ, a Fenrir, a Vigil, not going up against an IQ, a Valkyrie, a Fenrir, a Vigil, IQ starts to feel like a must pick. IQ is also a great operator for opening up walls. If you're above a wall or below a wall, you can spot batteries. You can spot an Electroclaw in particular. You can spot out a Mute Jammer. IQ is massive for getting things open that you'd otherwise need to bring a Thatcher for. IQ is a much better pick than a Thatcher because assuming you can get an angle on that utility, she's going to be bringing a better gun. She's going to be more versatile overall, and she's going to be able to feed a lot of good intel to your teammates. Situationally good against operators like Warden, Solis, and Pulse as well. Some of these are pretty rare. You're not going to kill a Pulse too often, but you take that free pick when you can get it. It is just another added benefit to IQ that some operators, she can just see them while their gadget is active and then get a free headshot. Obviously, if you're playing against a lineup that's like Smoke, Mira, Goyo, Castle, Azami, IQ is probably not going to be the best choice. But even in a round like that where you're not getting value out of the gadget, you don't feel that bad about running an IQ. Because you still get the Commando, which is one of the best guns in the game. You still get frag grenades, so you can actually deal with a lot of that gadget tree that you otherwise couldn't. Maybe it feels bad going up against an Azami and a Goyo as IQ, but with nades, it feels a lot less bad. And you still get to scan through the map and tell your teammates, yep, there's no cameras over here. There's no wall denial here. There's no echo over there. You still gain that peace of mind as an IQ player, and I do think that's got some value. Maybe not as annoying as other operators in the A tier, such as Azami or such as Deimos, but IQ is still incredibly consistent, really good gun, and one of the best ops to be playing in any given round. All right, it's about time we talk about the best hard breacher in the game. We got Ace. It feels almost unfair to other breachers that the guy with the most versatile hard breach is also got the best gun in the game out of the hard breachers. Ace is like the perfect middle ground between Hibana and Thermite, right? His breaches individually will open up more than Hibana can, but he can also still get more separate walls than Thermite. He can also, of course, open from range, something that Hibana can do. He technically cannot go as far of a range as Hibana can because he's got a bit of an arc to it, but with the way that the lines are, with the preview lines are in Siege these days, the realistic range is the same as Hibana. Very, very rarely are you ever breaching something with Hibana that would be too far away as an Ace, you know? The farthest breach I can think of is like you're on lobby rappel and Ace players hit that for Canto Wall all the time. So the distance isn't that big of a nerf compared to Hibana. Ace has also got such a good gun that you'll also see him be run often by entry players or secondary entry players. Maybe as an entry, you need to go pop like one outside wall before you can do your thing, but then you just run it with the AK. That thing is a monster. It's got like no recoil, great damage, does really, really well. There's no such thing as universal hard breacher, so Ace does have some weaknesses, right? If you use just one Selma, you cannot sprint through that breach, right? It's not like a Thermite where you can breach open an entire wall with just one piece of utility. You're really bad for opening hatches. You need to use 2 separate Selmas. And Ace is a pretty easy operator to trick, right? Compared to, say, a Hibana or a Thermite. Bandit and Kaid, and even defenders with impact love to see an Ace coming. But the thing about these weaknesses is all of them can be minimized with small sacrifices. You can still make a breach big enough to sprint through. You've just got to use like 2 Selmas. You can still open hatches, but you've got to use 2 of those Selmas again. You can avoid being bandit tricked or impact tricked. You just need to use like a bit of help from your team. Compare that to the other hard breachers, right? There's nothing Thermite can do to breach 3 walls, right? There's nothing Thermite can do to overcome his weakness. There's nothing Hibana can do to breach a breach large enough to sprint through. I guess she can use like all of her X-Kairos, but it's even still going to be smaller and messier than what Thermite or Ace can make. Even Maverick, right? Like there's nothing Maverick can do to breach a wall quickly. He'll get it open, but it's going to be slow, and there's no sacrifice Maverick can make to speed that up. So there are definitely bomb sites in the game where a Thermite or a Hibana are better than Ace. But unlike Hibana and Thermite, there is no bomb site in this game where Ace is a bad choice because he's so damn versatile. Whether you're running Ace alongside Hibana or Thermite, or whether you're happy to sacrifice just a bit of breach for a better gun, there is always a reason to bring Ace in a round, no matter what the bomb site is. Ace is the strongest hard breacher in the game, incredibly versatile, always a good pick, great as a secondary breacher, great gun, not very good secondary util, but you know, nobody's perfect. Very deserved spot here in the A tier. Next, we get the OG. It's going to be Smoke. Down 6 spots from the last list due to not being played on as many sites as he was played on in Stage 2, but still rocking a really strong win rate for the sites where he was play and still has one of the highest pick rates in the game. Toxic Babes just do their job better than any other util Ubisoft has come up with in the last 9 years to stall out a position and stop a plant. 3 Toxic Babes last for 10 seconds each. That's technically 30 seconds of stall. And while that is less stall than what a Goyo brings or what a Tachanka brings, Smoke's ability to reposition these Toxic Babes, send them out as he wishes, exactly when he wants them, combined with just better guns and smoother gameplay generally than what we see out of Tachanka and Goyo, makes him the best man for the job on the vast majority of sites. You're obviously not going to get kills with Toxic Babes, but the stall that you're getting is invaluable. Even on bomb sites where you're not directly winning by wasting time, delaying a plant for 10 seconds or so allows your teammates to scramble. It allows them to make different moves. It allows them to prep a C4. It buys time for your teammates to kind of figure out what's going on and adapt to the situation. Of course, Smoke is most used on bomb sites where stalling is the name of the game. Consulate top floor, a big one. Bank basement, probably the classic Smoke site, right? Where you just want to be stalling out time as long as possible. But good on other sites as well, where it's maybe a little bit less traditional. So combine his great primary to gadget with Smoke's amazing kit. SMG 11 plus shotgun is the best possible weapon combo in the game for close range fights. And smoke just gets you great value in any of these positions. You know, it's really rare for attackers to not have to clear some kind of close range angle. If you put a smoke in that angle, you always going to be walking away feeling good. I'm thinking about server stairs on bank basement. I'm thinking about cigar, top floor at cafe. You know, you can always find these spots where you can take close range engagements. And smoke does that better than almost any other defender. Smoke, again, lost viability on a couple of sites, which drags him down a bit on this list. Chalet, we didn't really see Smoke getting brought as much on Kitchen or as Master like he used to be seen. These are kind of some bomb sites where strategies around Two-Brow and Mute kind of ran supreme instead. Office Exhibition and Bar Cocktail on Cafe, where the others where Smoke didn't see as much play as he used to. But even on these sites, I think you could bring a Smoke. We just didn't quite see it as much at the 6 Invitational. Still viable, but maybe not the best choice out there. Up 13 spots, the biggest jump we'll see between now and the top 2. Nomad was played on pretty much the exact same bomb sites we saw from her previously, but her win rate absolutely skyrocketed in Boston. Nomad was the only attacker to break double digits, improving the win rate of bomb sites by over 11% on impact. Similar to a lot of those like top operators, it's about consistency, right? Nomad has a really strong gun. She brings flashes, which are always appreciated in fights. And while her air jabs might not make or break a round all on their own, they give you protection to stop, to kind of set up the site and execute how you really want it to, right? If somebody hits your air jab, no matter where they are on the map, you're going to know about it and you can react to it. If you're close enough, you get a free kill. And even if you're not close enough to react to the air jab going off, the defender that went for that flank is probably going to fall off that position because the defender doesn't know where you're at. Now he knows that all eyes are going to be focused on him. He kind of has to just give up on this flank and leave because you're going to know exactly where he's coming from and he's not going to know where you're positioned. Defenders that are going for flanks can hear air jabs, right? They make a small kind of beeping sound when you're near them. And if you're hearing that sound, 9 times out of 10, you're just going to give up on your flank, right? Maybe you've got impacts or something that you can use to clear out that air jab. Maybe you can sneak around and shoot the air jab or find some other way to get around. But usually if your position is air jabbed off, you kind of just have to give up as a defender player. I still think similar to Gridlock, having a dedicated flank watch operator is difficult at times to fit into your lineup. Certain bomb sites, you just need more util than what Nomad would traditionally provide because you're not planning or on really taking much map control. So Nomad serves no purpose for you in a situation like that. Because of this, she has the lowest viability score in the top 30, being a full 3 points lower than next closest. But on the sites where she's useful, she clearly got a lot of good value with such a high win rate. So you've got to respect that. A couple of key players helped keep that win rate high. Joystick loved Nomad at SI. He helped boost her win rate. Souls had a really great tournament on Nomad. Handy literally played Nomad 6 times and didn't lose even a single one of those rounds, so that would help with the win rate. I think pro players at SI this year were really smart about when and where they brought Nomad, and largely they brought her in situations where they knew they'd get value out of her, where they knew they were going up against teams that liked to flank, and so she often contributed quite heavily to the win rates of the teams that used her. And we get our last A-tier operator next, Lesion. Lesion got a slight nerf between the last list and this one, going down by 1 goo mind, but predictably that didn't really change his win rate or pick rate too much. He fell a little bit on win rate and on pick rate on impact viability, but he maintains his place as the 14th best operator in the game, not moving up or down on this list. I think Lesion remains the single best roaming operator in Siege. The super shorty really seals it for me. Being able to open your own hatches, make your own rotates, open up sight lines, and assist in the setup is really, really nice. Usually, if there was a shotgun being brought by the defense, that shotgun is committed to setting up the site, right? If you've got a smoke, if you've got a mute, right? Usually, these operators are dedicating themselves to setting up the bomb site. They can't really run away and set up the roam game for you. Lesion can set up his own roam game, which is really, really valuable. And gives him a lot of options that other roaming operators wouldn't really have. Alongside that, you get goo mines. Now, goo mines are not the strongest thing in the game. They're more annoying than they are busted. But if an attacker's trying to rush you down, these goo mines will help you out, and they are particularly effective at helping you out in the early round as they're generating to slow down players trying to push you on the roam clear. With the secondary shotgun and the goo mines to give you information as to where players are pushing you from and slow them down, Legion just makes your life as a roamer really, really easy. And so if that was all that Legion did, he'd probably still be an A-tier op. But Legion also happens to be one of the best shield counters in a meta where shields are extremely oppressive. Blackbeard, Monty, and Blitz all hate this guy. If you are playing against a known shield crutcher, you're going to be running Legion every single round because it slows down the shield. It forces them to put themselves in a vulnerable position. It's going to push them back, and it gives you options for what you want to do next. You're not going to immediately kill a shield or anything, but goo mines are tricky to find, and so if you run into one as a Blitz or a Monty, it's going to waste that time. It's going to feed intel to the attacker, or to the Legion, and make your life all the better for it. Now we get our one and only operator in the S+ tier, and there's quite a gap between Grim and Legion, as well as between Grim and the next highest operator coming after him. But I like Grim. Grim is a great op. Bees are very underrated. Live pings are fantastic. We already talked about how good they are with Deimos. Assuming everything else is equal, having live pings on your opponent should be enough to guarantee you a win in basically every gunfight. Because you can pre-fire when they swing, you can hunt them when they run away. And unlike the Deimos pings, Grims actually show that ping to your whole team. So you can support your teammates and help give your other entry ops an opportunity to go in and get those kills. You also don't yourself get counter-pinged like Deimos does. So that's a big advantage for Grim too. Now, of course, you have to actually hit somebody with your Grim. But often that's not too difficult because you're going to be trying to clear a power position or some other spot where you already know a roamer is at. And you toss in the Grim, and you force the defender to make a choice, right? Do I get pinged and sit here, or do I run away and leave my power position? Grim also doesn't have very many counters in Rainbow Six Siege. He's stopped by mute jammers, but aside from that, there's really no way to stop a Grim gadget from going where it wants to go. Being able to bounce them off walls is kind of gimmicky, but at the same time, you know, it's also opens up more opportunities for Grim players to ping people that they otherwise wouldn't be able to. But the rest of it is also that Grim's kit is amazing. You know, he feels a lot like Capitao, right? Where he is able to force defenders out of a situation. He doesn't immediately kill defenders that choose not to move like Capitao Firebolts do. But instead of doing that, he makes it very easy for his teammates to walk up and get the kill. Or otherwise, he's going to be able to deny a certain area of the map, force defenders out of a certain situation, and guarantee that there is not somebody in a spot if you're unsure, right? If there's somebody behind that shield or not. Similar to Capitao, Grim assists with really good secondary utils. So can openers or EMPs, really effective to assist with a plant. And much for the same reasons as Capitao, Grim is very good for a plant. Unlike Capitao, who can bring smoke grenades, though, Grim also just gets one of the best guns in the game. I talked about how good the Commando is when we talked about IQ. The fact that Grim gets it as well means that he is usually chosen over Capitao, although not always, depending on the bomb site. Grim is super versatile. He can frag really heavily. He can also get really good information, great secondary utility. I don't think people look at Grim and think, oh, this guy's overpowered, but maybe they should, because Grim is honestly really effective at what he does. He can be used on basically every bomb site because there's always going to be some spot that you need to clear out, that you need to know if there's somebody playing there or not. Grim is just really effective, and for that reason, he sees very high pick rate and quite a good win rate as well. And the S- tier begins with the Queen. Ashe moves up from an A+ to an A- in this list. You already know Ashe is the best entry in the game. She's fast. She's got an amazing gun, probably the best in the game. She's a comfort op for like half the community. Ashe is incredible. Beyond that, Ashe charges are very good. She is a counter to Azami. She is a counter to Castle. She is a counter to deployable shields and anything bulletproof. So you've got an operator that is extremely good on the entry, feels really good to play. Also is good for util clear, is good for normal deployable gadgets and normal bulletproof gadgets. And then on top of all of that, she's also one of the very few counters in the game to Mira. Mira windows are some of the strongest util in Rainbow Six Siege, and almost no ops in the game counter them. The only ways to break a Mira window are by hard breaching them out with something like an ace, popping them in the back, which is pretty much impossible unless you've got like a Twitch drone, or by punching it, using Collie, which nobody uses Collie, or an Ash Charge. An Ash Charge is by far the most common way that you'll see teams try to tackle an Ash, a Mira window. So Ash really gets good value out of that. You know, she's already an operator that feels good to play, and if there's a Mira on the other side of things, she's almost a guaranteed pick because there's otherwise very little chance that you're able to clear out that Mira window. Ash is just so effective in that one niche, and even when she's not super good, you can see winning the overall win rate by about 3.5%. Largely coming down to the fact that, again, she's so good at taking those gunfights, so good at being that entry. Deserved spot, finally up into the S tier. Speaking of operators that are countered by Ashe, we've got Castle up 9 spaces this event. Higher than what most people probably would have expected. I don't think most people will tell you that Castle is the 11th best operator in the game, but that's where he sits on our formula math-based list. Nothing too drastic changed for Castle at SI. He had a slightly better win rate than the previous list. But I think the experienced players at SI who knew how to utilize him probably helped out with that. Almost every site in the game can get value out of a Castle. Again, sometimes you kind of think of Castle as a niche operator who is only good for certain strats. But I mean, every op in the game has windows and doors that you would rather stay closed. And so Castle can come up on nearly every bomb site to have some kind of an impact. Being able to funnel all of the attackers in the direction you want them to go is really powerful. And although you should never expect a Castle to stay closed forever, if the attack have to spend time punching your barricade, or if they have to spend util to open up your Castle, then that still feels like you got pretty good value out of the Castle barricade, right? You're still depleting the attacker's resources, and so those Castle barricades can still be absolutely useful. Castle has 4 barricades, which means even if Flores has to use all of his explosives just to clear the util that Castle brings. And most of the time, it's going to require multiple operators worth of utility to clear all of those Castle barricades. Now, usually, you don't actually see attackers clearing all 4 castles, but if the attackers have to use, say, 1 operator of util to clear 2 castle barricades, and then your other 2 castle barricades stay up and deny specific angles, that still makes the defense feel really good, you know? They can still kind of predict what angles the attack's going to come from. They can still say to themselves, hey, we wasted this util with the castle barricades. You can troll your team with castle. You know, you've got to know what you're doing with this operator. The whole team needs to be in alignment with a castle strategy, right? Everybody needs to know going into things what angles are going to be closed off, what angles are going to be left open, what retreat options they have to get off of the roam. And for that reason, Castle is often not a good operator inside of ranked, especially if you're solo queuing. But at a pro level, this isn't really an issue. You know, you basically never see defending operators get trapped because of their castle player. It just doesn't happen. So you're not too worried about that. Aside from his primary gadget, Castle also gives you a ton of good site setup with Super Shorty. He has a bulletproof, which is another good way to set up your bomb site. If the attack is using all of their explosives on your castle barricades, then the bulletproof can sometimes stay up longer than you'd think with the protection of castle barricades, which can be really nice. Famously, the UMP is a terrible weapon, but you're not bringing Castle for the weapon, right? He is the ultimate support operator on defense. He is insanely good at setting up the bomb site, and when you start to synergize him alongside operators like a Zombie, alongside operators like a Mira, alongside operators like a Fenrir, you start to really get crazy value out of him, and yeah, he ends up just being a huge util sink for the attackers. Starting the top 10, we finally have hit our first shield operator on the list, and it's going to be Blitz, who ranks last of our 3 primary shield ops. I am not counting I'm not counting Fuze. Give me a break here. On our last list, Monty and Blitz were the 2 best attackers in Rainbow Six Siege. Since then, though, of course, they have fallen, and Ubisoft had a pretty big nerf that went out to all shield operators, all shield operators before the 6th Invitational. I will say a good Blitz player on a good Blitz site is still incredibly terrifying. Yes, the nerfs have hurt Blitz, but I think they've hurt Blitz a lot less hard than they hurt Monty. No longer can you melee someone to death after you've bashed them. But for Blitz, that was never really the game plan anyways. Your goal for Blitz is to get up close to someone, full blind them, and then you can shoot them with the pistol. That whole situation hasn't really changed for Blitz players. The reality is that for a defender, if at any point in time you are next to a blitz, you're basically already dead. Unless you've got a teammate right there, or unless you were on Warden, you're probably not going to get out of that situation. And while we are seeing players try to play closer together and less solo than in the past, I think you've still got to play on your own every now and again. And Blitz is still looking to exploit that. Blitz is also just an amazing operator for plants because he's got smoke grenades and he can put the shield on his back when he holds F. It's really hard to stop a Blitz from planting once he gets into the spot he wants to. He's much better than Osa for this reason, right? If you toss a Nitro Cell to Blitz, he jumps up, he takes his cover with him, he dodges the Nitro, he goes back to planting. Under the smoke. You try to plant with an Osa, you hear the C4, you jump up, you come back, all of a sudden your cover is gone. The main weaknesses of Blitz is that if you can get space between yourself and the Blitz, if you're on defense, you've got a good shot at surviving, right? You can maybe shoot Blitz in the feet, and even post nerf, you can shoot his shield, and it'll slow him down a little bit. But even in this case, you know, you're retreating from the Blitz to get that distance. You're giving up space, right? Blitz is still winning because he's taking space away from you, and is giving that to his teammates. I think bad Blitz players drag down the perception of Blitz in ranked because you do need experience and you need good teammates to make Blitz really threatening. You've got to know when to flash. You've got to know when you're close enough. You've got to know when it's safe to pull out the pistol, and then when you need to just sit there behind the shield and let your teammates do all the work. If you don't have good teammates who can play behind you, who can use the space that you're giving them, then you're also going to have probably a worse win rate than you otherwise would. But the pro players that are good with Blitz are really good with Blitz. Spirits is probably the best Blitz player in the world, but I thought Packer actually had some really good rounds on Blitz this event. Forrest has been playing Blitz for years and has some really good impact every now and again. In Brazil, you've got guys like Dots and guys like Handy who've been doing crazy things with it. You just do not want to go up against a good player, against a good Blitz player. And so you have to ban this operator versus certain teams. Up in 9th place, we've got Kaid. Pushed higher than the last list, mostly due to a strong win rate. Electric Claws are, of course, just fantastic. Bandit perhaps has more potential with tricking walls, but Kaid can still trick, especially versus like can openers and ace. And often he doesn't need to trick because that claw is way harder to clear than a bandit battery. Unless you're bringing an operator such as Thatcher, IQ, or Maverick to specifically counter the Kaid, it is really tough to deal with an Electric Claw. Going for above or below is sometimes impossible depending on where the wall is. And even in the best case, it's going to be very difficult because the claw is small. It can be hidden amongst props. It can be hidden around corners. I've seen players hide the electric claw inside walls. You know, it can be really awkward to find that electric claw, assuming you can even get an angle on it. Oftentimes, the electric claws are not being placed in a spot where you can shoot it easily, which means you need to use an EMP to clear out that claw. But again, if you don't know where the electric claw is, impact EMPs are very unreliable. So many times I have watched an attacking team go up against a clubhouse basement strat, right? And they try to drone in the early game in the prep phase, but they don't want to waste their drones, so they don't drone too heavily in the prep phase. They don't see a Kaid. Little do they know, though, the Kaid spent the entire prep phase hiding in the basement. And so they bring out their, their attacker lineup. Maybe they've got a Hibana. Maybe they've got like a Grim with impact EMPs, right? They've got their ways to open their hatches, they think. But they come up to Moto Hatch, and it's electrified. And in that situation, they didn't bring a Thatcher, they didn't bring an IQ, they didn't bring a Maverick. They are now playing the worst guessing game in Rainbow Six Siege, where they've got to pray that they can successfully pick where that claw is going to be. Pray they hit it with the impact EMP, and then pray that they can open up the hatch with Hibana or whoever they have before that hatch gets tricked by the electric claw. It is impossible to get a drone onto that because there's going to be somebody playing inside a moto who will shoot any drones that come near it. It's going to be a guy sitting inside a moto as long as that hatch is reinforced, staring at the main stairs. There's no shot you're going to know where that claw is. So you basically have to gamble. And if you lose that gamble, you pretty much lose the round because Moto Hatch is such an important hatch when you're attacking onto Clubhouse Basement. So Electric Claws are absolutely insane. Kaid also comes with a TCSG. The TCSG is not the most versatile gun, but if you're holding an angle, as anchor players often do, then it can deal a ton of damage. Kaid also gets a C4, which is great, not just for late round plant denials and for killing players that are above you, but also for countering Maverick, which we've talked about as one of the single best counters to Kaid. If you toss a C4 through one of the Maverick holes that he's made in your electrified wall, often you can get a cheeky kill onto him, and if you do that, again, pretty much round winning, because oftentimes that is the primary way the attackers were planning on opening up that wall. The fact that even after an EMP, the claw turns back on after some time means that without even meaning to, Kaid players sometimes end up tricking walls, especially if they're up against like an Ace or a Habana. If the attacking teams mess that up, it can often be very, very funny. Doesn't happen a lot at the pro level, but it happens more often than you might expect, where Kaid claws just turn back on because the EMP wore off, and now all of a sudden you can't get a wall open. GG, you lost the round. So the fact that Electric Claws are so consistently getting value, the fact you can put them on hatches, you can put them on walls, you can hide them around corner, means that almost every single bomb site has some good usage for Kaid. And then on certain sites, against certain attacking lineups, they will insta-win you rounds. Kaid is so powerful. He's so consistently good. And then when he's great, he's game-winning. So Kaid is absolutely deserving of this S tier spot. All right, Warden moves up 11 spots on this list, and I'm kind of baffled by that. Because it feels like everything that Warden counters has gotten nerfed or has gotten worse since the last list. I mean, Warden is the best Ying counter in the game, but Ying got nerfed and is seeing less play since Stage 2. Warden counters Blitz, but Blitz mains have largely migrated to the new shield operator, which doesn't rely on flashing. And Blitz's overall pick rate and win rate has gone down since the last list. Warden is immune to flashbangs, but flashbangs have gotten nerfed since the last time we made this list. And new Warden counters have been introduced into the game. Sens was added, so that Sens is now a Warden buff. And despite all of this, Warden's win rate rises. He goes all the way up to a 0.75 impact. That is positive. He had a negative impact on the last list. I will say, the Warden glasses, I mean, they are still phenomenal. Flashbangs, Ying, Blitz are less common in the meta, but they're still staples of the metagame, Flashbangs and Blitz especially. And Warden being the only op in the game that can neutralize being blinded is a massive advantage to have. Usually if a defender gets flashed out, that's free space, free kill for the attacker. Not the case if you're a Warden, so that still keeps him around the metagame. And Warden is still just as good at countering smoke plants or smoking off angles. This is one of the most common ways that attackers will try to get an advantage while they execute onto a bomb site. If you've got a Warden who's anchoring that spot, they can see through the smokes. That's going to give you a massive advantage to aim your nitro cell or go for a swing with more information than anybody else in the game would have. Sens has certainly made it harder because we're seeing fewer smoke plants and more Sens plants than we used to, but Sens' place in the meta is still relatively niche. Smoke plants are more common in general, so I still think Warden is very valuable when it comes to denying those plants. The fact that Warden can also bring a deployable shield at times, I mean, C4 versus deployable shield, those are probably the two best secondary gadgets you can have on defense. Oftentimes choosing between the shield and the nitro cell is quite difficult as a Warden main, but I will tell you, that's a good problem to have. You know, which of these crazy good secondary util options do I want to bring? You can also, in theory, bring the obs blockers if you hate winning, so that's cool too. And then, you know, if he really needs it, Warden can also bring a shotgun. The SMG-12 is a little bit sketch. You probably would rather bring the primary SMG. But if you need site setup and nobody else in your team is bringing it, Warden can bring that shotgun and you're still not left stranded on the defense. Warden is in a really strong spot right now. He's got a very simple but effective gadget. You can play this guy every single round of your Siege career. Nobody would ever complain. Warden is great all around, top to bottom. Next, we get our first back-to-back S tier. Fenrir sits as our third strongest defender on this list. Straight up, Dread Mines are overpowered. You're telling me I get 4 of these Dread Mines, and if attacker steps into them, they are fully blind and thus cannot fight back under any circumstances, and their only options are either to leave or sprint right into my arms where I'm just going to get a free kill? Yeah, that's a pretty busted primary gadget. There's no getting around the Dread Mine, right? You must clear a Dread Mine if you want to push into an angle. If you're trying to push into like a Goo Mine or like a Banshee or a Beeper, in theory, you can just power through them. You're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. You're going to be slowed, or you're going to be alerting the enemy of your presence. But if you're trying to surprise, you can just hold W and you'll be okay. You can't really do that with a Dread Mine. You know, if you hold W through a Dread Mine, you still won't be able to see until you are long dead. So you have to clear this if it's on an important doorway. And because Fenrir gets 4 of them, they're pretty much going to be on every single important doorway. Yeah, in theory, in theory, Fenrir has to turn them on and off. But if you just stagger them and you don't immediately die at the start of the round, it's really not that hard to micromanage these gadgets as a Fenrir player, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal to get value out of all 4 Dread Mines. You should be able to read into what push the attackers are going for relatively early and then turn on the Dread Mines as is appropriate. He also has a shotgun pistol, because why wouldn't he? Let him do some sight setup, despite the fact that he's got one of the best primary gadgets in the game. Give him a bulletproof, because why not? Strong secondary util, just a ridiculous kit overall. Solid gun. I don't know how anybody thinks this guy is balanced. It is absolutely mind-boggling to me that there are Rainbow Six Siege players who wake up every day, load into a rank game, and then pick Thorn when Fenrir exists. Like, what are you doing with your life? I have no idea. Fenrir is just by far the best operator that can set up utility like that. I can sometimes see how a Melusi would get you value equivalent to what a Fenrir is going to get you if you want to play aggressive or if you want to pair it with a Fenrir. But, you know... If you're just going to bring an op for beepers, or if you're just going to bring a Thorn, for the love of God, bring Fenrir. He's so much better. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to announce that Monty is no longer the best operator in the game. He has fallen all the way down to 6th place. He still has a perfect viability rating, and he still has a pretty good impact rating overall too. But it's not as stupid as it used to be. It's not the plus 5% impact that he was rocking back in stage number 2. Before his nerf, Monty defines the meta, right? Monty was absolutely nuts. His ability to take infinite space completely for free and then get kills on anybody near him was way too overpowered, and the nerf that finally hit was a long time coming. It's a good step to get the dangerous drug of Monty out of the hands of our children. Monty still remains one of the best operators in Rainbow Six Siege. Getting infinite space is very, 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 very good. You can force back players, and there's not a lot that they can do about it. Yes, now you can melee a Monty, which is great if you were in like a Monty 1v1, but 9 times out of 10, a Monty has a player behind him, and so that player behind him is going to shoot you if you're in a melee matchup against the Montagne. You really can't afford, in most circumstances, to full focus on the Monty because there's going to be somebody down behind him. I will say a good IGL playing on a Monty who can take space for his teammates, who can focus on IGLing without having to focus about taking specific gunfights, and who can be in the front lines and get maximum information, which he can then use to command his teammates, is devastating. I think Vidiking is the best Monty player in the world. He was a fantastic Monty player before Monty got buffed. He never really became a big aggro Monty player. But now that Monty is back to being more of a passive intel gathering operator, Vidiking still uses him incredibly well. And Vidiking didn't even get a single kill on Monty throughout this event. That's just aura, you know? Not one frag, despite playing it a ton throughout this Invitational, despite being probably the best Monty in the world, and still didn't manage to get a kill. Didn't have to get a kill, I should say. Teammates all did it for him. That's a damn leader. Bride also had some good rounds on Monty this event. I don't think Bride has ever really been a consistent shield player, but I thought he used the op quite well at the 6th Invitational. Canadian, Forest, Guards, Nafe, I think also all deserve to be mentioned as keeping the Monty stats quite high this tournament. What's going to happen pretty much every round is that Monty is going to walk through the map. You're going to run away because you can't do anything else against him. He's going to get into your sight. His teammates are going to shoot you as you run away. If you flank, you're probably just going to hit air jabs or get caught on drones. And then once he reaches your sight, he's just going to plant. Because similar to Blitz, he's got smokes. He can put the shield on his back. It is almost impossible to stop a Monty from planting once he gets into his spot. And it's almost impossible to stop a Monty from getting into his spot, because as long as he's walking forward, he's getting that space. He's getting closer to his goal. You've got to find some way to get a crossfire on him. And again, in Siege, that is much easier said than done. Monty is very, very powerful, even after his nerf. But thankfully, he's not unbeatable like he used to be. Heading into the top 5, it is Dokkaebi. Making Doke calls generate over time, right? From the nerf that Ubisoft hit to Dokkaebi, the fact that they only generate later into the round now might be the most relevant nerf in gaming history, Dokkaebi is still super, super strong. Logic bombs are incredibly powerful because they help speed up the roam clear, right? Taking space and clearing the map is vital in Siege. It's the most important thing that attacking utility can do these days. And Dokkaebi makes that so smooth. It makes it so fast. She's also got a great DMR. Flashes and EMPs, both of which can be really good depending on the situation. Dokkaebi has flashes, EMPs, or smokes. You don't see smokes too often because Dokkaebi is a very early game operator, and so you don't often use those smokes. But still, flashes and EMPs can be really common and really good on the Dokkaebi. And smokes have their moment as well if you can survive into the late round to go for some kind of a plant. The fact that the calls now generate late into the round, you still get one call early enough, and the second call doesn't kind of happen late enough to be too bad. You're not spawning into the map and immediately popping a logic bomb, right? You're getting up to the map, you're droning a little bit, you're figuring out what space is free and what is not, and then once you kind of find out a player, or if you're past most of the droning, then you pop your first logic bomb, you go through, you take a bunch of space, and then your second logic bomb can be used either to take a little bit more space or to be assisting in the site execute. The fact that you don't have them right at the start of the round doesn't matter because you're not in the building to use them, to use the logic bomb anyways. I think Dokkaebi is just really benefiting from where the meta's at right now. Taking space and causing defenders to panic is very, very good. But having such a powerful DMR, I also think makes her a great counter to Azami. She shreds through Kiba barriers, and we already talked about how Azami's win rate has been tanking at the 6th Invitational. I think the massive uptick in Dokkaebi play is very responsible for that, you know? Dokkaebi's ban rate has plummeted because of the introduction of shield operators. She was only banned 19% of rounds at the 6th Invitational, which is way less than we used to see from her, meaning she's getting played in far more rounds, and she's having a massive impact on how the defensive meta seems to develop. She's played pretty much the same number of rounds as Deimos is, and she's sometimes played alongside the Deimos as well. But she's maintained a much better win rate during the course of the event, which is why she's all the way up here in S tier, and Deimos was down in A tier, A minus. Yeah, Deimos was down in A while Dokkaebi is up here in S. For today's day and age, Dokkaebi takes the case as the single best roam clearing operator. You get really good information when you're clearing on the roam. The fact that you can hack cameras is also just very strong. Not the most utilized ability, but can be very, very good. The DMR is ridiculous. She's fast, good secondary util. A fantastic operator. Not surprised to see her breaking into the top 5. And if shields maintain the high banner that they have, she'll probably keep getting played more and more and more. Our second strongest defender in the game is Mute. Mute sits in our number 4 spot. Just like our last list, Mute is the answer to basically every question the defenders will ask. If you want to keep a wall closed, you bring Mute. If you want to protect the power position, you need a Mute. If you're going to stop roamers from being droned, yeah, you're going to have to bring out that Mute. It's crazy how many things in this game fall apart when Mute is introduced. You can't breach walls as an attacker. You can't Dokkaebi call someone as an attacker. You cannot Deimos track someone as an attacker. You cannot drone someone as an attacker. You cannot clear something with Flores as an attacker. You cannot flash on Blitz as an attacker. You cannot get pinged by Grim as an attacker. There are so many things that you cannot do on attack. And if you keep in mind, too, it's a lot of these strong attacking operators. We talked about how good Dokkaebi was, Deimos was, Blitz was, Grim was. All of these operators get countered by Mute. If there is any kind of an ability that interacts with what defenders want to do, generally Mute will counter it. And if all Mute did was bring 4 jammers and then run around with some awful weapon like the UMP or something and a pistol and maybe an OBS blocker, he'd still probably be S tier. But no, Mute also comes with the best secondary utility in the game, a C4, and he rocks the SAS combo of SMG 11 plus shotgun, which is the single strongest kit in the game for taking close range gunfights. I know Mute was made 9 years ago, but I swear to God, if Mute was designed as an operator today and brought to the board of directors at Ubisoft, the developer who made him would be fired. An operator does literally everything with no downsides is ridiculous. The only saving grace that attackers have is that Mute jammers are stationary. They're pretty easy to find out where they are, which means that you can make plans to get around them either with grenades or with EMPs. But is it not ridiculous that the only downside of these things is that it's possible to plan around them, is that it's possible to counter them with some utility, anytime a Mute Jammer actually stays up, it is so damn annoying. It's ridiculous that Mute is so strong, yet he wasn't the #1 defender at SI. No, instead, that honor goes to Mira. At the last list, I talked about how ridiculous it was for Monty to have an average impact rating of 4.61%, given how big his pick rate was. Mira has an impact rating of 5.42. What the hell is that? The win rate that Mira brought out to SI was absolutely ridiculous. Mira made almost every bomb site she was played on way, way better. It goes without saying that Mira windows are fantastic, right? If you cannot counter a Mira in some way, shape, or form, you simply cannot push the angle. And typically with a Mira window, right, the angle you're trying to push is the entire bomb site. So good luck with that. Just think about Consulate on basement, right? Think about bank top floor if you put a Mira inside a janitor. These are window positions that are absolutely must clear if there's going to be a nitro. Otherwise, there's going to be some kind of a nitro with your name on it when you want to push in and plant on this bomb site. That means that operators like Twitch and Ash become must picks on these bomb sites if there's a Mira involved, because you just have no other way of getting behind that Mira, of popping it some other form. Maybe you can smoke it with a smoke grenade or with Capitao, but even in that situation, I mean, the Nitro Cell doesn't really care, right? All Mira's got to do is guess where you're at, or bring out a Warden to sit behind that shield instead, and your smokes really aren't going to do all that much. Of course, one of the best ways to counter Mira is to get behind her, push some different angle, but this can be protected with other utility. It's also somewhat predictable, and so I think good defending teams at SI were often able to find answers to those we're often able to find answers to that. The fact that Mira also comes with a shotgun for site setup and the Nitro Cell, all of which perfectly synergizes with the window, is just fantastic. So there are things that you can do to this shield, right? You can bash it with melee, or you can use Ash Charge. But meleeing them is not realistic, even when you have a shield operator on the board. Because of the Nitro Cell that sits behind the Mira window, it's really hard to walk up on a shield and just bash that. And Ash means an entire operator is mostly dedicated just to countering you. And that's assuming that there's no magnets or anything to protect the Mira as well. Mira was considered viable on every single bomb site except for Kitchen on Cafe, which, that's fair. I don't really know where you'd put a Mira on that bomb site, maybe between sites, but then it probably just gets shot from above. Every other site, there was some sort of Mira setup that managed to get really good value. I kind of want to do a video breaking down every single Mira setup one day that we see in Pro Siege. Because, man, Mira really did dominate at the 6th Invitational. So Mira is listed as our best defender in the game. It is finally time to talk about the operator that counters Mira better than any other. Twitch was listed as the 2nd best operator at the 6th Invitational. That doesn't sound right. You know, don't get me wrong. Everybody knows that Twitch is a good operator. I mean, the DMR is powerful and in some ways, again, makes her an Azami counter. Smokes are a great secondary, which I've said many times throughout this list. So I understand why she's good. And her Twitch drones counter a lot of good utility. Twitch drones counter Mira, they counter Goyo, they counter Valk, they counter Fenrir. I guess they counter Kaid, they counter Mute, they counter Legion, they counter Tuberau. Holy shit. Yeah, they counter everything. Twitch is just the attacking version of Mute in many ways. On top of every operator, of all the top operators in the game, there are very, very few that aren't hurt by Twitch in one way, shape, or form. Castle is one that doesn't care too much about Twitch. Warden is one that doesn't care. Maybe Smoke as well. And you could argue that Mute counters Twitch just as much as Twitch counters Mute. But in general, man, Twitch counters so much good utility on the defending side. I think in theory, Twitch drones shouldn't be getting value that often. I mean, they're decently loud when they're jumping and running around. And by design, they need to get close up to utility to actually impact them, right? They got to get close to a Mira window, which should have a defender nearby. They've got to get close to a Goyo canister, which should also usually have a defender nearby to shoot the Twitch drone before the Twitch can actually get any value of it. This is one of the big weaknesses of Zero as well. But I think Twitch is just in a bit of a unique position where the players that are running her are very, very good at timing when they're entering with their drone, at jumping around and avoiding these defenders who are trying to shoot the drone at the same time. And unlike Zero, where it's going to take a minute to shoot the camera, get it deployed, turn it around, zap the util, and then you can't zap anything else for like 30 seconds, Twitch can zip in, zap, zip out. And before you even know what's happened as a defending player, oftentimes that Twitch drone has already made its escape. Of course, it's also going to get you extra information. Having 4 drones instead of 2 is quite nice for Twitch players. And again, having that DMR to counter a zombie is very, very useful as well. Twitch might not be the best operator in every lineup, right? Because there are going to be times where you're going up against like a Warden, a Castle, and a Smoke. But she's common enough to be viable on every single site in the game. And with really strong weaponry and really strong primary and secondary util, expect to see her all the time at a pro level in Siege. I wouldn't have predicted her to be the second best op in this in this tier list, but you know what? Thinking about it deeper, I think it makes sense. I think Twitch brings a ton of good value to the team. And maybe we're just all sleeping on Twitch a little bit too hard. And last but not least, you all knew it was coming. After his rework, Blackbeard moves up 72 placements on the tier list. He was the second worst operator on our last list, and now he is, of course, the strongest op in the game. Prior to his rework, Blackbeard was an op that was a meme pick. He had literally 0 use in serious play. But now, instead of having a crappy flimsy shield that sits in front of his face, Blackbeard has one of the most overpowered mechanic in the game. He's got a full body shield, just like Blitz and Monty. And Blackbeard is so good. He's the best shield in Siege because he takes the strengths of both Monty and Blitz and he puts them together, and then he doubles the kill power on top of it. Much like Blitz, Blackbeard is fast, and his shield can cover enough of him that it's easy to take space, just like it is with Blitz. You often don't have the same problems of your feet getting shot with Blackbeard because you can be a little bit more threatening. You can cover a little bit more than the Blitz shield can, and players are a little bit more afraid of a Blackbeard because they know that Blackbeard can hurt them from range, whereas a Blitz can't really do that. Of course, you don't have the flash that Blitz does. I have seen pro teams go for like a budget Blitz play where they just put an attacker behind the Blitz who has flashbangs and flash out somebody as the Blackbeard runs at them. Even without that strategy, though, even without being able to blind players, Blackbeard still gets loads of free kills because if a Blackbeard gets up next to you, you just don't have any options. If he bashes you, you're going to get thrown to the ground, he's going to pull out his primary weapon, and you're going to get shot. Either he's going to do that or one of his teammates standing behind him is going to do the exact same thing. So getting bashed by Blackbeard is a nightmare. At the same time, if a Blackbeard is moving towards your position, you can't run away because the second that you start to turn around, the second that you expose the back of your head, that gun's coming down. All of a sudden, Blackbeard's pulling out his primary weapon, and he's shooting you in the back in a way that Blitz can't really accomplish, right? The Blitz is maybe going to miss a couple of those pistol shots. It's not a good gun. Blackbeard's weaponry is strong enough that once it comes out, if you're not looking at him, you're going to be in a really, really awkward spot. Blackbeard also has extra advantages to force you to panic and force you to run away. The fact that Blackbeard gets nades has partly single-handedly revived nade kills in Rainbow Six Siege. Blackbeard can do what no other operator can do with grenades, and that is throw them safely while just staring at you. For every other op with frag grenades, right, if you're going to toss a nade at somebody, you've got to quickly peek behind cover, toss that out. You're not going to have your gun up. You're going to be really, really vulnerable as you toss those nades. And then right after you toss it, you've kind of got to dip back into cover so you can pull your gun out. And then you don't even know. Maybe the defender ran away. Maybe it's a dock and they're stimming themselves up. With Blackbeard, you can sit right in front of a guy, stare at him the whole time, toss a nade without ever exposing yourself, and then what does that guy have as options? Well, they can stand up and fight you, in which case you're just going to stare at them and they're going to get blown up by the nade. Or they can run away from the nade. But the second they do that, again, they're exposing the back of your head to you. You're going to pull out that gun. You're going to shoot them in the back. I think Blackbeard's a really interesting operator as well because I still see a lot of players playing him very wrong. A lot of the time in ranked and even at low levels of competitive, you'll see players on Blackbeard stare at a player for a bit, the player stares back, and then they pull out the gun, right? Or they go for a corner and they pull out the gun and they go for a swing. This is not what you want to be doing with Blackbeard. It takes so long to pull out that gun and to go for an ADS that if somebody is actually looking at you, they'll headshot you every day of the week. Blackbeard almost plays more like a Monty than he does a Blitz because anytime that he is facing a defender who is paying attention to him, you cannot bring out that gun. You're going to get shit on. But good players have recognized this. They've adapted to this. And they're simply playing a strategy where they keep the shield up 100% of the time, and they're only bringing out that gun when they know for a fact they can get a free pick. He has the killing potential of a Blitz while still taking all the space and playing very similar in playstyle to a Monty. He gets the best of both worlds and he can still just take gunfights. In the worst situation, if a Blitz has to play a 1v1, I'd much rather have, a Blackbeard. If a Blackbeard has to play a 1v1, I'd much rather have him than a Blitz or a Monty. In a post plant, maybe you'd rather have like a Blitz Monty, but man, even without it, you are in a really good spot playing out with that primary weapon. Do not get it twisted. The shield meta, despite the nerfs, is alive and well, and Blackbeard is the new ringleader of this cult. No other operator in Siege gets the free real estate and kills that Blackbeard does, and for that reason, he's the best op in the game. So that's the list based solely on stats from the 6th Invitational. I know this was a long one, so thank you for sticking with me all the way to the end. I'm excited to see how Roar will do in this meta. Let me know where you think Roar is going to be in this game state that we're at. It's currently dominated by DMRs and shield ops. If you think Roar would be a good operator or not, let me know in the comments down below about where you'd place her. If you want to hear even more yapping about operators in Siege, then you can watch my old tier list video on screen now. It goes into a lot of the same things that talks about, but also some new things, both about operators that had different changes in the meta, and you can also hear me talk about old Monty, old Blackbeard, old Sens, and a whole lot more. So if you haven't gotten enough off just this, then go take a look at that one. Otherwise, YouTube thinks you'll enjoy this video that's also on screen. In either case, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you on the next one.